should be live now. Oh, damn. My camera's off. Hey, what's up, Yorga? What's up, Rocksteady? I'm just getting a few things settled in here. Man, this camera's so out of whack. What the fuck? Focus, 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 focus. There we go. That's a little bit better. What's up, Spike? Like Bigfoot, yeah. What's up, Corn Pop? What's up, Moonchild? Get this posted. What's up, Bug Dude? I'm doing pretty good, Spike. Guess for now I can't complain too much. Can't complain, but sometimes I still do. What's up, Nikolai? Good to see you, Tom. Sharon S., good to see you. What's up, Staying High? Not a whole lot. I had to take a nap, man. I freaking woke up. I watched like the entire freaking Kyle Rittenhouse freaking trial. It's like 8 hours, man. Ugh. Just about killed me. But I was pretty impressed towards the end there, man. Every time the prosecution tried to call for an objection, the judge is like, nah, that's overruled. Nah, that's overruled. Well, they sure seem to, Bug Dude. I'd like him to come up with a decision before too much longer. It is only Tuesday, and they already are on the defense, the defense, the fucking witnesses. So who knows? Maybe we'll get an answer in the next couple of days. What's up, Garrett? Hey, Best Life. Yeah, you would think so, Spike, but then again, this is a libtard city, too. What's up, Don? And apparently, from some of the rumors I heard, they're already starting to threaten the jury. Remember, like they did in the Chauvin case? Yeah, we'll have to be. We'll have to see. Tom. What's up, Han Solo? Tom, you're terrible. uh, yeah, it seems like it anymore, doesn't it, Spike? Now, it seems like there's more and more of them. Hey, what's up, Robert? Oh, you're out there in West Virginia too? I got a few friends that live out that way. What's up, Finding Keno? Nah, Spike, we're not pretending shit. I mean, well, you saw what happened in Virginia just, what, last week or the week before? Fucking governor, lieutenant governor, and state attorney, someone, I don't know if it was the attorney general or somebody in their state, but they lost like 7 seats to Republicans as well. So, I mean, it's starting to right itself. But then again, if we don't get the right people in there, I don't care if you got a R after your name or D after your name or an I after your name. Are you going to do the right thing and protect the individual rights of your citizens? You know, that's all I give a shit about. Just we want to be left the fuck alone. I want bureaucracy ended, dude. They shouldn't even exist. There's nothing. There is nothing in this document that says anything about unelected bureaucracies. Nothing. Not a damn fucking thing. And I'm sick of it. Sick of this fucking government. Burn it all down if I could, but what's up, Stuart? What's up, Brian? Oh, geez, 16-hour shift. Wow. I've had those before. Oh, God, when I used to work at Intel. Well, I worked for a company called Masthead. We did rigging and crating, and what we were the tool movers and also the craters for these tools, these multi-million dollar tools going into the Intel fabs, and we would do tool moves, and sometimes it would take 14 hours, sometimes it would take longer. Yeah, it was pretty rough. But I'll tell you what, everything over 8 hours was overtime. Anything over 10 hours was double time. I'm telling you, I made some really good paychecks out of that fucking company. In fact, there were a couple of times they even had me work on a Sunday, and that was straight double time. Really nice checks. Yeah, I heard that too. What the hell's up with that Newscom dude? Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Bushido. Even with I heard the threats against the jury and stuff. Um, but I don't think that's going to be enough to. It's not going to turn out like Chauvin. You know what I mean? Because he was only a kid. In fact, he is just a kid. And this fucking prosecution, man, these motherfuckers, they don't care. They want to destroy his entire fucking life. Fucking assholes. God, oh, that fucking weasel that they've got. Man, I'd like to just punch him right in the fucking snout. I did think that one guy up that they had up on the stand was pretty good when he was like, "Well, you guys were trying to tell me you want me to add on to my comment or onto my statement." And they're like, "No, we didn't say that." And he's like, "Yeah, you did." And I was like, "You fucking weasels, dude." He's like, "Well, weren't we polite to you?" Like, doesn't matter, dude. You fuckers made me nervous. I can't say I'd blame them for being nervous, man. Those guys are fucking criminals, dude. They're crooks, dude. Punch the one guy in the snout and then just roll the other one down the fucking hill. Push him down the hill. He'd never be able to stop. Fat motherfucker. Well, really. Yeah, it's just a rumor, though, Brian. We shall have to wait and see on that one, huh? Well, what do you say we throw on our intro song? Ooh, wrong one. I could use a beer. Wouldn't you like to get away? All those nights when you've got no lights, the check is in the mail, and your little lady. Yeah, right. I've been seeing a lot more of those "Let's Go Brett" or no, not "Let's Go." The "I did this," and it's pointing at like the gas prices or the meat prices. Where everybody knows your name. Don't let a bed, Mr. Coffee's dead. The morning's looking bright. And your shrink ran off to Europe and didn't even write. And your husband wants to be a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna know where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. What's going on, Bushido?
Dude, I got a pretty crazy story to tell you, man.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
So last night, in my new Chevy Silverado, I ended up running off the road and busting through a guardrail and fucking sinking in a canal.
Oh, no way.
Fucking serious as a heart attack, dude. I was fucking trapped in the truck while it was flooding, just like in the fucking movies, man. It
Yeah,
was crazy.
because there's too much water pressure. What
Well,
you
actually, it was it was going down on its side, but I couldn't get footing really to like because dude, truck doors are fucking heavy, man. I had no idea. Like,
yeah,
just go to a parking lot, you can open them all day long, but man, when you have to lift that fucker up like a tank hatch,
yeah,
dude, I was trying to get my shit together. I grabbed my phone because it was plugged in, so I sort of traced it back, and I was doing it all gentle because I didn't want to like unplug it
unplug.
and lose it. And then I had to get my gun out of the fucking glove box, and I had a backpack with my work gun in it, and like I was trying to grab all the important shit, but meanwhile the fucking water was just filling up in the truck, dude. It was like the movies, man. It was fucking crazy.
How deep was the canal?
Chest deep to me.
Okay,
And
so
dude,
you're
I got lucky because there was a cold snap, right? That canal, that same canal, is like known to be infested with like big ass fucking gators too, man. And it
oh,
was pitch black, dude. I couldn't see a fucking thing.
how'd you go off the road?
I'm still trying to figure that out, man. Um, the time change, um, they just changed the time, and I just went back to work, and it was pitch black, and it's normally like daytime when I drive there, so I was I was closer to this turn than I was, but I didn't know it because it was like pitch black. So, like in Scooby Doo, there's just the headlights in front of the vehicle,
Yep.
and it's like you're just driving, because it's like way the fuck out there. There's no lights, there's no nothing, right? And dude, the next thing I know, man, boom, right through the fucking guardrail. Fucking dude, I slammed into the dude. I hit the water hard as fuck, man. It was crazy. Dude, the airbags in a Silverado on the doors are fucking amazing, by the way. And yeah, dude, it was nuts, man. It was crazy.
That sucks.
I do not want to do that again. Let's put it that way. I got so
Thank God.
lucky, dude. I got so lucky. Like I should be fucking dead right now, and I'm like not even hurt, man. I like my left shoulder's a little sore from I think probably from slamming into the fucking door when I hit the water. You know what I mean? Either that or I was trying to lift the door up with my left hand and move all my shit out with my right hand. You know what I mean?
Mm,
So it could have been that because it's more like strain than it is hurt, And then I got like uh you can't even see it. Yeah, from the airbags, you know what I mean? I got like the
wow.
airbag.
That's
Dude,
not
that's not bad. I'm telling you, man. All the other accidents I've been in, it's fucking taken skin off before. These Silverado airbags are made out of like silk or something, dude. They feel like fucking. If you could make a pool raft out of Silverado airbags, it would be the most comfortable motherfucker on earth, dude. They feel amazing. Because I was like my head was resting on it, and the airbag shoots up and covers the window. You know,
wow.
so at first, man, because it was pitch black, it was dark, so I didn't even know the truck was flooding at first. So like I unclicked the seatbelt and I dropped down and my body hit the pillow, and I was like, oh man, this is okay. And then I was like, what the fuck is that noise? Well, there was a little bit of light coming from the instrument panel, and I kind of lifted my head because I was looking over the airbag, and I looked down and I just saw water squirting in through the door, and I was like, you gotta be fucking shitting me.
Oh
Like I didn't even
no.
dude, I didn't even know I was in the water at first. You know what I mean? Because I couldn't
Yeah.
tell which way was up or anything, and I couldn't see anything. But when I saw the water shooting through the door, I was like, so it's going to be like that. You know what I mean? And yeah, dude, it was like the movies, man. My brain kind of freaked out, but dude, my body just fucking did it. It was pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
I kind of sat back like and watched it happen. It's kind of weird,
Well,
but
good thing you got survival. You got that survival memory. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, what do I need to do to get the fuck out of here? What do I need to grab on my way out? Yeah.
yeah. And dude, I didn't get a picture of it in the water, man, because like I did get my eggs scrambled a little bit.
Hmm. I'm sure.
There's a picture of it getting towed out, and then when I went back today, I had to go to the wrecker lot and get my tag off and a bunch of other shit. I tried to get my keys out, but I didn't put it in park, so I couldn't get the key out. You know, And I was like kind of panicking. I was like, dude, I don't have time for this shit. You know, like it's not coming out. Why is it not coming out? Why is it not coming out? I'm like just doing the same thing over and over again, you know? And I was like, fuck it. And I left the key, you know. But I got the guns out. That was like I was really the most worried about that. And then today I went to the wrecker lot, just went through, I took video of that, man. There were fish in my truck, dude. Like
Oh
I'm going
man,
through it, there's
really?
goddamn fish in the truck, you know? Like it was crazy.
How in
This
the hell?
fucking
How in the hell did fish get in there?
I don't know, man, but there's a lot of them. There's a bunch of little ones, but there was one big fucking walking catfish in there too. I got a little video of that. I might make a video of it. I got to figure out if I can like turn the volume down on some of the videos and maybe throw some photos in there and like narrate over top of it and kind of because it's a good scenario, dude. And I'll tell you, man, what probably fucking saved my life, man, was I had a pretty beefy push bar on my truck, and that push bar made me win against the guardrail.
Yep.
And the record dude was saying, because, you know, my Silverado was a little high, you know, he said if you didn't have that push bar, that the guardrail probably would have knocked your fucking wheels off and you would have hit like a fucking boat anchor into the canal, you know? And he's like, dude, you would have fucking went face first, probably into your steering wheel. He's like, I don't even know if the fucking airbag would have saved you at that point. You know, you would have been knocked out. But if I was knocked out, I would have died. Dude, if I was fat, I would have died. If I like had a fucking broken arm, if I had a fucking sprained ankle, I probably would have fucking died, man. It was like a fucking, it was like a PT test, dude. It was pretty rough.
So how'd you get out? You ended up opening the other door and climbing
Well,
out.
yeah, I got out of the passenger door and I threw my backpack on the rear passenger door. Uh, I threw my gun into the backpack while it was there. I tried to go back in to get some more stuff, and then the truck started shifting again. So I jumped back up to the out of the door. I'm calling it the top, but you know what I mean. I grabbed the backpack. I climbed out of the truck. I stood on the shaft on the bottom of the truck because now the bottom was slowly becoming the top. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I stood on the shaft and it was moving, and I was like, man, I was like, I don't know if there's fucking gators out here. I don't know. Dude, I jumped in that fucking water. I could have been jumping on one for all the fuck I knew, but I had to do it, you know. And I put, dude, I was weird, man. Just thinking, like, I put my backpack on top of my shoulder, like a boom box, and I
Mm-hmm.
fucking jumped off of the shaft, and I didn't make it enough, and I went like chest deep in the water. But dude, my bag stayed totally dry, man.
Cool.
My Nintendo Switch was fucking completely immaculate, you know? So
Sounds
go
like
figure.
you really did luck out on that one, brother.
Yeah, like I said, man, if I did it again, like, dude, if it would have been 2 months ago before this cold snap, there probably would have been gators checking that out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it was cold and they just, you know, they don't really mess around too much when it's cold. And this was the coldest it's been all year so far, which, by the way, I just had to stand outside for 2 hours soaking wet,
Oh
just
god.
freezing my fucking balls off. That was, I don't know. Every part was the worst part as I was going through it, you know, because like, you know, the second the last thing's over with, it's gone, and then you deal with the next thing. But the longest part was standing there freezing my fucking ass off. And dude, I had a cigarette in my mouth. Somehow that cigarette stayed dry the whole time. This is a cool story. I swear to God, it's true, man. Uh, the cigarette never got wet, so it stayed dry the whole time. Well, I had a lighter in my pocket, but the flint didn't work because you know, it was submerged. So, dude, the cop that showed up in his first aid kit, he had a ferro rod. So no shit, man. I put the gas down on my lighter, and he fucking hit the ferro rod into it until it fucking lit the lighter, and then I fucking lit my smoke with it. It's pretty. I don't know. Anyway, I've never done that before. That was first for me too.
Crazy.
Yeah, go figure.
That's a wild fucking story, man. So I'm guessing the truck is totaled then.
Yeah, dude, it's bad. Yeah, well, I mean, it looked better than I thought it would, but it's anytime. a vehicle gets flooded, they usually total it. So
yeah, because it fucking ruins everything. Yeah.
and the windshield wipers were turning on and off, and the horn was honking, and the brights were kicking on and off when as the engine got submerged. You know, it was doing weird shit. So like it's definitely done. I think. I don't. I don't know, man. No love lost, right?
Well, it was
So
fully insured.
I'll be yeah, yeah. I had USAA too, man. It's like really good insurance. So we'll see what happens. That's still kind of panning out, but they've been really quick to respond. My wife called him. I wasn't even awake yet, man, and I was really dreading the insurance. She had that all figured out before I was even awake. So that was kind of cool. So yeah, man. I don't know. It's like I just got to
Yeah.
see how much they give me, but I'm looking at trucks yet again, and check this. Here's the thing about, and it just shut me up whenever you're ready to talk about something else. But what I learned today, man, check this. No shit, dude. A used Toyota truck costs the same as a new one.
Oh,
So I'm like looking at these used trucks because we had some time before the lots closed. I was like, well, let's go look at stuff because I'm gonna have to get another truck, you know. And I was like, well, I kind of want to look at the used ones. And the salesman guy was like, well, I mean, you can. He's like, here's this one, here's this one, here's this one. And I'm going like, well, why are they so much? He's like, well, dude, they hold their value and they're so in demand right now. And I'm like, well, how much is a new one? And he's like, it's only about $3,000 more. And I'm like, why is a new one only $3,000 more than a used one? And he's like, well, dude, nobody can get the new ones. And so I'm sitting here going like, well, why can't they get the new ones? But the second they get these new ones, because the production is so low because of all the bullshit going on right now,
mm-hmm.
the second they show up, somebody buys them, and people are putting money in to get in line to fucking buy them, you know. So, and I'm not going to get stuck on it. It's just a temporary thing. But I threw some money down because there was a TRD off road package for a new one coming in.
What's up, Susanna?
So I was like, well, here's a couple grand, man. Just sit on that, and if I don't figure something else out before it shows up, because if I back out of it, they'll just give me the money back because somebody else will buy it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, like I did that, and I'm gonna keep kind of researching my options, but I'm pretty sure that's probably what I'm gonna go with. I'm not getting
Are
another.
you going with the Tundra or the Tacoma?
The Tacoma, man. The Tundras are like, I don't need that much truck, dude. I had that big ass Silverado, man, and like it's great when you're like cruising, but try parking at fucking Costco with that thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I'm not Mad Max, dude. I live out in the middle of nowhere, but I'm also like trying to park downtown one or 2 days a week also. You know what I mean? It's like I'm kind of in both worlds.
Yep.
So
I know exactly what you mean. That's why I got the SUV. It's a V6 SUV, and it does just fine for me, and I can park in smaller places too. It's not compact. It's not compact like a Ford Escort or anything, but it's you can put that thing in tight spots pretty easy.
Yeah, this one's a lot more nimble, man. It's gonna be a lot more because the other thing in Florida, man, in this area anyway, the way the way it's designed, you're doing a lot of U-turns. U-turns in other states are illegal, and here they're like you're supposed to do them, like it's part of the traffic pattern. It's like really weird. So, like I have actually it's my wife's car. It was our you know how like a car becomes somebody else's, like so the truck was mine and the car was hers,
Mm-hmm.
But the Outback that we have, man, when I drive that thing and I have to do a U-turn, it's like a ninja, dude. It can turn on a dime.
Yep.
That Silverado, man, it's like I'm looking at the U-turn and I'm like, so am I gonna make that or what?
Yeah,
like
yeah. If it's only 2 lanes, no. If it's
right
3 lanes, maybe.
And that Tacoma is like a little not as clumsy,
Mm-hmm.
like so
Actually, that was the truck I wanted. when I was
Man.
going to get a new vehicle or a new used vehicle. But man, even one with like 100,000 miles, they wanted like 13 grand for it. I'm like, oh hell no.
Oh, dude, look at them today. There was a used one. It was a 2017 with like 57,000 miles, and they wanted 36,000 for it.
Yep.
And I was like, well, the trucks start baseline at 34, So like, what I'm anyway. But the one that they had that was coming in, the soonest one they had coming in that wasn't spoken for, it was what they call the TRD, and I forget what that stands for. Something racing.
Toyota Racing Design
There
or
you go. Yeah.
Toyota Racing Development. Yeah.
So it's the TRD with an off-road package, which is kind of what I wanted anyway, because
Yeah.
I work on a dirt road, I live on a dirt
They're
road.
sweet little trucks, dude. That, like I said, that was the one I wanted too. But I mean, I could have spent all of my settlement money just to buy one new vehicle or one used vehicle, and like I said, it would still have 100,000 fucking miles on it. You know what I mean?
Well, this one's gonna have zero if it works out.
Well,
But
I hope it works out, man.
and
Just
here's the thing.
make sure it's got the fucking roll or the push bar up front.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna get another one of those, man. I'm a believer in those, man. That Aries push bar probably saved my life, man. And
Yeah, yeah, they make those barriers pretty fucking strong, dude. Yeah.
it yeah, it definitely did its job. Like that pretty much stopped life from getting Captain Jack Sparrow, if you know what I mean.
Hmm.
But
I'm just glad the water wasn't deeper.
yeah, yeah, like the way that it went down, um, yeah, I mean, being deeper always would have been worse, man. But like,
Couldn't you like climb up onto like the bed of the truck and then run over to the edge of the canal and get out?
oh no, dude, it was parallel to the canal, you know.
Oh
So like,
shit.
there was
Yeah,
no way to
no matter
like.
what, you were gonna get wet. Nah.
That was the thing. Like when I jumped off of it, I was standing on the shaft, which runs down the center of the truck.
Mhm. Yeah, the
I
drive
was
shaft.
standing on the shaft, and I was kind of looking around, and I had my light on my phone, which I dropped my phone 2 times in the water. I had to go back and get it, and the thing still fucking worked, man. So like LG, I'd fucking buy stock in them if you want to, but um, yeah, my phone was like unscathed, man. It was like it never happened, and my Samsung, I dropped that thing in the water fucking couple of years ago. Like the last time I had a actual Samsung, it fucking died instantly, man. So I don't know
Hmm.
what's different with LG, man, but these things are bulletproof. But yeah, dude. But when I jumped, I knew it was gonna be deep, but I didn't know it was gonna be like chest deep, dude. It was 50 something degrees last night here.
Hmm.
And, there's a thing that they always say: swamp water is colder than river water. You know.
Hmm.
It's like a little saying, but for some fucking reason, I guess because there's no movement or whatever, your canals and your ditches and your swamp shit is always fucking. It's just there's something about it, man. It's cold as fuck, dude. It's like getting hit with an AED when I fucking jumped out of the goddamn truck and hit that water, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Instant nipple hard on.
Oh, it was worse than that, man. It was like, oh, dude, I don't know, man. It hit me like a bus. But whatever, I wasn't even thinking about it at the time, and I'm like a cold water pussy too. Like if I go to a swimming pool and everybody's like, "Come on, get in," I stick my foot in, and I'm like, "Nah,
Hell no.
nah, y'all have fun."
Yeah.
But I just didn't have time to think about that shit.
No, you needed to get the fuck out of there. So what? Did you just go over to the edge of the canal and climb up it, or?
Yeah, yeah, I had to climb up the side, and then I called the dude who I was relieving from work first, and was like,
Dude, I just fucking totaled my truck.
"Yeah," I was like, "So today's gonna suck for you, man." Like, let me tell
Right.
you what. And then I called the next guy that was supposed to work after today, you know. So I should be working today, but I'm not. So that guy worked for me last night, and he's worked for me tonight. So I'm gonna work the next 2 days, and that's gonna zero us back out on the schedule so that we're back to normal. So that dude worked for me, so that was fucking cool. The other guy stayed late. That was fucking cool. Like,
oh man, so did you give him a rundown on the story, or?
yeah, I told him because I had to run it by the boss too. And
I'm sure
there's
your
only
boss,
4 of us that work there. There's only 4 of us.
your boss was probably happy that you're all right as well. I mean, because you could have been fucked up, man.
Well, I could have died, you know? I mean, that would have sucked. Well, I mean, I would have been the last to know, but, you know.
Oh, you'd be the first to know.
But, yeah, maybe. It all depends on how it goes down, I think. Yeah, hopefully.
But man, I'll tell you what, God was watching over you, brother.
Yes, dude, I'm getting tired of having these close calls, man. You know, like it's time for one of them other dudes to fucking get one of these, you know. That was
So Bug Out can't drive good.
Who said that?
Moose.
Oh, of course. Well, I don't know, man. You know, maybe, you know. I mean, if we're making a results-oriented statement, I guess he's probably not wrong, but I'm not known for
you probably knew the turn was coming up, but you're like, I want a cigarette. So you're reaching down to grab a cigarette, didn't watch the fucking turn, and then.
Yeah, I'm still trying to put it together in my head, man.
You said you had a dry cigarette on you.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's probably what happened. Instead of looking at your phone, you went to reach for a cigarette.
Could have been,
man. But honestly, it just goes to show you can't take your eyes off the road for a fucking second, man.
Yeah, it's fucking wild. I'll tell you, man.
What's up, Christy? Well, I am very glad that you're okay. I'm sure everybody in the panel, so far, everybody's like, wow, we're just glad you're okay.
Asian female driving.
Oh, you dropped the joint. Oh shit.
That's funny. Yeah. It's really funny, man, because at no point ever did I stop to think, like, maybe I'm just a shitty driver, you know? It's like, I haven't looked in the mirror and, like, had that talk yet.
Well, I bet from now on you'll be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, well, I'm normally a pretty careful driver, man, but you know what, dude? It's like, you know, it only takes once, I guess.
Yeah, you get complacent.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about. When I used to have to drive to South Phoenix, it got the same way. You know, I'd get on the freeway, and normally it would be pretty much empty. It was just, you know, a few people. It's like 5:30 in the morning. Everybody's just on their way to work. It's still dark out, and hardly anybody on the road. But even then, man, you still see accidents, man. Fucking one time, I don't know what the fuck was going on, but there was a bunch of cops on there blocking all but like 2 lanes. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? And when I get to work, one of my buddies is like, man, did you hear about that body they found on the 60? And I'm like, man, what the fuck? And I don't know whatever was the real story behind it, but I don't know if it was a hooker and they just like pushed her out the fucking door or what, or maybe it was a gang type thing. But anyways, yeah, they basically just rolled her out there. And then as she was trying to get up and get off the road, somebody didn't see her. Boom, hit her. Yeah, pretty
She
bad.
was alive and then got hit.
Yeah, she lived through the getting pushed out the door until she got hit by the other vehicle. Yeah.
For some reason in my head, I thought someone just pushed a body out or something. That's
No.
even worse. That's even worse, man. Could you imagine being the dude that hit somebody because somebody else pushed someone out of a vehicle, and then for the rest of your life, you're just carrying that shit around in your head like, I fucking killed somebody, and it really has nothing to do with you. You just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. You know what I mean? That'd probably spin your wheels for a little while. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Take a few beers to shake that one off. You know?
a lot of therapy too.
Go figure, man. So anyway, this Rittenhouse trial, dude. Um, I wanted to tell you that one story just to get that thing out of the way because that just happened yesterday, so it's still kind of fresh in my head, and I'll probably forget about it tomorrow. You know how that goes. But
Probably not.
yeah, probably not. But dude, that Rittenhouse trial, man, there is absolutely no way that he can lose with the way that trial is going right now, unless they just got an complete Antifa fucking jury sitting there listening to this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, did you hear the dude that got his arm blown off? That dude made an ass of himself. And then,
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, he was a great actor for the prosecution, but once the defense got their hands on him, he was like, "Oh shit, I better not lie."
he
You know,
tried to lie.
I
He was
know.
trying to go that route in the beginning. Then he just showed him the photo, and he was like, "What's that in your hand?" And he was like, Twizzler." You know, like, no, dude, it's a gun. Pretty sure. Looks like a
Yeah.
gun. But dude, a couple days ago, um, trying to remember who they were interviewing, but it was one of the prosecution's witnesses,
What's up,
and I'm
Sharon?
like,
What's up, finger pulse trigger?
but it was like the defense like totally snuck Trojan horse style a witness into the prosecution. You know, like the guy couldn't have been more affirmative to the defense. It was weird, man. I'm just
Well,
any
and I was thinking that throughout the whole process because all these people that the prosecution would bring up when the defense got a hold of them, they were like, "Well, was Kyle intimidating to you?" And they're like, "No, he wasn't intimidating at all. He wasn't pointing his gun around or anything. I mean, he was very pleasant, very polite kid. Fucking gave his body armor to one of his friends because his friend didn't want to carry a gun." And it's like, whatever. But so I mean, like even the prosecution witnesses were like, "Nah, I never saw him act violent at all. Not until he was chased down." And then I apparently that first guy, that Rosenbaum guy, I mean,
oh dude,
I watched the fucking that one, the psychopath or the not the psychopath, the
pedophile.
no, the forensic pathologist,
Oh, okay.
and he's like, okay, well, judging from the gunshot wounds, it looks like the Rosenbaum was trying to grab the barrel of the gun when Kyle fired the first round, which went through his thumb, or went through his thumb and then out through the other part of his hand, something like that. And so, it's like he was trying to grab the barrel. Then either that or the first shot went into his gut. They never did clarify exactly, and you couldn't see it in the video. But anyways, yeah. So he was shot in the gut, shot in the hand, had one graze against the side of his skull, but it was just a graze, and then one that went like down his back and across. But
Well, they played by played that dude, and they were trying to collaborate that with the two video sequences that they had. You know what I mean? And dude, that was pretty damning evidence. Like he threw the shit at him or whatever. Then
yep.
he snuck around and went through the cars. But right before that, when they were talking, he yelled at the one guy. He said, "Dome this motherfucker! Like shoot this guy." You know what I mean? And the dude didn't do it. And then I don't know if you remember this part or not, but he was saying like there was a certain point in one of the videos where they isolated it and were trying to play it, where the guy said something like, "If I catch this dude alone later, I'm gonna kill him." I don't know. Do you remember that part? It was some shit like that. Anyway, I don't know. I was
Garrett,
watching it, but I was doing other
Garrett,
shit.
you're talking about really old shit. And like, do you really think Hillary Clinton is going to get perp walked? Okay. Now, that'd be nice if something happened with all that shit that you're talking about, but I don't see it, dude. Like, that bitch is so guilty of so many treasonous crimes, and she is still allowed to be free. Okay. So until I see perp walks for these fuckers, um, I'm not even going to worry about it. This is more of a self-defense case. You know what I mean? Because if this doesn't pan out for Kyle, it's just going to set a precedent for other cases, especially in these
Oh,
little
this is going to be huge
shithole.
for us. This is really huge. This is probably the most important legal proceeding, like,
Yeah, even more than the Derek Chauvin case, I would say.
oh yeah, yeah, because Derek Chauvin case, it really had nothing to do with this,
No, it
this.
wasn't self-defense. Yeah.
Now, DC versus Heller, that DC case from a while back for the security guard that was carrying a firearm, and you can't
Hmm.
carry a firearm in DC and blah blah blah, like that one had a lot to do with us because that started opening questions about who can carry and who can't and who should
Hey,
carry.
American history. What's up, Michelle? What's up, Cashew?
But dude, this directly relates to us. This is if they can flop this, they're the clamshell's going to close on us, dude. Like they're
Yep.
going to put screws
Yep.
to us.
Yep. Now you know you're not allowed to defend your own life now. So what?
Right.
You now we have to be victims or what? Or we're gonna
Well,
get fucking thrown in prison? What?
and look at the true meaning here, which the true meaning is not even you're not allowed to defend yourself. The true meaning is these fucking piece of shit pedophile Antifa guys are allowed to kill you. That's what they're saying.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
because if you're not allowed to defend yourself, well, how come those guys aren't on trial? Those are the dudes that tried to kill him, right? You
Yep.
know? So how come no one's asking them the hard questions, Like they're just going in here spouting some shit off and they're going home. Meanwhile, this dude's been sitting in jail waiting for this trial for God knows how fucking long.
Well, no,
And
he got bonded out, but he was in there for a bit. But now see, like his bond was $2 million fucking dollars, whereas this other guy that went in and shot up that school down in Texas, shot like 4 kids, he got out on $75,000.
yeah,
It's like, dude, because he's black. What? No, that's
well,
bullshit, man.
I also think, man, and like I'm not saying this is right by any means, but the amount of publicity and the magnifying lens that gets put on it, it that affects a lot of that shit too. Because for example, there was a serial killer case, believe it or not, of all things, and they had a guy that they thought was the serial killer. Ended up not being him. But they got the guy for something dumb. It was like fucking domestic violence or something. You know what I mean? Uh, they held that guy on $1 million bond, and the guy's going, "Why is it $1 million?" And they're going, "Shut the fuck up. If you can't pay it, then wait for your trial." Well, they extended his trial until they were done investigating the thing, and then someone else ended up getting killed. So they knew it couldn't have been him, and then they ended up just fucking letting him go. But I'm not saying that's right. I know it's a little dirty, but I mean that's how they do shit.
Well,
But you want
at
to
least he wasn't locked up until fucking
well,
20,
yeah.
15 years.
Well, oh, I thought you were going to bring up exactly what I was going to say, which is, they still haven't charged most of those January 6th guys. They don't even know what
Yeah.
they're in, and they're still in fucking jail.
Yep.
So you want to
And
talk
one,
about
one of them, one of
shit?
them was running for a representative seat too. Yeah,
Yeah.
decorated veteran and shit like that. Yeah, that's some real bullshit, man. And I heard that he didn't even go inside the fucking Capitol.
Well, he probably, they probably had their other, they can pick and choose which fish to fry, and that's, I will say this, man, like, it's you got one foot on what are we doing,
Hey,
what should
Linda.
we do, and then you got your other foot on if you do something, they fucking got you know. And I don't know which one. I don't know which foot to stand on, man. It's advice I can't give anymore. You know what I mean? Because it's a dangerous game these days, man. And this January 6th shit just proves it. Like you got
Yeah,
some guy.
yeah, what everybody says is they're basically political prisoners right now. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and
that
you got other dudes that can take over parts of a city and set it on fire and commit fucking countless sexual assaults, and it's look the other way. And
hmm
instead, the king pimp that was in charge of the place, they made a police advisor. That dude's on a salary now, you know? He was rewarded for taking over the city and destroying it. You get these other dudes that go to one fucking protest, nobody was armed, you know, and they're still locked up. It's, I don't know, man. I think we are further south in the continuum than we thought we were. Let's put it that way. That's fucking dangerous shit, dude. And it's I don't know, man. I don't like it. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like the way it smells or feels or any of that shit.
No.
And we've been there, you know.
Yeah, it's not like anything new. It's like, well, we kind of expected that.
But this Rittenhouse thing, man, this is our one chance to get a little fucking beacon, you know.
Well, there's several. I mean, we had the win in Virginia. I mean,
Positive, yeah.
I mean, that was actually a pretty big win. That was a big win. And then
and they had to go Dominion in Jersey, so we made him sweat again, you know.
No.
So there's that.
What's up, I am? Oh, there you go.
YouTube took my channel down, my Pro-Life American channel down.
No way. The whole fucking channel?
Yep, the whole channel gone.
Damn.
What?
You had said they were going to do that.
Only a year and a couple months. Well, I knew I planned for it. I was saying just that night, find me over on Telegram because you never know. They said I violated medical misinformation.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Nicole Double D? Hey, Rex.
They really just don't want you talking about, what?
Yeah, the jab. Mm-hmm.
That is like a big no-no. You have to ask yourself, what are they hiding?
Well, anyway. They're hiding all kinds of shit, man. Come on, they haven't told the truth about this fucking thing. They're pushing it like it's the fucking end all be all of all vaccines, yet you go out and you get their fucking shot and you still get sick. You could still spread it. That's no fucking vaccine. That's a fucking experiment.
Well, dude, here's what I find lopsided and funny. You know how everything was being attributed to COVID in the beginning?
Yep.
Motorcycle accidents, all that stuff. That's what's not being attributed to it now that everyone's gotten a little pinprick, Suddenly it's unrelated, unspecified, and unexplained heart failure. And I'm like, well, how many of those did we have 5 years ago? Like, let's look at the climb and stats on unexplained medical, like myocarditis, or whatever. It's, it's as vague and as shifty as they were trying to get that money. Because, whenever you linked a case to that particular affliction, you got paid, and now it's like, they are like dodging that shit like crazy. And there's quite a body count on this, this isn't even like, I don't know, man, it's crazy. This whole heart thing with these young dudes, man, it seems to be particularly troublesome to these young people, man. It's like screwing their fucking ticker up,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's just
or rumor has it. I don't want to spread anything
it's just another way for them to control us. Now, I don't know what's in that fucking shot because nobody knows what's in that shot except for the pharmaceutical companies that make it. But whatever it is, I don't fucking trust it. I don't trust our government. I don't trust pharmaceutical companies. You're not injecting me with fucking anything. If anything, I'm going to be injecting you with hot lead.
Well, dude, I think Big Pharma, first of all, let's look at, let's entertain the left for a second. America has a mass shooting problem, right? They're always saying that. But every one of those mass shooters is on an antidepressant, psychotropic drug, Just about every one of them was either using recently stopped using or misusing one of these antidepressants. But no one's ever asked the pharmaceutical industry, like, hey, do you think something's weird about that? Never has it come up. Never has it been a topic. You're not allowed to talk about it. It just gets buried. And Joe Rogan, right before he started getting bad lights shined on him, and basically when they started trying to cancel him, he said, America doesn't have a gun problem. America has a pharmaceutical problem or some shit like that. He started kind of like putting two and two together, and that's when they started shitting on him. Actually, it was that got him in trouble to begin with. So, yeah, it's like, here we are, right? Go figure. So what are you going to do?
Right.
Now they nuked your channel. What's your next move?
I don't know. It says that this American History channel is active, but for some reason it won't let me sign into it on my other phone. So I don't know. The problem is when I used my backup channel, I used the same email. I should have used a different email. But
So you think,
I didn't think of that at the time, Here it was 3 months after I lost my husband and my daughter, and I'm making
right?
another channel. I didn't think to change the email. So I did make a new channel tonight just for Bible study, but yeah, I should read to this email, and they said exactly what I did. It's funny. We have reviewed your content and found severe and repeated violations of our community guidelines. Because this, we removed your channel. Uh,
What did
They
they
said
say?
I violated their Medical Misinformation Act. YouTube does not allow content that poses a serious risk or outrageous harm by spreading medical misinformation about currently administered vaccines that are approved and confirmed to be safe and effective by the local health authorities. And get this, by the World Health Organization.
Oh, those guys are my favorite.
Right? Oh, I forgot. We got
I
a.
want a job with those dudes, man. Like,
I'm not
you,
shitting.
you
It's
know,
exactly what it says.
you know what World Health Organization? We all have to use print, and they get to write cursive. That's really like, because you can't hold them to anything. They're all squiggly. You know what I mean?
Wait till I tell everybody they took my channel down. I was so right. I said it that night they were going to do it.
What's up, Breeze?
Yeah, I do remember you talking about that. Even a while back. I mean, weeks ago, you had mentioned that.
Yeah, I'm going to just stick with Telegram and try to encourage people just to go over there, because that's where a lot of this information people can get. Brighteon is a good place to go, but you can only upload over there. And
Well,
I can't afford Rumble because they make you pay for that.
Telegram seems really limited, though. Like,
It is.
They all
Rumble was really good, but I can't afford $25 a month anymore, so I stopped using that. I don't know.
yeah,
I'll take your guys' advice and stuff. A lot of you already said don't give up, but part of me wants to, because it's frustrating to keep starting a new channel over and over, you know?
well, I wonder, and this, I'm not trying to get assassinated by the chat here, but this only begs me to entertain the question of what do you think is going to happen with this media company that Trump wants to start? You know, I mean,
I don't know. I've heard people who invested in stocks before just before it started or it was announced that people are making great money on the stocks. However, I don't know if it's going to be the same thing like that other social media site that everyone was so excited about and ended up getting canceled.
oh, you're
The
talking about
one,
Parlor?
yeah, the one that Dan Bongino was talking about.
Yeah, that was Parlor. You know what? I keep saying you know what today, and I don't know.
You know
Like I
what?
don't know why I'm doing that. So forget
Hold
that. But
on, Stuart. I don't, dude. You're wrenched on here. I don't know why anybody would even be able to hide your comment.
I
If
don't
anything,
follow Trump.
it's probably the algorithm hiding it. Hey, what's up, kiddo? What's up, Jess?
I don't follow Trump no more. I don't watch his rallies. I don't listen to him anymore. It's not that I have hate for him. I want to say I lost some respect for him.
well, he started when he was elected. He began with me with no respect.
Well, yeah, a lot of people
He
thought that
actually
way.
gained some respect from me while he was in.
I don't know how anybody would.
So you know,
I don't know.
I guess he scored some points for me along the way, and he lost a couple points too. But I'll tell you what,
Yeah,
he got shit done when he wanted to get shit done. It got done.
I agree.
But
He was, you know, what was good about it, he's a successful businessman, and he ran this country exactly like it should. And he wanted things to prosper, have more companies come back to the country, and he wanted
yeah,
better and stronger military. But
I
he
liked
was
his
weak on
direction.
some things, you know.
Now his Second Amendment shit, and here's the whole thing. And it's funny, Ghetto just came on because I'm like,
I know. You
like
tickled
the
my
Second
fancy
Amendment
when
stuff.
you asked. You tickled my fancy when you asked that, Bushido. Sorry to cut you off.
But like, and probably what you're thinking right now is like, you know, before I say how great Trump is, what about those bump stocks and giving the ATF that carte blanche to just
Yep, dude.
interpret every rule however they want to, you know?
And it wasn't just that, but when he came out in that one table and said, "Well, you know what? Then we'll take the guns first and do process later." It's like, no, that's not how it works in America, motherfucker. God, you need to
But
reread the goddamn Constitution, man.
what if it worked this way, guys? Because we all know he's a businessman, obviously. What if they told him, "You come and be the president for us"? And I already know he talked about it long ago. What if they said, "You come and be the president and do what we're
No,
asking you to do,"
dude, I don't want to go down the what if road.
and then it's common
Seriously.
sense. It's right in front of our fucking face. He's
Well,
getting,
okay. What if they cheated and got this fucking potato into office?
dude, they've been cheating for our whole fucking life. That's not my point. My point is he got the copyright.
I think Trump was the wild card. They thought that everybody was going to go out and vote for Hillary, and they didn't realize that Trump was going to have momentum that he did.
Okay, but he got the copyrights to his social media platform, dude.
And then in this last election, this guy that doesn't even come out from under his fucking basement fucking gets more votes than ever.
I'm not in disagreement on that one. I'm not in disagreement with that one.
So, all right. Anyways, enough with the what ifs, dude. Actually, you should tell Bushido that you're glad he's okay and he's still alive.
I'm not glad about that. Fuck Bushido.
I just had to pull a booger out of my cat's nose. That was sort of a little emergency going on.
No.
No, you brought up the social media, brother, and I am glad you're all right. What I was going to ask you about that, did you know he had that social media platform copywritten in 2014 before he became president?
You said that, man, and I meant when you said that at first, I meant to necro that and look it up, and I never did. But you know, here's the funny thing though. If you look at 2014, that was really the golden age of Facebook. You know, right around 2012. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So really, him being a businessman, it would only have been smart for him to have started putting the framework in for something like that. So
it would have been.
It's not so crazy to me that he started back then, you know?
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just saying, conspiracy wise, not even conspiracy wise, it just makes sense as to why he was there, not worrying about getting paid. I mean, he's basically getting ready to run one of mankind's most profitable businesses. And then at the end of the day, you're going to have two separate sides on social media, because now we already know it's pretty one-sided. I mean,
Well,
they're
dude,
doing.
you want to talk about who's going to get paid running one of mankind's most profitable businesses? You might want to look at Bill Gates buying all that farmland, you know? I mean, something's
He's
about to
buying that for
happen there.
currency, brother. I believe he's buying it for currency.
Yeah, for a collapse, like the landowner
Well,
wins.
well, Elon Musk and NASA is mining that asteroid that's got some odd quadrillion fucking dollars worth of gold, which would make every person on the planet a billionaire. So what better, what
Well,
other
how rich
currency
did
would we?
everyone else get off of all the planet's gold that we already had? I don't think it's going to work that way. Just quite so, you know.
And fuck, no, it ain't gonna work that way. Everybody's like, oh, stack gold, stack silver. Hey, I'm not saying that's not a smart investment plan, but if you're not stacking ammo and food and water and everything else to go along with your survival shit, you're not gonna be alive to spend any of that shit by the time it does become valuable again.
Well,
Because
dude,
it will.
I'll say,
I mean, that's just it, man. And
if you
everybody,
bought and stacked,
all right, I don't know what the fuck's going on over here in chat. People are like blocking people's comments and shit. Don't be spreading any misinformation in my chat, please. You know, if you got an article or something and you want to post a link, that's fine. But I don't come out here and say anything is definite and for sure, other than the fact that I know this last election was rigged. Okay, the one in 2020. I know that was fucking rigged.
cats definitely have boogers, bro.
And you know what? If they want to get pissed at me and try and strike me for that, then so be it. But you know what? Most people know it's already bullshit. But you know what? You got to get through a hail of gunfire if you want anything from me.
I think people need to get past the fact that it was rigged and start figuring out why, so we can try to clean the shit up, which we do know why, but at the same time, there's so many entities that's showing that it's why, if that makes sense.
Uh-huh. Yeah, right, Spike. That's right. Trump won. And I love it when I see those signs at the ball games and shit. Big old fucking signs say Trump won.
I don't give a fuck who won. We're the ones that lost. That's where I see it.
Oh, is Anti-Jack in here?
And we would have fucking lost if he did go back into office.
Oh, guess what they were? Oh, dude, I
went
in.
Wait, dangerous.
I went in.
Let me flush this thought real quick.
All right, hurry up.
You were saying people stacking gold and silver. Okay, if Elon Musk and NASA are mining an asteroid and they're going to introduce a bajillion more pounds of gold into the economy, gold will get so lowered in value that it would have been worthless almost.
Yeah, it'll cease to exist.
So yeah, maybe you got a point there, man. That's all I'm saying. You know, if that's a reality that we're dealing with.
So, anyways, I went to the post office today, or not the post office, but there was a package that had been returned, and so I had to go in there and pick it up. And they had these free CBD gummies as samples. I'm like, oh, really? Okay. I was like, have you tried them? He's like, hell yeah, man, they're good.
At the post office?
Yeah, at the like FedEx shipping. It was like one of them, just a shipping place, but I mean, you could ship FedEx.
That's a big difference, bro. I got you now.
Yeah, it wasn't It wasn't the U.S. Post Office. No, it was their own private company.
Like a mailbox, etc., or something.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I've never tried the CBD stuff before. I don't know what it's supposed to do.
Well, it doesn't do anything to you.
I know it doesn't get you high, but it's supposed to help like with aches and pains or something.
Yeah, inflammation, all kinds of extra shit, dude. It's really good for you. So Bushido,
yeah, go ahead.
If our currency does fail, let's say whatever it does, even if there's no NASA, no nothing, but our currency ends up failing gold, right?
Outdoors.
What would you think would be the next step? It'd be land or water, right? That'd be the only thing that would make sense for currency, right?
No, see, I don't realistically see gold ever losing value unless you flooded the market and introduced gold from somewhere else to the point, because gold is so finite that like its rarity is what ensures its value, right? And from the beginning of time, we've decided gold for some fucking reason. Maybe it was the Anunnaki or whatever the fuck you want to throw in there, but the whole world unanimously agreed somewhere before fucking written history that gold was going to be the thing that we just put all our chips on, right? Well, that's cool and all. The only thing that would make gold not ever have a value is to flood the market with gold from somewhere else and just make redundant the gold that's already in circulation, you know? So gold is not a bad way to go, but right now, my reason to tell you not to have gold is it's too valuable. Like, what are you going to do? Buy a pack of cigarettes with a little piece of gold? Like, now silver is a little more manageable, you know? So silver is kind of more like the way you want to go to get you in between one currency and into the next, you know? Silver, as far as your daily driver, you know, now having some gold stashed away in case you need to do something like fucking buy a car or something like that, you know? Like, imagine you're trying to get the fuck out of Dodge or whatever, like, but how's the other person going to know the authenticity of said gold or silver? That's another.
Is it going to be, you know, like 99.9% pure?
They'll figure that shit out.
And Moose Man, all right, come on, Bushido. I'm glad you're alive, but anyways, the gold is priced in dollars now. It is now, but you got to think about it. Throughout the history of time, gold has always represented wealth. Everybody that was wealthy had gold. All right. Now they didn't use dollars back then. I don't know what they didn't use euros back then. But gold has always been a sign of you know, having some form of wealth. And eventually it will come back to being, you know, a sign of wealth once again, because it's just history. History cycles, you know.
Bushido, hit your mute button, man. You're eating your mic.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, dude. somebody was texting.
Hey, what's up, Blue Coat? Good to see you, brother.
What's up?
So, did you catch Bug Out's story earlier?
Not really. I mean, he wrecked the truck and climbed up a rock and I guess jumped down and hit swamp water that was cold as shit.
A little bit more to it than that.
That's pretty much it, though.
Yeah.
That's the flavor.
I asked him, like, I sent it in the chat because I was driving. I was like, did you die?
Yeah. No, I definitely did not.
Yeah, that's true. I don't have any gold. Well, I don't have any. No, I don't have any gold. I got plenty of copper, lead, and brass, but
I got a little bit of silver, man. I don't have any gold, which is funny because I used to have a little gold stash years and years ago.
Did you remember that movie Nobody?
I still haven't seen it, bro.
Oh, you still haven't seen that, dude? He literally, man, he would take his paychecks and fucking save up and buy fucking gold bars and shit. One day he walks in and is like, okay, I'm buying this fucking building, and fucking dumps out this big old fucking bag of fucking gold bars. And the guy just looks and is like, sold.
Yeah, I used to, whenever I'd go anywhere in the Middle East, pretty much, you know, I would buy gold over there because in the 90s, you immediately made money if you bought over there and sold back in the States, you know. So once I kind of figured that trick out.
You get gold, ivory, all kinds of stuff.
Well, you can't bring ivory over anymore. They really fucking nail you in customs on that. When I bought that fucking sword that I brought over, it was really hard for me to select one because I had to find a nice one, but one that didn't have ivory in it, and all the nice ones have ivory, so it was kind of a challenge, you know. The quality range, it goes from like shit to like the real shit that they used back in the day, like the authentic stuff, but all the authentic shit had ivory in it. So I had to find kind of like the poor man's nice one, you know?
Yeah.
And dude, it
Oh,
sucks, man, because those nice ones are fucking beautiful, man, but it's you can't get away from it. And
I,
that's, you know, when my wife moved over here, she brought a table. She took it apart. It's like a little corner table, and she brought it over, and it was from Indonesia because her mom and her grandparents lived in Indonesia because it used to be a Dutch colony, and she's from Holland, right? Well, that came from over there, and when she unpacked it over here, I looked at it and I was like, wow, that's got ivory pieces in it. And I was like, you just committed like multiple felonies. Interesting, you know. She didn't know though, you know. So right, hail Biden, we're on your team, man. Don't send the team after us.
I don't know, but about the gold, I mean, I look at it. Uh, I got several instances like when my sister was heavy into drugs. I mean, anybody will steal it. I mean, for God's sake, she stole someone's golden urn.
Wow, that's pretty fucked up, actually.
Yeah, I'll get a charge. But like in the coming to destruction, happens in a middle of an eye. You know, shit just falls apart. I mean, and as stupid as these people are, like I'll polish up some brass with some fucking gold paint with a stamp.
Yeah, so
Not only get you so far, but whatever.
Birdie. I told I've got a heart of gold, but not everybody in my household would agree.
Eventually, I mean, that shit's not gonna be worth something.
Yeah,
Like,
no, Grandma, no, you got the definition down, hon. I know exactly what you're talking about. You guys you agree to a price, and you stick to it. You get the work done, you get paid. You know, whether it be in cash or dollars, gold, silver, whatever, ammo. Hell, man, maybe if it's for a fucking cow. No, you need help building the barn? Okay, well, all right. I'll tell you what. You give me 2 head of calf or 2 head of cattle, and I'll fucking help you build your barn.
I mean, because in the Bible it says, I mean, eventually people are just going to throw their gold and silver in the streets because they're going to find it worthless.
Well, yeah, during Mad Max, yeah. But like I said, if you've got gold stacked up, I wouldn't say it's worthless just yet. I'm just saying that you're not going to be able to spend it until we get some kind of an honest financial. We got to get rid of this Federal Reserve. We got to get rid of the bureaucracies
yes,
altogether.
yeah.
Until we can get rid of the bureaucracies and instill a government that is going to follow the damn Constitution and Declaration of Independence like it was spelled out, yeah,
Well,
it's pointless.
actually, about the Federal Reserve, just take the 99 million pages that Ron Paul has written about banning the Federal Reserve and getting rid of them, and just immediately apply all that shit into law. You know, he was an opponent of the Fed like in the 80s, dude. I mean, he's been at this for so long. He's got that shit all figured out, man. If you ever haven't read any of the stuff he's written about it, he's just absolutely bullseye on target about it.
Yeah, I like Ron Paul. I've read some of his stuff. I did a political rally like inside of the convention down here in St. Louis. He was the speaker.
He's a funny dude, man. Like it's kind of hard to actually take him serious when he's talking because he looks just like a fucking puppet, like a marionette or something. And he moves like one, like a little scarecrow. Looks like there's little strings attached to him, you know.
Well,
He's
we're
like
on
Woody.
par. Well, I mean, come on, man. He's old now too.
Oh, even when he was young, man, he was like Woody from Toy Story. You know the way he moves. But he's a good dude, man. I mean, he should have been president. Fucking shit, 5, 6 times, 8 times now. You know.
Yep.
I mean,
I'm not going to
a couple of
disagree.
years ago, the FBI came out and admitted they railroaded his campaign in 2012. But, you know, it's 6 years after the fact, and no one
Well,
cared.
not even that. 2004, they shit canned him too.
Yeah.
Because they had
No, they can't lose another push again.
yeah, he got the there's a certain amount of votes or whatever you have to hit to your party to get the federal funding, and he hit it in 2004, I think, and then they just voted to raise the amount to an amount of the vote that he didn't have, and they pushed him out. It was like really shitty, dude. But yeah, they both sides of the house, they got together on that one, so they can work together when it's screwing somebody else, you know.
Yeah, because they wanted 92 all over again.
And then this whole remember Jorgensen on this last election?
Yeah.
What a promising, promising in speech and in video, but then I started hearing that she was making all these deals already before she was even elected, and I was like, man, this is more of the same, you know. And she was making kind of like counter libertarian like deals, you know, like, and I guess you got to sign that deal at the crossroads. I get it, but I just didn't like the way she was going with her back alley deals, you know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know what they say. Our ideas are great. Our candidates are shit.
Yeah, I really think, man, and if this was a perfect world, how voting would work is you would open up on election day, everybody had one entry into a system, right? So you log into your computer, you get your username and password that you use for every election or whatever, you know, you go in there, and then issue by issue and you know, topic by topic, it asks you questions. It's a test. It's not a vote, it's a test. And it'll say, what do you think about the school buses you know, having to do this or that, or they only wash the bus once a week, you know, and that's a local issue, but that's just going to get mixed in. You're like, well, I think they should do it more. And they're like, well, how strongly do you believe this? 1, like, this is the hill I'll die on, to 5, like, I really don't give a shit, you know? And you vote by issue, and then that selects your candidate. Like, you don't even know who you're voting for. You just vote for what you believe in, and then you find out who you voted for. That if we did it like that, anybody could run and they could get in there. But that'll never happen, you know?
Well,
and people can't take tests because they can't read. So, you know, whatever.
I mean, that sounds great if we were in the 60s and 70s, you know, when people had common sense and understood vocabulary.
I think once this whole zombie apocalypse is over, I think we might be back to an age where only the people with common sense made it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're living the part where idiocracy, where they put them in the tubes and they done forgot about them. We're just living the part until they wake up.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping that the thing that's really about this whole little idiocracy moment that we're dealing with now, I'm really feeling bad for people in those crazy states where they know better, but they're still being forced to do something they don't want to do, you know? That's just insane.
Well,
And you know this is going to go away soon enough. Like the second it's not worth it for these guys to do it, it's just going to go away and people are going to forget it ever happened, you know? That's the part that really just makes me disgusted is like, you know, 5 years from now, people won't remember this. Those regular ass people that we keep talking about, they will forget about this. I'm telling you, man.
Like the best their memory system is nowadays is they remember June, the beginning of the summer. That's it.
Well, dude, I thought Fast and Furious and Benghazi and Solyndra, I was like, no one's going to forget about that. Dude, they forgot about it a month after it happened. You know, it was just
Yep.
gone.
Well,
When I'm bringing
Well,
it,
I mean,
I mean, because a lot of people fucking follow the mainstream narrative. You know, if the mainstream would have kept talking about it, or if anything ever got done about it, then maybe people would remember. But no, nothing happened. The mainstream media, they were probably told, now, never mind, just sweep it under the rug. It's, just do what we say. You know,
I mean, you ask
gotta
people
keep
what
that
happened.
narrative, gotta keep that narrative going.
Yeah, you ask people what happened. Like this last summer, they'll tell you, we went through um, Delta Airlines. Hope you all know what I'm saying. To Dave Chappelle, they completely gloss over Afghanistan already.
Well, yeah, that's true. You don't hear anything about Afghanistan in the news anymore. All the
They,
Americans that are probably still left there.
they have focused longer on Dave Chappelle than they did that.
yeah, well, dude, doesn't that show you something? You know?
Yeah, right. I'm telling you, man, the whole fucking system is rigged against us, folks. And if you don't understand it yet, well, hopefully you come over here and we'll give you some kind of clarification.
Like that's what I'm doing for Veterans Day. I'm picking up my daughter from the bus, and we're going straight to the Veterans Cemetery, and we're going to check out because one of the 13, he's buried here.
Wait, Veterans Day, that's November 11th?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about November 10th, the Marine Corps birthday. Dude, November 11th, like you go out and get a steak or whatever, but like, man, on November 10th, you get shit faced and you bang a fat chick. Like, you tell me what the better day is, you know?
I know what you guys do. I'm all cool with it. Like I fully expect it.
I like that, brother.
But
I like that.
I'm gonna pick up my daughter, and we're gonna go to the Veterans Cemetery, and we're gonna go visit because one of the 13 is buried here.
Hey, man, if you're into that sort of thing, let me tell you something, dude. The town that my wife is from in Holland, there's a Canadian and American cemetery there. It's
Yeah.
from World War II, you know? And dude, they maintain their cemeteries for those soldiers better than we maintain ours here. It's fucking insane, man.
Isn't
It's
it
crazy.
Really?
the one with
I
the
thought they
Field of
do.
Roses?
Yeah, every once a year they and I forget what day it is that they do it, but they go there and put flowers on all the graves and stuff. It's really cool, man. It's like I'm rarely moved by that stuff, and I was kind of blown away by that. I was like, whoa, I wasn't ready for all that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just this shit matters to me, and like I'm trying to like instill these things into my daughter because God knows what the school's teaching her, and God knows what my wife is fucking spewing her, while she's trying to teach her how to twerk and shit at 5 years
Yeah,
old.
dude, you're doing the right thing, man. And it's funny because all that stuff got to me through my grandfather, and when he was telling me about it half the time, he was also telling me like I'm an annoying little shit and I should get off the furniture and all that. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
sunk in.
I know these perspectives, normally reserved for Memorial Day, but fuck it, dead soldiers, they're worth it.
Well, I mean, don't they go out like every year and put out brand new flags on each one of the graves at Arlington?
Yeah, they do it
Yeah.
here too. It's only on Memorial Day though.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys ever read about the we don't really do it so much these days, but they used to do it. It was the the dimes, nickels, and quarters on the graves. You ever read up about that? Where like
Yeah,
I heard
I have.
about it.
where like guys that served with somebody would put a nickel on the grave, and somebody that was in the same unit as the guy would put a dime on the grave, but if somebody was there when the guy died or something, they put a quarter on the grave or some shit. Something like that. I can't remember exactly how it goes. Or if you were like deployed in fucking combat with a guy or some shit, you put a quarter down. It's something. It's weird, but it's like a little messenger system. It's kind of cool.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to do what I can, what time I got.
All right, Keto, you have a good one.
Yeah, I think you guys have June 14th for your day. Isn't that the day you guys claim?
Yeah. June 14th, 1976. Pretty much after you guys were already started, and then after Bunker Hill and all that, then Washington got approval for the Army. I think the Marines, they're first, and
Yeah, the Marines. Yeah, the Marines go back all the way to the Revolutionary War.
Well, so does the Army.
But that's what we're saying. Like, but the Marines did it in 1775.
Right. Today, 1775, actually.
Oh, really? Today is their anniversary, huh?
It is
Now
now.
that it's the 10th, right?
30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. The 10th.
Because like, they're so fucking wasted and hungover, they don't even show up for Veterans Day.
Yeah. You know, those boxes, man. You'll be in one soon enough, right?
Won't we all?
Hopefully longer than
Fuck
soon.
that. Burn my ass up and toss me somewhere. You ain't burying me.
I imagine
Hey, Virginia,
it's weird, you know, like
forest monster.
our little vehicle that we drive around in life, like what happens to it after we're gone? I don't know if it's sacred or if we're just like, you know, unused parts at that point. I really don't know.
Yeah, because you got to think, even if you don't believe in God, like we're energy no matter what, and you can't just extinguish energy.
No.
Have you seen that Russian study where they claim that they actually weighed a soul?
No, sir, I haven't.
0.08 ounces or some shit like that. They weighed a guy as he died, and the moment that he died, his weight changed by 0.08 ounces.
All right, so did they weigh a black dude? Because I want to see if he's got more soul than me. I'm actually kind of serious.
Only if he's from the South.
No, I never heard of that, but I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all that. And the Russians are real weird on that. Like they use those multi-spectrum cameras and they film people trying to catch the soul leaving the body and stuff. They're real into that shit. It's weird.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We probably are too, but we're probably just not allowed to know. We can't be trusted with that information because we're not grown-ups, you know.
There you go. Pretty fucking much.
Dude, this cat is like my shadow, man. I can't do anything.
Still the same cat, right?
Yeah, it's almost always the same cat. Dude, all the other cats we have, they're just like roommates, you know?
Yeah.
You know, like you go to the bathroom and you see one chilling in there and it's like, hey man, what's up? What you doing? Like, what I always do in here. Oh, cool. You don't mind if I hang around, do you? Like, it's kind of weird, but no, you know?
You trip me out, man. You could have some hella educated, articulate conversations and shit, and then you're all of a sudden, yeah, and I talk to the cat when he's in the bathroom when I'm trying to take a shit.
No, dude, I talk to my cats all the time.
We
dude.
just shoot the breeze. Yeah,
Yep.
but he's talking about his cat talking back to him.
Well, sometimes mine do.
So,
Fuck cats. They belong outside.
you know, I
Nah.
was down at my sister's today, watched a little bit of Newsmax.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, like the minor league hockey team over there in Kansas or whatever, they removed the lady wearing a "Let's Go Brandon" shirt.
Really?
That's freedom.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that the stadium was a lot safer after she was gone.
Well,
I mean, like, why do you remove somebody for that? The only reason I can think is for their safety, right?
I mean,
yeah, because I've seen it done before, but like not on political standards. Like when we were in Hawaii, I had a few of my guys. They were from California, Southern California, and they were big USC fans. And they were playing in Hawaii, you know. So they all show up wearing their USC shirts and jerseys. And boy, Hawaiians did not like that. Man was pissed at us that weekend. Because
You know what's funny, man? My buddy that was in Chicago, every time, like when my wife would have to do her immigration shit, they used to have one in our city, but then they got rid of it, and the nearest consulate was Chicago. So we had to go there every couple of years. But then I'd have to go through Chicago every once in a while for like work or something like that, you know. But whenever I went there, I'd stay at my buddy's place, and the dumbest shit ever, man. The bar that was right next to his house. So what bar are you going to go to? The one right next to his house, right? You know.
Yep.
But it was a Green Bay, Wisconsin bar. They had like their own bar in the city, so it was all people from Wisconsin, you know. And I'm going like, dude, I'm not in Chicago. I'm like basically in a little. It's like the little Mogadishu of Wisconsin and Chicago or something, you know. This is the weirdest thing, man. Like bizarre.
yeah, I know, Apana. I watched the story. They said it was because she's yelling curse words and stuff at a minor league hockey game. I don't know if you've ever been to a minor league hockey game.
I have.
Those are the ones to go to,
I
man.
think
The best
dude,
hockey.
I mean, you see blood on the ice and everything in those. Yep.
Man, you go to a couple minor league games and then you pay the money for a major. I used to be in the hockey before the strike, and then I kind of lost interest, you know. But dude, you go to the real NFL games or NHL games, and you're like, this is dumb, you know, because they're not allowed to do anything. In the minors, like they hire these goonish ass Russians that just kill people, you know, and it's just like brutal, bro.
Yeah, because when I was up in Alaska, like, cause like I grew up, I loved hockey and stuff, you know, and like got stationed up in Alaska, and like one weekend was the minor league team, next weekend was the college team. College, their NCAA does not allow them to do anything. It's all strict. There's no fighting, not even a dropping of a glove.
Dude, but there's a lot of it. See, those games
you
are good for skill, and the minors are where you go for the gore, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the minor league, it was just everybody was drunk, and maybe even the players, and it was just benches cleared every game.
You want to talk about crazy, man? Here, this guy that I know, and dude, it's either from his job or his church, because the guy goes to one of those weird churches, like those big giant mega churches that have the big 99 million square foot billboards with all the lights that make epileptics crash their cars and shit. But he gets these tickets, and when he gets the free tickets, he always calls me when the people that he invites flake out, which is like a lot, you know. And he's like, dude, I got to use this ticket or they won't give me this many the next time, you know. And I'm like, oh, hockey game, I'm in, you know. But man, this shit is so janky over here, man. He wears one of those those like rodeo country boy big ass belt buckles, And I'm like, dude, what's up with the belt buckle? And he's like, oh man, there's a reason for it. He gets out of his car, man. He sticks a little Ruger 380 right in a like belly button carry. And I'm like, what are you doing, dude? And we go in there. He hits the metal detector. They pull him to the side. They do the little thing where they use the handheld wand. And when he lifts his shirt, he's like, oh, it's my belt buckle. And they're like, oh, okay, you're good. And he just walks in. And I'm like, dude, every time. And I'm like, you got a lot of balls, bro, doing that. But, dude, every time he walks right in. It's just crazy.
Sounds like he knows what he's doing for a paraplegic.
He's not a paraplegic. What do you?
Oh, I thought that's what you said.
I don't remember. But he's not either way.
Okay.
Yeah, that threw me off. I'm like, huh?
He was
epileptic.
Oh no! I'm talking about the churches that have the giant flashing billboards where all you can see it looks like a ship is landing.
Epileptic, yeah. I mean, I've got friends that do crazy weird fucking shit for their intros, and they're like, hey, if you got epilepsy, don't watch the intro. You know what I mean?
Dude, and this kind of happened after my kids were a little more grown. It started when my kids were young, but if you ever have the Cartoon Network playing in another room and it's dark, it is like just a strobe light fest, dude. Like the scenes change every 2 seconds, and there's lights flashing, dude. It looks like the 4th of July is going off in the room, And kids are just that's our babysitter, just constant sensory overload on a television,
Just think how they're doing them with the devices.
Yeah.
Sound waves and flashy fucking lights.
Oh yeah, Tim Pool talks about this. They'll just fucking, because they know the code words or whatever, they'll trick the algorithm, and the kid will be watching whatever that you put them on. But if you don't keep up with it, they'll just keep jumping until it's like fucking some weird ass shit.
Yep.
Because the kid's always picking a new one, but as it keeps going with the algorithm words, it loads up these videos, and eventually down the line, they're on shit they are not supposed to be on.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Oh, another thing. Okay,
Go ahead.
All right. So you were watching the Kyle Rittenhouse trial today, right? Bug out.
Not so much today. Yesterday and the day before, and then I kind of watched the highlights of today.
Okay. Well, there was one point where they, how they have the ARs in over there behind the prosecution. They've got the one cop, detective, whatever, that has to bring them out and check them. And and whenever he goes up to somebody new, it's like he'll pull it open and show them, hey, look, this thing's totally empty and stuff. I was like, well, shit, if Alec Baldwin would have done something like that, none of that shit would have happened. You know what I mean? But I don't think anybody checked a single weapon on that fucking set. Fucking morons.
Oh, they checked it.
Yeah, sure. Well,
obviously, the one thing about that whole Alec Baldwin situation, and you want to talk about some serious no-no type shit, because it was quote unquote really remote and quote unquote really boring where the movie set was, they shipped in a shitload of live rounds because the prop guns were real guns, because anything that's not a gas operated gun you can just put a blank into and it can be an actual firearm and it'll just shoot the blank,
Yep.
And they were doing live fire shooting in between, when they were done shooting for the day or whatever. And on the set,
the crew, exactly. I heard about that. The crew would go out.
They had live rounds right there. The live rounds were on near the set, maybe not on the set, but it was like, a stone's throw away. Dude, you would never get away with that shit in any kind of tactical training that I've done, man. Like, live rounds will be nowhere fucking near the training area,
Yep.
It's just,
When we ever
it's
got
really
live
weird the
rounds
stuff we take for
was
granted.
deployment and actual range, and that was scrutinized to the extent.
And then when you want to get double stupid, when you start doing your live fire like shoot house stuff, that's where like the safety just gets so just absolutely ridiculous. And I remember sitting there going, is anybody dumb enough to do this? Like, you think somebody would be that stupid? But
They're
man,
Democrats.
well,
They're Democrats, man.
but I think like it all comes down to like that it is easy to screw up, I guess, and when you got a little level of skill, but these guys,
if you don't
last
follow
time Alec Baldwin, go ahead.
If you don't follow the basics on gun safety, then yeah, it's very easy to fuck up. But but Alec Baldwin has been trained on that in the past. At least
the big rule,
from what I understand, all actors that work with any kind of gun, whether it be prop or real, they have to go through the basic safety courses. And I guess he was just like, oh fuck it, it's been checked twice.
No, and that's what I was gonna say, man. Like, you are the one that verifies that the weapon is empty, and like, I can hand you a weapon, and it doesn't matter if I say it or not. Even if I check it right in front of you, that doesn't count. I'm doing that so I feel good about it. When you are handed that weapon, you ensure and visually and physically inspect the chamber, make sure it's empty. It's
my
it's
dad
on
does that. My dad does that. He was in the Air Force back in the 80s, and doesn't matter. I hand him a weapon to the store, and he always checks. He's like, "Don't take offense to it. I expect you to do it."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's when you're working with teams and stuff, you get to the point where like you don't really check the firearm because the other guy's going to check it when you hand it to him. So for expedience, you just hand someone a firearm, they thumb the charging handle and look in, or they press check it, look for brass, and then they stow it, look at it, take it apart, whatever they were going to do, And I had one of the dudes in my mag here, and I handed him a rifle, and he looked at me and he goes, "Well, how do I know if it's clear or not?" Like,
dude,
like
you're supposed to check it yourself, you idiot.
And I just looked at him and I was like, "Are you fucking retarded? Like, are you serious right now? And he was like, "Well, you're supposed to check it." And I'm like, "And you're supposed to check it too. Like, I don't see you doing anything, And the guy wouldn't get over it, and he wanted to look through my optics because I got a lot of different optics on my rifles, and he wanted to go like optic shopping to see what he wanted to put on his rifle. So I just snatched the rifle out of his hand, threw it in my safe, and locked it. And I was like, "Well, I don't know, man. They could all be loaded. Let's just fucking do something else now," And I walked away because I just got irritated.
Yeah, I mean, you could check optics, but that's after you fucking do the proper stuff.
And he was making this big deal out of it, like he was going to teach me something, and I'm like, "Dude, I choose to I choose to waive our fucking little lesson on optics today. Like, you done pissed me off, idiot." But whatever, not his fault, man. I mean, the guy's kind of like really new on the gun thing. He's at like the Cub Scout, Boy Scout level, kind of,
Oh, wow.
So,
okay.
So the fundamentals he's like super hardcore on, and I'm like, okay, I get it, dude, whatever. But it still pisses me off. Like,
well, the fundamentals are that treat every handgun as if it's loaded, or every firearm as if it's loaded. I mean, that's like rule number 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, treat, never, keep. No, that's the order.
But, it's just, it's fine. He could be a Cub Scout level. It just sounds like he's got the fucking mentality of fucking all the rest of the millennials of my generation and crybabies. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was shocked that like I didn't do something that, gun safety 101 guy on YouTube told him that you had to do every time, and to be honest, if I would have thought about it and I would have thought about his level, I probably would have done it to make him feel better. But I'm just, the dude who comes over here all the time that I shoot with and stuff, he's a fucking SWAT guy, so it's like, and he was in the Ranger Battalion when he was in the military, so it's like, I don't have to do that shit with him,
Exactly. Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing.
So I maybe it was my boss, and you keep forgetting, like, some people just don't know. Like, some people just assume there's going to be a road there, and when there isn't, they fucking fall in a canal. Like shit happens.
Right. Good point. Good point. Oh, by the way, Bug Out Bushido almost died yesterday.
Yeah, shit happens out there.
Grandma Merkel, the thing we say about alcohol and weed is 5 drunk guys will start a fight. 5 guys high on weed will start a band.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, the one thing about the 5 guys on weed, though, they'll start a band, and every fucking one of them will be late to rehearsal.
Oh yeah, well, they'll also all sound like shit, but whatever. They'll think it's good. You gotta start somewhere, right? I mean, just like your Cub Scout guy. I mean, at least you didn't butt stroke him.
Yeah, something that's not very satisfying, man. When they got rid of that A2, man, the butt stroke is just not the same thing anymore.
Like, sure you could get it, but
Hit someone with that little plastic telescoping thing. It's like, ooh, my bad. Did I break your concentration? Like you hit someone with the old A2 buttstock, they die.
Yeah, the old solid wood ones.
like
I don't know.
that
Those
was one
little
of the
tiny.
things, like fucking with these new M4s and shit. Like fucking, because I also had to be fucking armor for the troop. These fucking idiots would just drop their fucking weapons from fucking wherever onto a fucking hard surface, and fucking like it cracked the back fucking ring right to the fucking buffer spring.
Oh, I talk about the castle nut.
Yeah. It just, well, like, not the castle nut, fucking the actual frame. Like like fucking some of these are so fucking thin and like
Oh,
worn out and shit. These fucking idiots just fucking drop them and they just fucking crack them. I gotta take them in to get fucking repaired and welded and shit.
well, you're talking the part of the lower receiver that the buffer tube screws into, right?
Yeah,
I heard you can't repair those. That's what I heard.
yeah. Say that.
Because it's that aluminum alloy, and when it cracks, to get it hot enough to refuse it, it does something. I can't remember.
Yeah, I mean, it's like trying to repair a 10% fucking artillery fucking tube. Like it's almost never gonna fucking happen. If you want that, like you probably need like fucking best welder, because like I turn it in, they just fucking order a new receiver or lower.
Dude, a
Shit.
little fun trivia fact about aluminum. When you smelt aluminum, you can just drop it straight into water to cool it off because it doesn't have the same reaction that like any iron based like ferrous metal has, where it'll fucking crack and shatter and all that stuff.
Really?
Mhm.
Yeah. You just drop it in, it'll boil the water for a second, then it cools off, and then you're good.
Yeah. Whereas, like if you're using steel or something harder, you got to use oil.
Yeah, I mean, oil will still warp it. I mean, if you watch Forged in Fire, I mean, like it can still happen, but if you use water, it'll screw that shit up. And there's people I heard that quench their stuff in water, and I'm like, why the fuck would you do that? That is like the worst thing to do. Or whatever. I don't know, man. There's a friend of mine in Sarasota that he makes knives, and he actually he was living somewhere else for a minute, and he moved back there, and he started his little knife operation up again. So I think I'm gonna go over there
What's up, Jay?
and make. I want to make my own knife. You know what I mean?
What's up, Jay?
Grandma Merkel. Yeah, you're right.
I was kind of preoccupied there for a moment, folks.
Grandma Merkel says crackheads will rob your broken toaster. Weed smokers are starving and won't go to the kitchen.
I haven't been reading the chat, so
Yeah, I know, and I've been kind of missing them too because I'm trying out this new style of paracord I got. Kind of like it.
Like I got the basic knowledge for the trusses and the springs and stuff to help reset my lower and everything, and enough friends around here that do all that. I think I'm gonna try to work on building bows, not like the composite, find the appropriate tree and stuff and work the wood down. Start learning about that.
Surprised Zach hadn't been up here. I wonder what he's up to. He's usually up here by now.
so he's probably out there trying to raise money to convict Kyle Rittenhouse with his George Soros buddies.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like seriously, I don't see how this even
I
the
heard there was
prop.
somebody that was recording the jury today and didn't get stopped.
No, they did stop him.
They did?
Yeah, they oh yeah, the fucking cop was like, "All right, that's it. Give me your phone."
They take it?
They deleted it. They made him delete it.
Well, the only thing they can do to win this case is intimidate the fuck out of the jury, because the way this case is going, there is no way in hell, as it stands today, that the prosecution has a shot in hell of winning this thing.
Nope, not a fucking chance.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I would have snatched the phone, fucking.
Well, if it happens,
all signal, shut it down, and fucking turned it over to forensics to see if he was streaming it out.
Basically, what the judge said was, all right, so this time when they caught the guy recording, I think it was either getting on the bus to go to the court or getting off the bus at the courthouse, and somebody was out there recording, and the cop went over and grabbed the phone and was like, all right, delete this right now. Made sure it were, I don't know if the cop deleted it or they had the person delete it or whatever. Hopefully it didn't go directly to the cloud. But anyways, if it happens again, I think next time the cops are going to be like, all right, you and your phone are going downtown.
Well, dude, because the only way that they can win now is if people start waking up with horse heads in their bed next to them, and that's going to happen,
If your wife is ugly enough, does that count?
No, because you'd be used to that. It has to be a shocker,
Nay. Guess I came in salty. What are you boys doing?
I don't know. Propping Bug out, some sleep, and get fucking wasted in the morning.
In the morning?
Well, if you got to work tomorrow.
No, I work nights, dude.
Right. That's what I mean. The morning.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I worked graveyards, the morning was about 4 in the afternoon, and dinner time was about 6 in the morning. I used to go to Waffle House all the time after I was done delivering newspapers. I mean, it's so bad it's good, but
Yeah. There's a friend of mine. He'll call me at about like, it's usually like noon, 1 o'clock, you know? And every time he calls me, I'm like, hey, man, remember I told you about that job that I started? He's like, yeah, about 6 months ago. Yeah. Yeah. You know how I told you I work nights? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm still on nights. Just letting you know.
right.
Oh, okay, man. So what are you doing? Well, laying in bed, because I work nights, like I told you. And then, he keeps talking, 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 and then it gets to the point where I'm like, hey, man, can you look up that thing that we were talking about the other day? God, I forget what it was. Can you find that for me? And then as he's looking and looking and looking, I just hang the phone up and go back to sleep,
Oh, that's funny. I used to do the bridge one. I'd be like, going over bridge, bridge, and
Yeah.
then let it go.
And I always answer the phone because, like, everything happens while you're asleep. You know how that goes on. So the one time I don't answer the phone, it's going to be like, there's an alien invasion or fucking something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Someone's having a baby out of their nose.
your son's in the hospital. Yeah.
Right.
Or like some flounder flipped his truck into a swamp and he's about to die and has to break
I
his
know,
way
right?
Yeah.
Oh man. You know what?
Oh,
All right. Since you came out of that unscathed, we're gonna have to rip on you for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just
It's
tell
rough,
him. Just
dude.
tell him just tell him there was a squirrel in the road or something.
It's embarrassing, man.
There was a
It
squirrel
is.
in the road. Didn't want to hit the poor squirrel.
one thing I found out this weekend. So like, got this lake out here in Missouri. Big ass blue cat. Fucking, I mean, they're big. Like, you threw out fucking brand new 35-pound weighted braided line, and they snapped it. Well, the conservation is trying to figure out the fishermen out there that catch the fish, so that because these catfish are eating the ducks off the top whole.
Wow.
Wow.
So,
Holy shit.
but it was like, all right, cool. That's what they're feeding on. So, like, when you ask the conservation agent, like, so can we use baby ducks as bait? Well, they do. They not like that.
Right?
They're already eating ducks, man. What do you care? Maybe you should use dynamite next time.
Right? He's like, no, ducks are pets. I'm like, so are frogs and fish. No one gives a fuck about them.
Actually, dude, Muskogee, I think they're called Muskogee, whatever.
Muskie.
The weird ones that have the red fucking faces that look like they have fucking AIDS on their face. But it's a Muscovy duck, I think. But they're down here. They're migratory. If you take one, it's actually a crime because they're like, I guess they're limited in number, possibly not endangered, but they're controlled.
No.
And yeah, it's a big time no-no to do anything to them. Damn.
Same
Put
thing
you
with
up
Tom,
with
how
it.
you doing, brother?
Good evening.
Hey,
I had
Tom.
to tell Bug out a quick story about sleeping in the midnight shift.
Oh.
Do you have trouble sleeping through the day, Bug out?
Well, I will say the way this schedule that I'm on works, I'm off enough that when I'm off, my schedule kind of rotates over to a second shift. So then I'm like awake when everyone else is, but I go to sleep later. And then when I work, I tend to only sleep about 4 hours a day. And I average, if I get 5 hours, I'm lucky. If I get 6 hours, man, that's a great day. But that almost never happens because it takes me an hour to get to where I work, and I work 12 hours. So there's 14 hours gone, like right off the rip. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, this is a cute story. I I was okay. I would get home about 8 o'clock in the morning after an 8 hour midnight shift, and I could go to sleep okay. But if something disturbed that sleep, it was over. So the room had to be dark and all this nonsense, and of course my wife and son would be gone. So I had just gotten to sleep, and it was like maybe 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, and the doorbell rings, and I tried to ignore it, and it kept ringing and kept ringing. And I come storming down the steps. Somebody was going to find out what the facts were, you know. And I threw the damn door open, and here's this little blonde girl. She couldn't have been more than 4 or 5 years old. She wasn't old enough to be in school. And she's holding a fistful of flowers. We lived in a townhouse complex, so she'd obviously stolen them from somebody's yard. And my wife was always so good to the kids, and you know, loved all the kids, and they all knew her and loved her. She holds these flowers up and says, "These are for your mother."
Mm.
Well, I lost my mad. And I had fun teasing my wife about being my mother for years.
Oh.
The best line.
That's pretty
You
funny.
better have shit a fucking flag.
Say again.
Chat.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. No, actually, if I put a top 5 unexplained things in history, you know, those kind of stories from YouTube, you know, if I fire one of those up, sit it next to me on the pillow, and I try to pay attention while I close my eyes, I'm gone
You're
pretty
gone.
quick, and it's anybody's game after that, you know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Dude, I don't know what it is, but every time that I fall asleep, I don't care what I've got on. If I have YouTube on, I wake up and it's like some Congress speech or a Congress hearing or Senate hearing, something like that. Every single fucking time, I'm like, what?
You got to turn off your autoplay so it
Yeah.
doesn't fire up the next one and then the next one and the next one. But what gets me, dude, is I'll sleep for like over an hour, and then I'll wake up and it will have played 10 minutes of the video, and the ad that was in the middle, I just made whoever did that video like $1 million because like it played the ad for like an hour, you know, just a continuous nonstop ad, you know. And I'm
Oh
just
yeah,
like,
I get
man,
that
this
same
dude
problem
loves me.
because I turn off autoplay, but like I still because I don't pay for YouTube, so like I get the ads and like in the middle, at the end, whatever, it doesn't matter. But like I get like a 45-minute, hour and a half fucking long ad. Like
It's like
fuck,
an
I'm not paying
infomercial, you
attention.
know.
They'll just keep going.
Oh, and who hates those new Google commercials where it's the song and it doesn't rhyme and it's not written right and it's like there's no composition, no nothing to it. It's just some guy just like regurgitating stuff to music, you know?
I don't know that I've heard that.
Mm-mm.
Oh, and you can't kill it at 5 seconds. You have to listen to the whole freaking thing. Like
I have ad block, which is free, and I don't have any of these problems. Like
Yeah,
legit, I never see an ad ever.
on
Well-
YouTube?
Yeah, on YouTube.
well, I mean,
Ad block works on YouTube.
I've got it on my computer. I've got the ad block, but as far as like on my phone, I don't.
Right.
So,
But
You
I
gotta
rarely
send me
watch
that.
on my phone. I put it
So,
on
like-
my computer.
so like when I play my music, you know, it'll play streamless or seamlessly.
Hmm.
Chrissy Cat, are you okay?
Yeah, you
I'm
gotta
sorry,
send me
Chrissy
that thing.
I
Cat.
saw that. I'm so sorry.
Mhm.
Let me see what happened. Oh shit.
Unscrupulous as emerged from the cocoon.
Holy shit. Man, Chrissy Cat, that is some heavy fucking shit.
Hmm.
What the-
Wow.
Here to be near friends. Well, we're here, Chrissy Cat.
Definitely.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
I love you. I lost my brother to that shit, and I've lost several from the Service Brothers. The shit.
Damn, Blue Coat. Wow, your brother. That
Yeah.
takes my breath away. It's one of those baffling things that people do.
I know, but this isn't about me. I'm just trying to be
Yeah,
here for Chrissy.
yeah. Still.
Man,
Hmm.
what do you say to
Yeah.
that?
There's
I've
not
got
a lot,
I've
but
got
definitely a long ass hug.
I've got a 16-year-old, and I'd kill him if he ever tried to hang himself.
Hmm.
Like Pepper, I have. That was one of the songs played at the funeral. I have that tattooed on my side. You're never gonna understand it.
Hmm.
I love you, Chris. Fucking hurts.
I have a gut punch, and I didn't even know the person. Like it's something. It's a fear some of us might have about some people in our lives, to be honest. And
Well, I never thought my roommate, my roommate, my best friend, one of my best friends, I called him my brother, and I never thought that he would end his own life, but he did. I just,
Yeah,
and none of it makes any sense.
there was a friend of mine growing up. Actually, the sister to a friend of mine, but she ended up becoming a friend of mine also. In fact, the three of us were like roommates at one point, and she always kind of had her shit together. Was like, I had a really high intellect and a real like kind of take charge personality, like the last person I ever would have guessed for something like that. And she split up with her husband, man, and she started getting a little weird. And sure enough, man, like she would call me like frantic, and I was a few states away, so it's not like I could go hang out with her or anything, but I would just kind of listen. She was getting weirder and weirder and weirder. And then one day she called me and she was totally calm, and I was going like, okay, hang on a second. Like, let's rewind a minute. And dude, I was the last person to talk to her alive. It's pretty wild.
Wow.
But and you rewind that a couple times and you're like, well, did I say something wrong, or was there something I should have said that I didn't? And man, you'll be chasing the bullseye forever on that. You'll never know. You know what I mean? But
Speaking
Chrissy
of the
Cat,
rap,
I would tell you. So like one thing my mother did, and like when I was at home, I would go with her. But like first few times till she felt comfortable, which it's never going to be the same. But there's some places have groups like families of ones that have lost loved ones. So she went there. They do walks for the children and stuff. I don't know what you want to do because I know this is fresh and it's all going to sting, and you're probably not going to hear a word I say.
yeah. And I'll tell you what, when I lost my son, everybody's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." You just get tired of fucking hearing it. I'm sorry. You just don't even want to hear it. You just rather be left alone.
who do I hear right now?
Back, you rascal.
Oh, there's Zach. I thought for sure he ran away and joined Sporos' band of merry BLM.
Antifa. He went out and joined Antifa.
Ron, sometimes people, well, we feel like we have to say something. Nobody knows what to say.
Nope.
And there's nothing anybody can say is going to change anything.
Right.
So I guess we just do our best.
We can just be here. We can just be here and do the best we can to sympathize with. I don't know anyone that has done that, so I can do the best. But I'm telling you, I'm like kind of shaking a little bit because that's incomprehensible, inconceivable, Chrissy. One day at a time, and we're all here.
Yeah. Classic line when mine died was, "Oh, you'll have more." Well, that ain't a whole lot of
That's
comfort.
no, that's
Wow.
that's no.
I'm kind of glad that one went out of style. You know.
Yeah, right. Mm. Hey,
Well,
Zach.
I can't put everybody in a solemn mood.
Yeah.
I mean, Bushido almost died yesterday, and
I mean, if it went a certain way, I surely could have. But the way that it kind of went down, I don't think. I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. You know, I'm not trying to make it sound crazier than it really was, but it was pretty fucking crazy. You know.
no. Hey, Born and Racer, good to see you.
I think Zach got something to say.
Well, Chrissy Cat, we're always here for you. You know that. That is sad,
I
though.
ignore you because I bleed red, white, and blue.
Prove it, Zach. Take a saws up to your face right now. Let's prove it.
Don't ever do anything Bushido says, Zach.
Now, number, I don't even listen to me. I was going, stay on the road, stay on the road. And I was like, fuck this guy. And I just went right in the fucking drink.
Do you want to come up, Chrissy, or
I heard what you said, Dangerous. I agree with you. People can only say, "I'm so sorry for your loss" so many times.
Yeah,
It's yeah.
it does get old after a while. I mean, you know, you don't get mad at them. It's just,
It just doesn't mean
you
anything anymore.
No,
Yeah.
you know, it kind
but
of
for them
loses.
to say, "I feel your pain," or like, no, unless you bury two people next to each other the same day, you really can't, because each pain's different.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's
Zach,
true.
good to see you.
Hey, Michelle.
So after I got done telling you guys in the chat that I lost my channel, I decided to keep going, and I created a new channel. They're not going to win with me.
Good.
Good for you.
They took my channel down, Zach. Yep, those, excuse my language, fuckers.
Welcome back, Deb.
Hey, Deb.
Hey, Firefly.
Yeah, it's Firefly. Good to see you.
So what is going on, Truth with Tom? How have you been?
I've been good, real good. Thank you. Hope you're hanging in okay.
Yeah, at first, I'm not going to lie, I was frustrated when I saw that email tonight, but I can't let them win.
Hey, take some
Well,
inspiration from Hawk. He's on what, his 8th channel? And he's done got one set up when they shut one down. So
Yeah.
you got to be like Hawk.
Yeah. It just sucks because you got to start over. And then, like, how am I going to find all our Patriot channels again? So
Stuff
for the
back
next
up.
couple days, just start throwing links out there so I can start following people again.
Or you got, this is like a clearinghouse. For some reason, they have not shut me down. I mean, they did give me a strike one time, but I appealed
Oh, yeah, you
it.
said that before. For what did they give it to you for?
It was the misinformation crap.
Yeah, that's how they took me down.
But the only thing is like, I appealed it, and I was like, I didn't say it. Nobody came out and played any videos or anything like that. you know. And what,
Wow.
are we no longer allowed to have our own opinion on shit now?
I
I thought
guess
this was a
not.
free platform. Now,
No.
if you play videos and shit like that, that's usually when they're gonna take you down.
Chrissy Cat, I'm not bummed out.
Or
Like,
or even if you repeat certain videos. That's why I try to stay away from all that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you know me. I guess I knew it was coming. I said it was coming. I said it before. I guess I don't know. I wanted information to get out there because I care about people. I don't know. Now I know where to take that information and just share it on Telegram because obvious YouTube don't want you to hear the truth. Anyway,
Chrissy
Oh,
Cat,
boy.
we're not
Well,
bummed
I think
out.
YouTube. I
I
think
would
they've
like
struck
your
their deals at the crossroads, and they've taken their 30 pieces of silver, so they got to kind of ride it out, you know.
go
What's
ahead,
up,
Zach.
Zach?
Michelle, go to my channel tab on my channel. It's public so you can subscribe to anyone I am.
Thanks, Zach. Can I ask your guys' opinion on this Kyle Rittenhouse case? Have you been watching the trial? I'm
Um,
pretty much all caught up now.
the entire fucking thing.
I know. Well, I know, brother. From the very beginning, it's been self-defense. It's a waste of time and a lot of money right now.
Mm-hmm.
The
Oh,
prosecutor. Let's just say the prosecutor's upset.
Dude, that was pretty funny today
Yeah,
because
it was.
they had that one guy who's the photographer, amateur photographer slash journalist, reporter, whatever, and he brought in all those big blow up things, and then fucking the prosecution's all like, well, what are you trying to use this as a way to get more more people going over to your place or going over to your site? And he's like, no. Whereas the other guy, the fucking guy that got his fucking bicep shot off, was like,
Right.
when the fucking defense asked him, well, don't you have like a $10 or 10 million fucking dollar investment in a civil case because you got your bicep shot off? And the guy's like, yeah. I mean,
What about the guy who said that he was forced to lie today on the stand?
I know, dude. Oh, that was good too, man.
That is when the prosecutor's face, because I don't know if it
Oh, I
was
missed
Fox
that
News,
part.
but he went like this, like, oh,
yeah.
What was the story behind that? I missed that. I saw.
Oh,
Something.
okay. All right. So there was one guy, and the prosecuting team called him in to their office, and they talked to him and asked him, and he went over his police report, and then they asked him at the end, is like, well, now is there anything else you remember? And and they were bringing up stuff, and they're like, well, do you want to add to your statement? And he's like, no, I'm not going to add jack squat to my statement. That's my statement, and that's what it is, period. I ain't changing nothing. I ain't doing nothing because, first of all, you're the prosecuting team. I think the guy was smart enough to know that these guys are the fucking wolves. You know what I mean? And he wasn't about to do anything to help them out. And then even in the trial, the prosecution was like, well, isn't it true that you're biased? You don't want to see Kyle go to fucking prison? And he's like, no, it doesn't matter either way, whether you find him guilty or not. And, none of that shit matters. But honestly, I mean, a lot of these people saw what they saw, and a lot of them agreed it was self defense. Kyle was never hostile towards anyone until they forced him to use force.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He didn't shoot anybody that wasn't pushing him to the point where he had to use force. The first guy,
Right.
Rosenbaum, tried to take his fucking rifle away. He had to shoot him multiple times. But good riddance. a fucking pedophile that just got out of a fucking mental ward, whatever.
Yeah,
You know, fuck him. You know, he's a piece of shit agitator anyway.
we
Yeah.
didn't need him.
You know, he did the world a favor on that one. Then this other fucking asshole that smacked him over the backside with the fucking
With a
skateboard.
skateboard.
Fucking, you know, I don't know what his crime was, but he was a fucking convicted felon too. And you know, that was one shot, so that was a really good one. You know, one shot, one kill. So fuck him too. And then also the other pedophile. Honestly, he lived, but I
They destroyed this young man's life. Even if he's found innocent, his life is just destroyed. Like no matter where he moves, he's going to be a target. Especially if he moves near a city, you know, where
well,
Black Lives Matter is. Like he could have had a really good career in law enforcement or something.
no,
Like
he
it's
still could.
messed
He
up.
still could. No, he still could if he came down to like Arizona or something like that. One of these
Well, yeah,
conservative
true,
states.
but you know how people are,
I mean,
man.
well, I know how I am. I'm fucking thankful this guy fucking protected his life and did it very well.
Oh,
By the
me
way,
too.
you know, and it's like, you know, he did the world a favor. You know, these pieces of shit probably didn't deserve to be out of prison in the first
If they
place.
if they find him guilty, that means that can happen to any of us, guys and sisters here. Okay, that means
Well,
our whole Constitution, our Second Amendment is like under threat. Like,
Yep.
so on a scale of 1 to 11, how big of a microwave will all you guys shit when you find out the jury is a bunch of Dominion machines?
I had a nightmare where they found him guilty and they were acting off of fear of retaliation.
That's possible. That may happen.
I know, and that's messed up.
Yeah, there's no guarantee on that. I mean, reasonable people can see it, but we don't know anything about that jury.
Yeah, look at how many people we sent to jail before over reaction, over fear. Like that cop just recently who went to prison for a couple months.
Yep.
What if this is a case of no press is bad press and he ends up with a better life than he would have ever had before? He's got to get
Good
through
point.
this fucked up moment because I do believe in, I don't want to use the term silent majority, but I'll just say something similar to that. I do believe he has a lot of support that is
Yes, he
unvoiced just on principle, especially once all of this footage and trial goes through and comes out, you know?
Exactly.
So
Well,
this
like,
could
all right. So
make
you
swing the other way.
got to take into account that most of the people that came into that courtroom, first of all, said that he was never violent. He was never aggressive towards anybody. You know, he just stood back and just kind of, if somebody talked to him, he would talk back to him. But, you know, he was never aggressive at any point, even though he had an AR-15, that big scary rifle. Nobody
Right.
was frightened of him. And so that's all the except for that one guy, that fucking the one that got shot and fucking had his arm halfway blown off. But then again, that guy had a fucking unlawful, illegal firearm on him,
Yeah.
concealed.
And he
And
admitted that.
yeah, and he's not doing any fucking time. That son of a
Right.
bitch should have been in jail right away.
That could be a 10-year violation.
Yeah. And are
And
those
that's
guys
a federal.
Dude,
That
I'm
is a
telling you,
federal.
dude, I'm telling you, they made it the prosecution. They are fucking weasels. They are shady. Fucking and that one guy that was up there today when he said I was fucking nervous as fuck going in there, and he was fucking rightfully so. And I'm glad he didn't fucking add anything to his statement and stuck to his fucking stuck to his ground. You know, it's like nah. This is what I said to the police. This is what I'm sticking with. I ain't adding nothing to it. You ain't adding nothing to it. You know, when we get to
How's your
court,
feeling about the judge? How's your guys' feeling on the judge?
I think he's pretty non-biased.
You think?
I think. I
Well,
mean, from what,
I
like,
think
from what I mean, because like even like if you watch today's trial, he sustained a couple of the prosecutor's objections, but then after that, he was like overruled. Overruled. Yeah. So,
Yeah, but some of those sustained objections, the guy just had to reword it. He said
yeah,
exactly the same thing.
pretty much. Yeah. Instead of, telling him, hey, did this happen? It's more like, so what happened that night? What happened in this case?
I think somebody in the chat wants to speak, or on the panel. I mean,
Oh, Percy, dig deep. You are stronger than you know. It hurts. You just gotta feel it. But dig deep. You are stronger than you know. That's all.
So I think in this particular case, the judge, especially over other cases in the past, the judge is almost irrelevant. The way that this is being laid out, the
Yeah.
judge just sits there and nods his head because the prosecution is just throwing boat anchors after boat anchor over the.
Oh yeah. And this is not the first time that this prosecutor has brought some really stupid cases up front. Like
right?
it's Kenosha, Wisconsin, for crying out loud. I believe it's a Democrat city.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this
So-
dude is the MVP. That's the best hero of the defense was the prosecution so far. I mean, he just
Right.
beat it.
Right.
And
Yeah.
all of the witnesses that they brought up, they come out and said, no, I never found him threatening.
And maybe that's part of the plan, man. I mean, maybe they've dropped the ball somewhere and they don't want to. Maybe they're just not interested in playing anymore. Like maybe they screwed something up. The way they held Rittenhouse was wrong, or something. You know what I mean? Like they might just be washing this and throwing the case just to get it over with, so that there's no harm, no foul, and everybody walks away.
Like
Perhaps.
I said, if they find him guilty, they're going to react on fear of retaliation, like Ferguson, Missouri. When that officer Darren Wilson, he was found not guilty in a criminal court, but in a civil court, that family got millions of dollars. Even though half that city was burnt down to the ground, they still gave that family millions of dollars, even though they knew that family enticed that riot that evening. They still gave millions.
Well, that's why that guy was filming the jury, because he was intending for somebody to be able to dox those people so that they can go and do their work and threaten, because that's the only way they can win at this point. That's why I was making the Dominion machine joke, because either Soros will get some money to him or Antifa will get a threat of violence to him. If one shoe doesn't fit, the other one will. They're gonna break the law at this point, because they realize once again how the Democrats work. They can't legally win it, so now they're gonna cheat, and get ready for that.
You may have a point there. I hate to hear that or think it.
And they haven't shown the jury. We have no idea how the jury is going to vote. I mean, the best thing we can hope for, I guess, would be a mistrial, right? Or what do they call that? Where he's exonerated or whatever.
Oh God, I can't think of the word right now.
Acquittal.
I know what you mean.
But I mean, if half of them think he's guilty of something and the other half think he's not guilty of anything, and I mean, I don't even remember all the damn charges he's under. What is it? Murder, attempted murder. I know that they dropped the whole curfew charge. They did that yesterday at the end. They're like, well, you know what? This curfew thing needs to go away. It's just.
I have a feeling, man. That
the hung jury. Thank you. Yes.
There's going to be a lot of nose and lip jewelry and gauges in the jury. I have a feeling. They're pretty much going to pick all the buddies of these guys that just got schwacked, and they're going to stick them in the stands.
What's wrong?
Because anybody halfway reasonable, they're not going to let this happen. Sorry, go ahead, Virginia. I just talked
I said I was washing my hands because my Never mind. I was washing my hands and I hear they're going to fill it with people with gauges and something piercings, and I'm standing there with my tongue piercing and my gauges going, what's wrong with that?
Well, then you know exactly what I'm talking about.
All right, what are gauges?
Profile.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
but
gauges
if
are the
it goes,
big
if it
giant
goes down to
earring
that, if it does come down to a hung jury and then a mistrial, they can still file for civil assets, right? They can still have the civil trial where that one
Well,
lone
yeah,
survivor can fucking try and get his $10 million fucking settlement.
like OJ was acquitted, but he was guilty in
Now,
civil
see, now,
fraud.
now that's just it. That's
Yeah.
and that's what the defense played the other day. It was like, well, now wait a second. If Kyle's convicted of this, then that's going to make your civil case a whole lot easier. Whereas if he is a hung jury or they just all decide no, he's not guilty. I mean, like seriously, if I was being attacked like that, and I'm guessing they're going to call up Kyle probably as the last witness.
I would
But
say.
Tom,
Yeah.
gauges are when you have a hole in your ear bigger than a normal earring. So my
Okay.
ears have 4 gauge. Some people do zeros and double zeros, and they're like the African huge hoops.
Mhm.
I have 4 gauge, which is a lot smaller. If I took them out, they would more or less close up. I'd always be able to get something in there, but they would close up somewhat. My tongue, I have a 14 gauge, so it's much smaller. The
We're
ear,
talking wire gauge.
yep,
Okay.
yep,
I can picture that now.
yep,
Well,
smaller.
it's not a wire gauge. The number stands for, like, she has a 4 gauge in her ear, which means she's 4 times more likely to commit a felony than a regular person.
All right.
Right,
All right.
exactly. Takes one to know.
Rex Bethel. I'm down in Jeffco. If you ever want to give Dangerous your email, he'll
what about it?
connect you to mine.
Oh, Prince Albert, that's terrible.
Oh, nice. Oh, shit, they look great. Holy crap. Let me pull these up. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah. I see you there, Michelle. Give me a second. I'm just trying to pull something up real quick, like here. All right, these are a couple of bracelets I made for my friends over there in Greenland.
Awesome.
Oh,
They look good too.
Daniel.
Pretty cool, huh?
I love the orange and white one. That's really cool.
Sorry, I keep losing the signal because I signed into my new account on my TV and I lost you guys. No, but I agree with you, Dangerous. Like just before I lost you, the panel there, I agree with you 100% what you said about the Rittenhouse trial. I wanted to tell you that. You're 100% right.
No, unscrupulous. Like I said yesterday, they went over this at the end. They took away that curfew charge, so that's no longer on the table for them. Possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18. I believe in Wisconsin, you can be 17, and if somebody hands you a rifle or a gun, you are allowed to possess it as long as you're accompanied. Now, granted, they might try and get him on that because, he had to take off because he was accompanied most of the night.
Yeah.
There was always the buddy system until after the shooting, and he had to split. You know what I mean?
Now, I just want to know, these felons that had the pistols, how many state lines did they cross with those before they got to the protest?
Tell me about it.
Exactly.
Tell me about
And
it.
each state they cross with that gun illegally without a legal permit is 10 years each state. They can charge them.
Yeah.
The whole thing
It's weird that
makes your
no
blood
one's-
pressure want to go up.
Nobody's put the lens on that one yet. That's just bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tell me this. Please tell me that this kid has free legal defense.
I don't know.
Probably not, but I know Ricky Schroeder was throwing some money at it. So
Yep. Ricky
He's-
Schroeder
Yeah,
threw like
so-
Yeah.
Ricky
Tell me
Schroeder,
that.
dude.
Is that true?
He flipped
Yeah,
it.
dude,
Silver
Ricky
spoon.
Schroeder threw like $1 million because
there was another guy too.
yeah, well, there was a couple.
He got a lot
But-
of money for defense.
But
and
like seriously, no. The thing is Kyle, his bond was $2 million, whereas that fucking black kid that went into that Texas school and shot 4 kids, his bond was $75,000. You know, I mean, just everything is just upside down.
They've cancel cultured Ricky Schroeder a couple of years back.
Yeah, they'll find them all eventually. You know, I mean, and you know, a
There
lot
you
of
go.
When's the last time you saw him in a movie?
he does
There you
the.
go. I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, I'll see you later, bro.
All
He
right,
does.
bro.
He does what?
Oh, he does a lot of the off stuff, the small channel. Like, I'm not trying to say like Hallmark movies, but you know what I mean. Like the
Oh yeah, a Lifetime. You're right. He did one
that
back
kind
in
of stuff.
2013, I think it was.
And who's the other guy that used to be either on the same or a similar show, but he does a bunch of stuff on that kind of semi-religious channel.
Mhm.
Oh,
Does a lot of Christian
Kirk
stuff.
Cameron.
Yes,
No,
there.
I thought you were talking about Sorb. Oh, what's his name? Sorbet. I want to call it Sorbet.
Kevin
Louis?
Sorbo.
Kevin Sorbo.
Yeah, Kevin
No,
Sorbo.
I was thinking of that Cameron guy.
Mr. Hercules.
Yeah,
Yeah. Uh,
Kirk Cameron married Chelsea Noble from Growing Pains.
Oh wow.
He got married in a church in Cheektowaga, New York. Literally, Chelsea Noble grew up coming over to her grandparents' house, and it was like a block and a half from my grandparents' house. So I remember used to going for walks when I was visiting my grandparents, and sometimes I would go for a bike ride with my grandfather, and we would be walking by, and there would be Kirk Cameron standing there in the driveway talking to Chelsea's grandparents, and he would just walk up to my grandfather, say hello, and just my grandfather would be talking to him for like a half hour, and I'm standing there, and I'm young, you know, and I want to go home. And he's sitting there talking and talking and talking, and Kurt was so nice and pleasant, and I'll never forget that. He's like down to earth kind of person, like Keanu Reeves. A lot of people say Keanu Reeves is like that. He's down to earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they say he's the most relatable actor in Hollywood right now. That's what the word on the street is.
Literally, he went to an airport one time. They had to make an emergency landing. He rented like a van, and he and other passengers drove to each city that they had to be dropped off at, and he paid for that. Like, and he did that out of the kindness of his heart.
Yeah.
You don't hear a whole bunch of that.
Nope.
Yeah. I mean that exists, but man, it's way
They'd
more
say
rare.
Adam Sandler is down to earth too, but I would have to see it to believe it with him.
He's a little Looney Tunes on his stance, though. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, and on the unscrupulous, they went over that like the first day. You know, it's like, all right, so, you know, Kyle was only 17, so he couldn't go purchase the rifle himself just yet. But his buddy could, so he gave his buddy the money. His buddy went out, bought the rifle, but said, since you're only 17, you cannot take it home. It has to stay here at my house in the safe where we keep all our guns. And actually, it was his dad's safe. And so, I mean, it stayed there for months and months, you know. And so, you know, it just happened that with the riots coming out, it's like, well, maybe right now would be the time to, you know, instead of keeping them locked up, keep them ready to go.
Yeah.
Now, see, I don't understand. I don't know Wisconsin law about, you know, a 17-year-old having a rifle, open carry out there on the streets. But the police didn't seem to care. Nobody else seemed to care. If that's the only charge is illegal.
How old is he? I forgot.
Well, he's 18 now, but at the time of the incident, it was 17.
Ooh, I did not know that, but still that they could beat that charge, pull that down to a misdemeanor.
Yeah, exactly. He only used it in self-defense when somebody tried to beat him up. And
Well,
that
he was also there as a medic, remember?
multiple witnesses came up and heard that Rosenbaum, that piece of crap, threatened him and his friend Ryan, saying, "If I catch you alone out here, I'm gonna fucking kill you both." Straight out, man. The guy was very dude. Even the fucking people that were part of the riot were like, "Man, we don't want. No, he's not part of us. Fuck this guy, man."
He was too much believing them. Yeah.
Night, Yankee.
All right, Yankee, you have a good one, brother. Don't worry, I'm
Is
gonna
his
keep
family supporting him? Because like I said, I'm just catching up through this trial. I don't know anything about his father, his mother, his family, his upbringing. Does anybody know?
No idea.
Does he have a big family?
Not a clue.
Been very little talked about that because the media doesn't want anybody having sympathy for him.
Exactly. Yep, they want to make him out to be the bad guy because he defended.
That's true.
He was started off supposedly defending property, but he never had to use his rifle defending the property. The only
he
time
asked for a fire extinguisher. He also had medical stuff on him.
Yeah, he had an IFAC with him. Yep. Whereas the other guy, the one that got shot in the arm, he went out there as an EMT. Yet when he ran up there, he had a Glock in one hand and a cell phone in the other, recording this shit.
Right.
It's like, okay, but you didn't have any medical supplies on you at all, right?
I see a good medic will shoot you and put you out of your
the other thing
that's over real quick.
About that guy with the Glock that got shot in the arm. I saw a photo stream, which was stills taken from a video, I believe. But when he ran up to him, he was empty-handed and he had his gun stashed in that hip sack that was across his chest. He purposely did that so he could walk up with his hands up and go, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, dude, hang on, man. I'm not trying to hurt you," and then pull the gun out at the last second and get him in the head. And that's exactly what he did. If you watch the still shots that are out there, and I might still have them on my phone, by the way. I don't think I deleted that shit yet. I can show you. There's stills from that video clearly of Rittenhouse kind of looking at him, and he has both hands up and they're empty. Wow. So he whipped that gun out at the last second and then got popped. And I don't think the court stuff has covered that yet either.
Right.
But he was trying to do that wolf in sheep's clothes thing,
Oh, you should listen to what CNN's doing since this whole thing started. They're like, dude, you people are lying so much. It's not like people can't go to that Law and Crime Network channel and just watch for themselves. They're lying their asses off, and they're showing the trial, but they shut their cameras off. But every time a witness fucks up, every time. Zachary, you've been quiet tonight.
Wonder if he's having margarita. There we go. Hey, Zach.
I was wondering, are you eating peanut butter and crackers? It made you laugh, see?
Actually, Top Spin, that was yesterday when they showed that. And he even said, "Yeah, okay, I had my gun pointed in Kyle's direction."
Yeah. And he also didn't that same witness also say he was the first one to pull a gun out?
Yep. I don't know about that, but
Yeah,
because
that's what I heard.
there was a lot of gunfire going off that night. But yeah, in that specific moment, and like fucking the guy today said, it happened so fucking fast. It's
Yeah,
like, I mean, you could blink an eye and miss it. You know what I mean?
Zachary. Go ahead, Zach.
I'm trying to open Milky Ways.
Oh,
What do you, Zach?
Rock on, Zach. Get you some.
He has always found a way to make me smile.
Mhm.
I love that. I love you, Zach.
Dangerous. It might take a second to get to you, but I emailed you that photo secession, and it's numbered. You just have to look. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Obviously, you know. And if you look at his hands and what he's doing, you can see him trying to gain his confidence with his open hands, and then pull the pistol out and just do the whole execution pop to the head. And then he gets his arm blown off. So I feel really sorry for that dude. You know, like
Yeah, exactly.
What was that woman that was there testifying? Does anybody recall? I did miss her testimony.
Are you
I think that
talking
was
about
today. Or was that yesterday's?
the girlfriend of the first guy that got killed?
No, the older lady.
Oh, I missed that.
I believe she was describing what Black Lives Matter protesters were doing with the looting and all that. And I believe she was there for good intentions, but I missed her testimony, so I'm just wondering.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think I missed that one too.
I see it. All right, hold on. Let me see if let me pull this up.
I have to go back because I'm watching it through True and Crime Network.
That's where I've been watching too.
There is another case too going on, guys, about that Ahmed case. Just to let you know
So, no, not that one.
about that jogger who was shot.
Oh, that's right. I've got it.
Oh, yeah. Now see that. That
I'm
is
con-
like
I'm
two
conf-
dudes that just killed a dude, man. To be
Yeah,
honest.
I'm conflicted on that. I would have to know more details on that case.
That was that case down in Georgia.
Yeah, where he was jogging down the street and he was shot by 3 gentlemen. I don't know if they were law enforcement. I don't. Again, I gotta look up the case.
Damn
No,
it.
it was like a
No, wait.
father-
Are you talking about the dude that was jogging? The 2 shirtless fat guys just shot him with the shotgun.
Yeah, because he jogged into, like, wasn't it their driveway or something?
No, he went through a construction site, and
Right.
I guess the construction site had some
Oh.
stuff stolen in the past,
Yeah,
and they went up and
okay,
stopped him, and
you're right.
and then they blasted him.
Mhm.
There's no way those dudes are gonna get away with that. That was like, that's murder, you know?
Yeah.
Truly was.
They're like, shoot him with mace, do something. Like, if you think you're trying to hold the guy till the cops get there or something, but like,
Yeah, you can't
shooting
just go
somebody with a
around being
12 gauge is a
a
bad way to hold
vigilante.
someone till cops get there, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there he is, you know, cold with flies flying around him. Like, well, yeah, we can't really question him now because you blew his face off, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
you can't. That was a
did-
vigilante kind of type thing. That's what I
Definitely.
remember.
Yeah.
They do show the kid try and grab the front of the shotgun. But other than that, yeah, the guys really had no
Well,
right.
maybe he feared for his whole life. That's a really stupid thing to do, especially if someone's pointing a shotgun at you. That's the last thing you want to do.
Well, letting somebody shoot you pretty dumb too, you know?
Yeah.
So like, he was kind of doing, I think, maybe what he felt like he had to do at the time, you know?
Now, did they? Again, I know his criminal background has nothing to do with that, but
No, nothing.
did he have one?
No idea, to be honest.
And you said, I'm sorry, I kind of cut out that they were having issues with people stealing.
Yeah, Now this is just hearsay. I never confirmed that or anything, but what I had heard was these construction sites in the area have had stuff like construction material and tools and stuff had been kind of stolen in the past.
Yeah, yeah.
And the guy was jogging, went into the construction site. Those dudes just happened to be like driving by or something, and they were like, "Man, is that a dude in there? Hey, I think we just solved the case here of who's stealing from the construction site." So they kind of pull up and kind of wait in ambush, and as the guy keeps running by, they jump out, and the rest is camera history because it was caught on film. But it's there's a way to do
Oh, absolutely. There's a way of things to do things right,
something.
and then there's a wrong way. And being a vigilante is the wrong way. Like, yeah.
What's up, Monty?
So what did you think of that photo, Dangerous?
I thought it was pretty telling.
It's pretty much. Did I call it right?
Yeah. I mean, because I don't see where else he would have kept it holstered. But yeah, he probably had it in that pack that he had in front of him. Yeah.
I know you tried to put it on the screen and it just didn't work or whatever. But yeah, that's I don't know, man. When I saw that, I was like,
have you seen the video after? Did Kyle surrender to the police? Because I did not.
He tried to.
No, yeah, he tried to, but the police didn't want any part of it.
Yeah, they just said, "Go home, kid. You'll shoot your eye out."
Yeah, they threatened to fucking tear gas him. It's like, dude, no, get out of here. Don't make us tear gas your ass. And he's like, oh shit, okay, well, all right, I'll keep going then. The cops weren't. I mean, well, they were a little concerned about the AR, but not like overly concerned with it because a lot of people were armed out there. And so that's why they didn't, stop him. And, it's like, well, isn't that the sign of surrendering? And he's like, well, dude, there's so many armed people out there. A lot of them will just put their hands up saying, I'm not a threat. I'm not a threat. And so there weren't a whole lot of people trying to surrender. And most of it, was like hands up, don't shoot. You know what I mean? So.
Didn't he go ahead and turn himself in the next day, though?
Yeah, the following, after he dropped off the rifle, got back home, he turned himself in Illinois, and then from there they had to call the Wisconsin detectives. They had to come all the way out to Illinois, pick him up, and shit like that. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna wish you good folks a good night. I got to get up early.
Yeah, I know.
Good night, Tom.
Everybody have a good one. Pleasure to spend some time with you, Bug Out.
Yeah, man, it's good seeing you again.
All right, you guys take good care.
Dude, I see you a lot more than you see me. Let's put it that way.
Okay, probably true. All right, good night, y'all.
Yeah, see you later.
What's up, Sean?
Does anyone remember when you did the it was almost like a skateboard thing. It was a 4-wheeled little platform in gym class. You'd lay on your stomach and it's like 6 inches off the ground and roll across the gym. I don't remember what game we played. It was like,
I remember that.
Was it a ball game or it couldn't have been just straight up collision, right?
No, they had a couple different things that you could do with those. Like one time our school had like a little competition kind of thing. And one of the things you had to do on that was you had to go do like a relay race and go out so many feet and then go around a cone and come back. And the next kid did it and the next kid,
Yeah. Yes.
And I was watching the kids do it and I went, And then when it was my turn, I went backwards and I just blew through it,
Oh, yeah. Good strategy.
And they stopped the competition and said, you can't do it backwards. And then I was like, you never said you couldn't do it backwards,
Can't
and like that,
it wasn't made.
Later on, both
keep mine. And we won. And it was,
Yeah.
controversial. Really controversial. They're probably still talking about it to this day. I imagine.
I'm sure.
I have no idea what y'all are talking about. We never did.
You didn't have
anything.
the little someone Garrett Gryden said the scooter line tag. Were they
Nope.
called scooters? Man, they were awesome though. It was my favorite time.
You know what they really were? And this is, I was looking back in memory because I've thought about those in the past, you know. I really think those were furniture casters for moving like band equipment and shit, you know?
Yeah, probably.
Repurposed.
Hey,
Yeah.
Connie.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you. You know what we had where we had the ropes that were hung from the rafters, and we would throw out the mats, and freaking we would all take our turns climbing up there, man. It's kind of crazy when you get up about 25 feet. But
Oh.
they taught us how to climb with the rope. You know, you loop it around your ankle and your foot, and use your feet to, you know, help you up.
Do they not do that anymore? I
Probably
remember.
not. It's probably too dangerous now.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Well,
thinking.
and
Too many parents are like, "What if they fall?" Well,
I mean, every 12-year-old is 250 pounds now, too. I mean, nobody can climb the rope anymore.
Yeah, and their palms are all sweaty. It's so true. Smell like syrup.
What's up, Shane?
I'll tell you what, man, if you want to be a rope climbing machine, like total special ed savant at climbing ropes, just go into the Marine Corps.
Huh.
There's something about climbing ropes in the Marine Corps. Like you can't do anything else in the Marine Corps unless you can climb a rope. That has something to do with being able to accomplish menial tasks, you know?
That's how they break you. No, seriously, is that the first thing you have to do and do it well?
No, but it's
Or are you
one of
talking
them.
about like
You know,
proverbial ropes? Fuck, never mind.
like, you know, pull-ups, right? The Marine Corps has pull-ups, which makes it kind of different than all the other service groups. And I think, I don't know, one of these days I'll probably change it, but you know, they're like the only service group where pull-ups was part of the test. And the only way to be good at pull-ups is doing pull-ups. It's not like you're not going to naturally get pull-up strength doing anything else because it's kind of a, I don't want to say unnatural, but it's a very specific muscle targeting, you know.
Yep.
And
I
everyone
suck
always
at all
like,
of that.
well, how many pull-ups can you do? And it's like, dude, you can't fail me from Humvee school because I could always do a million pull-ups.
Well,
I
I
weighed
mean,
like a
if you
fucking
think
buck
about
05
it,
or whatever.
you know, if you could sit there and do 50 or 100 pull-ups, how hard would it be to snap somebody's neck? I mean, you've already got that upper muscle strength. You know, just get a good grip in that.
Yeah, but it's a pull down strength. You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
Or
but
up.
it is a back muscle which you could use to break a neck.
Yep.
Got to use those big muscle groups. The necks are harder to break than you think, man.
I still work on one muscle group.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't really do much. I lift a little bit of weights these days, but it's not really much of anything. And I'm gonna have to chill out on that for a minute until I figure out what's going on with my shoulder.
Do you have to get a scan or anything?
No, I just think I strained it. I think I'll be all right. You know, like your like rotator cuff. It's real easy to strain those because I was trying to lift that fucking heavy ass door and keep it propped open with my arm. I think that's where it happened. So just from like straining against that big giant heavy door, it just kind of wore it out.
That's some whack shit, man. I'm trying to picture it, and I just, damn.
Well, I know now why they don't put truck doors on the jungle gyms at schools because
Right.
they're not very safe when they're sideways like that, you know?
Wow.
Like truck doors are way heavier. I was like yesterday years old when I found out that a truck door is really heavy, you know?
Right.
They open so easy with those hinges, you know? And then
Well, thanks for
Well,
taking.
yeah, when they're on all fours.
Yeah,
Now,
right.
they will open up just fine. And you're
But you're like in a
sideways
panic
a
and you're
fucking-
trying to
yeah,
do
when you're
something and you're like, this is way harder than the other way, like maybe this is why we don't drive sideways,
Zach, I saw your hand up. Come back. Good night, Chrissy Cat. Oh, okay. Maybe he was saying good night.
Yeah, she's pretty gorgeous. Call her Little Stormy because she's like a hurricane rolling through here. The pitter patter of little feet and claws.
Kittens are the most fun before their claws are retractable. Like you can throw them at a couch and they just stick. It's only like the first 2 weeks of their life. Because they don't retract until for a little while, and it's really cute. It's funny. I don't mean like chuck them or anything. You just put them on. They can't pull off of it.
Honey, everybody. She's like, leave me alone, damn it.
Oh,
She tortured me last night, so I'm paying her back.
Yeah, we got a cold front in. That means I'm not going to see my dog for a while because when it's cold out, she's happy and she doesn't want to have shit to do with us anymore.
What kind of dog
Really?
breed?
She's a Bacarwal. It's an Asian dog.
I've never heard that breed before.
Yeah, they're considered endangered actually, but I sent her from Afghanistan.
Bigger
So,
dog or smaller dog?
gosh, she's probably about 70 pounds maybe.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Lucy's about 60, but she's an English Springer Spaniel,
mm-hmm.
or whatever you call it.
Yeah, this dog, she's a little more geared. She's a mountain dog, so she has like an undercoat and stuff like that. And in the summer here in Florida, she's like she sleeps all day. She doesn't want to do anything. At night, she'll run around a little bit, but man, once the cold snap hits, she just comes alive and she's all over the place. And now she's got lost time to make up for. She's just running all over the place now. So she runs in, has a drink of water. We buy it's kind of like dehydrated / freeze dried chicken, kind of, like beef jerky looking pieces. And that's what we give her for treats, just give her the protein infusion. So she'll run up, she knocks on the door, she'll scratch on the door, you go outside, you hang out with her, she drinks water, you give her one of those things. And then she goes, all right, got to go fight crime. And then she runs off down the steps and she's gone again.
What are we going to do today?
Yeah.
That's really cute, though.
Yeah. Go figure.
All right.
Yeah, man, I'm definitely if / when I make this new truck happen, if I do end up getting a Tacoma, which I hope I do.
Yeah.
I'm already looking for those push bars again because I'm a believer in those now. Like
That's a pretty genius way of them to make loyal customers.
Yeah.
They work for deers, they work for cows, they work for barriers.
Yeah, they work pretty good on guardrails too, man. Like I just learned that. I'm just trying to imagine the force and the physics behind it. Like, what does it take to flatten and level a guardrail? I don't know, but whatever it takes, that's what I did.
The way they make those guardrails now, dude, like you're lucky that you didn't fucking go through the windshield when you hit it. Is that when the airbags went off? I'm guessing when you hit the guardrail.
I'd have to say, yeah, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because they make those things fucking enough to where it's going to keep a car on the road. You know, but if you hit it head on with a truck or something like that, you know, probably not quite as strong. You probably ended up taking out what, a third of the fucking barrier.
It was a single guardrail, and the poles were only the height of the single steel guardrail strip.
Which was
You know,
about what,
so
about 2 foot.
yeah, I mean it was low,
Mm.
and I don't know how deep those pylons
So,
were sunk in that they were
oh,
bolted to. But
they're down there pretty deep. I was just watching a little documentary on how they tested those and designed those. Um, and honestly, you know, I mean, if you would have hit it at any kind of an angle, it would have just probably kept you on the road. You know what I mean? But you must have hit that thing dead on.
I did because the way that the guardrail was set up, the road, one of the main road part of the road is a 90-degree turn, and then the other part of the road is a weird like 20-degree turn where it's not quite straight, it's just a little bit off, you know. Well, that little bit off, I just shot on it completely straight, and then to slow people down, they made asphalt speed bumps, right? Well, as I was trying to correct myself, I was on asphalt speed bumps and it wasn't doing anything because I was like hydroplaning on asphalt, you know,
Mhm.
or asphalt planing. I don't know, whatever the word for that is. And I, for a split second there, I was like, well, this is a pretty dumb place to put things that'll stop you from being able to turn your truck, you know? Like but whatever. It's over now, right?
Zach, what you got?
My dad has another court date on December 8th. Fucking neighbors are pissing me off.
Oh, for your doggy? Yeah, that's fucked
Yeah.
up, Zach.
I'm so sorry, Zach. That whole situation when you told me, like, there's no words to even say. I'd be pissed.
All right, Blaine. You have a good night, dude. And I'll tell you what. You know what? If they don't have any fucking pictures of injuries done to that goat, then you might have a chance of winning that fucking lawsuit. Because just because they claim that this dog was attacking their goat, but yet you can't find any visible marks of an attack. You know, no, they were just like, "No, this dog's on our property. We're gonna shoot it. Fuck it." In which case, I would shoot the fucking neighbors or burn their house down.
You would never.
I don't promote anything illegal, unlawful.
Would never do that.
No, I never do anything like that.
No.
And we never plan felonies online. But there's ways to do it.
Hello, y'all. Hello,
Hey.
everybody in chat.
What are you doing, Magic? Painting, sculpting?
No, I just woke up from the table.
Oh, literally the table?
Yeah, I ate and I passed out.
Girl.
Yeah, Shane. Yeah, they did
I
a
don't know.
couple. What, about a month and a half
Yeah.
ago?
It's all Zach's fault. I'm blaming Zach. That's all I can say.
No doubt, right? Or just go over and shoot the goat. Be like, hey man, he was trying to attack my dog.
I can't believe no one's had a mutton, lettuce, and tomato sandwich with the mutton sliced really lean. One person will check it. Somebody will get it. One person will.
Ew,
What?
what you said.
I mean, people eat goat all over the world and sheep and what have you.
So, Moose Man, you want to try and pull off a dangerous freedom stream tomorrow, maybe? We were gonna do it today, but I guess he had one of the local cops or sheriffs needed some help with one of his handguns or something like that, one of his firearms, and so they were taking it over to Moose Man. What's up, Zach?
No, I
Oh,
think he's eating the Milky Way.
oh, you know he's got his milk.
He's totally. He's
Make sure you lick your fingers.
Damn it, I thought that was peanut butter.
No, Milky Way don't have peanut butter.
right.
Yeah,
Well, there
now,
are.
see,
peanut
I'm
butter
surprised
Milky
he
Way.
doesn't have like Reese's cups. You know what
There
I mean?
you go.
Hey, what, dude? I love Reese's. Weird, man. I like peanut butter and chocolate.
Hey, Reese's is my favorite.
Boy.
Hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you like Reese's cups.
No problem, Moose Man. I'll figure out something, dude. I'm trying to get my viewers over there up.
Are you talking about Saturday?
No, I'm talking about trying to do more videos on my Dangerous Freedom channel.
The
Good luck trying to get that message across because I've been trying to get people over to Telegram and now it's too late because my channel's gone.
I have 3, maybe 4 channels for you. I think 3.
This channel is my pro-life my American history channel only has 77 subscribers.
It'll build itself back
Yeah.
up. Don't give up. People tend to. The algorithm has to catch up, and they'll find it.
I don't think so much is like wanting to give up more than I think it's just frustration, and not at you all because you guys are my YouTube family. You mean the world to me. You guys have been there more than my own family. You know.
For me, Ron, I don't have a particular brand that I'm necessarily fond of. I mean, if you've got like thousands of dollars to go out and spend, you could go out and buy like a CMMG or one of them fucking high class fucking ARs. Me personally, I went out, I bought the upper from, well, my first one was a Bushmaster. I got the upper from Midway. I bought it from Midway, and then I went out to the gun store. I bought the lower because the lower is the FFL registered part, whatever. You got pass for background and shit. And then I built it like that, and that thing is fucking fired perfectly for me. So I would say, if anything, I would go with the Bushmaster. I put 3,500 rounds through it. The thing runs fucking like a champ. All I do is I clean it like every couple hundred rounds. I don't clean it every time I go to the range. I just clean it, every 400 or 500 rounds. Oil it a little bit, and I don't dump oil into it. I don't fucking run them wet. I run them dry. I mean, a couple drops of oil here and there. I've even done. If you've ever heard of that synthetic, the CV2, or I think it's CV2, it's like a synthetic grease. It's like you can run it through your tube and then give it a quick wipe down, and freaking you can do the same thing on the parts in the trigger system. About the only parts that I really put a couple drops of oil on is where the bolt, the bolt action, and it's about it. Maybe a drop on the charging handle. The other one I built was Palmetto State AR-15 upper, and I just went out and bought a lower, and that was the one I built for my son when he turned 18. And I mean, I built both of them for under $500. So now granted, after you get all the optics and all the other hardware and stuff, I probably spent $700 on mine, and then probably about 550 or 600 on my son's. But We take them out there, we shoot them. My son's got the long range scope. I've got the red dot, the Romeo 5. Um, Seems to work out just fine.
But especially with a new AR, something that's not bad to do. The buffer spring.
Mm-hmm.
If you put some lithium grease on that, and then your actual bolt carrier, put some lithium grease on that.
I did that
So
with the CV2. Yes, I did.
So yeah, when it breaks in, but it's even more important if you go and get a piston, because you get a thing called carrier tilt sometimes, because it doesn't have a the strike that the piston gives is not going to be completely even onto the carrier, so it kind of moves a little bit, and it'll actually wear out a part of your buffer tube, and it's can be a problem. But a little bit of lithium grease, if you get it to where it starts trending in the right direction, it'll do it less, as it kind of settles when you start using it,
Yeah, you gotta break them in, like a lot of things. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, lithium grease, man, I love that shit. Whenever I have it, I guess, so, I'll get a little tube of it and something, and I
Yeah,
just
I've got it. Actually,
cannibalize it and just
right
squirt
here.
it all over all my guns,
Oh, yeah. See, this is a little different. This is like a high performance mechanics grease. It's called CV2, but
There you
it's
go. Yes, probably the
high
same type of
temperature.
stuff, right?
Yeah, same type of stuff. Yeah, synthetic high performance extreme pressure grease, red moly, and I mean I ran it without oil with just like I said I would put some on like the bolt carrier group and stuff like that, and then I would wipe it down and get it all off, because even though you wipe it down, you don't get it all off, and it still ran fine. The only problem I had was after time, when you go to pull the bolt back, it wouldn't always pop forward. So that's why I keep a couple. I always keep my Lucas, and I'll put a drop or two on there.
Well,
It
you're
only
talking
takes.
about when you first charge it.
What's that?
You're talking about charging the first round, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what your forward assist is for. The little button on the side of the
Yeah, no,
receiver.
no, no. I know what you're talking about, but I'm saying, like, I would pull it back, it wouldn't even get close enough to where the forward assist would even help.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean it, and I mean I'm wild with that. I'm let it go, and it was just kind of froze up about halfway. And I was like, well,
And
that's not good.
I mean, if somebody's going to put an AR together, it seems more expensive, and you're like, well, I'll save some money. What is absolutely worth the extra money? Your bolt and your bolt carrier. Get them chromed or anything, any kind of coating that you can get on it, those nitrides or whatever, anything besides regular metal, because carbon does not want to stick to those shiny chrome coatings. And the biggest nightmare of cleaning an AR is scraping all the directly impinged carbon off of your bolt and bolt carrier, especially if you have a lot of CLP on it or gun oil, because that makes it carbon scopic, like it'll attract the carbon and sticks to that grease or the oil. So yeah, a chrome or something comparable, a chrome bolt carrier is worth its weight in gold if you don't like cleaning guns, because you just wipe the damn thing off and you're done. Changed my life the first time I ever got one. I was like, I can't believe I waited this long.
Well, I'll tell you what, I liked it when I first went out and bought one of those AR snake
Yes.
bore cleaners.
And that's the second thing you need.
Yeah, I was like, holy crap, this makes it so much easier.
With so much less headache, man. And like, I actually have two 5.56 snakes. I have my wet one and my dry one, so I'll run I'll goop one up with oil and get it all sloppy wet and just keep running it through. then I'll run a patch through it and get most of the gunk out. Then I run the other one through, and it kind of finishes it off and pulls all the excess out.
See, normally I don't. I do mine a little different. I'll take like a little CLP on a patch, and I'll kind of like wrap that around a snake and run that through, and then I'll take that off, and then I'll just run my snake through again, and it's clean enough.
It doesn't take much with the snake. I've noticed it's like one trip with the snake is probably about, God, I'd say 2 or 3 patches worth of fucking
Yep.
The old-fashioned way.
Yep. I totally agree. But see, you know, I don't get a whole lot of buildup in mine. So.
I haven't shot in so long, man. It's crazy. I'm afraid to. So the ammo apocalypse, you know.
Yeah.
I really should have more ammo. I'm not in the danger zone by any means, but I'm also not in the moose man. Like I'm sitting on a million bullets either, you know.
You got enough to supply a small army, yeah.
So, you know, if I'm gonna go shoot a few hundred rounds, I kind of am like, if I'm putting back in what I'm taking out, I'm good, you know. But I've because I was working on that tactical range, and it was before all this shit started, and I kept saying, I'll throw it back in later, and then I'd go shoot, and I was shooting like all the time, you know. So I kind of did it to myself, and I'm an idiot, and we all know that I am prone to being an idiot from time to time. So that's just.
It happens to the best of us, man. Don't knock yourself for it.
I mean, I still got a few Ks.
Like I said, man, just say there was a squirrel in the road. I was reaching for a cigarette. I looked up. There was a squirrel. I didn't know what to do. I just went through the fucking barrier.
Yeah, I mean it's over. I mean, you know, the cops were there. They didn't really seem to think anything wasn't legit.
At least nobody was fucking seriously injured in the whole fucking thing. So.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm glad. I'm just glad that. And you know, of course, if somebody was there, I would have saw the headlights, so that would have been totally different. But actually, I would have been better off if somebody was coming, because I would have just slowed down, and then I wouldn't have missed my turn, and none of this would have happened, you know. But whatever.
I want to ask so many questions, but you still have to deal with all the paperwork with all that stuff. You know, like it's probably not a public topic. I'm like
yeah,
exactly what happened, but we probably shouldn't discuss that right yet.
No, yeah. I mean, who God only knows what insurance is up to.
Pretty much, yeah. You just, but one of these days, it gives us something to look forward to. See.
I will say though, like the law, it was right near the county line, so the other county responded first, and because they were closer. So the county that actually owned the incident, they were further away, so that they stayed there with me till that guy got there. And both counties, they didn't ask me any questions, like, you know, like they weren't suspicious or anything. So like, I mean, it didn't look like something crazy was going on, you know, talking to go where you were going, Virginia, like, you know.
Yeah, I think you're going to be just fine. I honestly do.
Well, it would have happened already if it was going to go weird like that. I'm just worried that insurance is going to go, you know, I mean, I don't even know how much they're going to give me, you know. They could pay for the value of the truck, which is a lot of money, you know.
What I mean by just fine is you should get the total value, which is less than what it is. But I think you'll get the maximum they can allow. I think you will probably get that. It sounds to me like it's a legit situation. It was just literally an accident, and the underwriting is looking for fault. You're not at fault, so you're good.
Unless they consider the whole fact that it happened fault, you know?
Yeah.
What's up, Zach? You got something?
Dangerous. Well, I'm at peace in my heart right now. A woman's dad is sending kind of powerful messages that I'm thinking he's truly appreciating my heart.
Very nice.
Wait, you were echoing, man. Can you do that one more time? Because I didn't catch that.
Dangerous. Well, I'm at peace in my heart right now. A woman's dad is sending kind of powerful messages that I'm thinking he's truly appreciating my heart.
Who's this woman? What woman is it? You better let her out of your basement, too. At least feed her.
And not peanut butter.
You know, we knew this day would come. We knew we created a monster with this one.
Oh boy. Only knew. All right, Zach, what you got?
Not telling you.
Oh, wow. He'll tell us that he's the human vibrator, but he won't tell us what they're having for dinner.
No, he did tell us that he liked. Never mind. I'm not even gonna go there.
Shane, I hear you. It's a day by day just to exist. But I'm glad you're here.
So I went to this really cool Thai restaurant because my wife and I have this little tradition where every time I almost die, like we go somewhere nice, you know. And this place is so close to where I live. I can't believe I never thought to go there before. And it was actually really good. I got a scallop hibachi, and man, it was really good homemade miso soup, you know, like the good kind.
Yeah.
And,
hell yeah.
you know, that ginger dressing on the salad and all that stuff, you know. Oh man. It was, not super high end, but you know, it was good. Ate a shitload of scallops and drank a couple Singha beers. Oh god, man! I'll tell you what, that just fixed me. I'm pretty easy, I guess.
Well, you're
You know
tough.
what though? It's hard to go to a bad Thai place. They're all pretty good. You know, it's a lot of veggies, spices. If they have bad meat, that's about the worst it can go.
Well, you know, when I was in the Marine Corps and we stopped at Thailand, I just walked around and I looked at the guys next to me and I was like, why don't we go to war with this fucking place? Why don't we go here for 20 years? You know, like, holy fuck. Why is it always a shithole country that sucks that nobody likes? Like, let's go somewhere
Yeah,
cool.
where they've got fresh goat on the menu.
Yeah, you know.
Exactly.
Let's go to war with Australia. I think they need a war right about now. We need to liberate those dudes, you know.
Thank you, kitten.
And go drink their beer and eat their food and
yeah.
blow our paychecks out in the bars.
Well,
here you go, everybody. This is my real life background.
Ron, you look so naked.
Telling you, that kid just came up and took the whole fucking thing down. Crazy little fucker.
What you got, Zach?
I'm going to play the message I got Monday. Good morning, brother. Thinking about you this morning. Man, I'm into this book right now called The Heart of a Warrior by Michael Thompson. Have you read it? If you haven't, you should. It's bringing about some real change for me. Love you, Max. Therefore lay aside all filthiness and overflow of wickedness, and receive with meekness the implanted word, which is able to save your souls. James 1:21. In our time of instant information and 10-second sound bites, it's challenging to slow down and apply the words of Psalm 46 hours and 10 minutes to our lives. Be still and know that I am God. NKJV. So many of us tend to run around in our self-made circles of activity instead of wisely and calmly sitting at his feet. We need to be ready to hear what God has to say. In Matthew 13, in the parable of the sower, Jesus described 4 reactions to the truth of God's word. First, there is the hard heart, which the seed on the roadside represented. The hard heart doesn't understand and receive the word, and therefore doesn't produce any fruit. Next, there is the shallow heart, which parallels the seed that fell on ground filled with rocks. This describes those who are very emotional but have no depth in their lives. Thus, they bear no fruit. Thirdly, there is the crowded heart, represented by the seed that goes into the soil embedded with weeds. This speaks of those who receive the word initially, but they lack repentance and permit sin to choke out the word of God. Lastly, there is the fruitful heart that receives the word and allows it to bring forth fruit. You determine what kind of soil your heart will be. You determine whether you will have a hard heart, a shallow heart, a crowded heart, or a fruitful heart. You determine how the word of God will affect your life. It's up to you. James tells us, therefore lay aside all filthiness and overflow of wickedness, and receive with meekness the implanted word, which is able to save your souls. 121 NKJV. The word of God can't work in our lives unless we receive it the right way. That's because it's possible to hear with our ears but not with our hearts.
Very nice, Zach.
That's awesome.
I really enjoyed that. All of the different types of hearts. Isn't that interesting?
I've hardened my heart to an extent.
I want to hear more about how some lady's dad is writing them. What's going on with that? That just sounds pretty crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
He's got a heart in his heart.
He's like,
he
said, some lady's dad is writing me, and no, everyone else was like, yeah, that's totally normal, and I'm just over here like, what does that mean, man?
You know,
is he like, let's go get a beer, or is he like, or is that what he wrote? Is that what the guy wrote?
That's what he wrote that he just played.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know, for a clownfish, you're not that funny.
So anyways, so check out this.
Who's the lady though?
Check out hey Bushido. What do you think of those colors, bro?
Those are pretty cool, dude. There's one called I think it's called Rattlesnake. It's that kind of tic-tac pattern looking thing, and it's like it looks like a rattlesnake sort of. It's the color wise, it's like a burnt grass and a like coyote brown like mix. It's a really good color because it's kind of neutral and it goes with anything, you know. And dude, it's worth buying. It's worth buying a bit of that stuff.
Rattlesnake, huh? All right.
I think it's called Rattlesnake. Yeah, and you'll know because there's
this one is actually called Anaconda. So,
well, that kind of string, it has a longer, more pronounced pattern, and sometimes when you weave it, you'll get the same thing over and over again, and you'll get kind of stuck in a rut, you know. Where the small pattern stuff, it's like usually two colors. It'll be one color, and then it has little like the old East German rain pattern. It has little like checks in it, you know. And that you know, because it's so small, it kind of comes out the same every time. And those are good for like doing the sides, and the ones that you're doing that bracelet with, if you do it and you put that in the middle, you get a little more of it, and then the sides, it's more of a, it's such a small, you know, because it's just those little loops on the side, you know. I kind of played with that stuff for quite a while. I mean, you got nothing to do out there, you know.
What's up, Zach? You got something else?
A lot going on right now.
Bushido, because he knows how much I love her and he appreciates it.
Who's her? Are you talking about your school lunch lady?
God, those white leather shoes are banging, dude.
They work.
Some of them had the brown leather. My grandmother was a lunch lady for decades, and I have a affinity for lunch ladies.
So does Adam Sandler.
Right? Was he ready? No. She used to make a special burrito, and the small town I lived would be passing out lunch, and they would ask me my name and double check, are you so and so, and then hand me this special tray. because my grandmother made it for me. And on one hand, it was really sweet. On the other hand, it was the most cringe, mortifying thing in the world. You know what I mean? Because I'm the only kid getting the tinfoil wrapped specialty burrito or whatever. Felt like an asshole is my point, but it was really good.
You know what? That's pretty much that's the joys of communism right there. You just got to put enough relatives in the right position, and then life gets kind of tolerable, you know.
It's who you know. Everybody knows. Not what you know. It's all about connections.
You know what they call that in the Marine Corps? I swear to God, do you know what the saying is in the Marine Corps for having connections in the right place?
Do tell.
They call it Semper Fi, fuck the other guy.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
My dad was a Marine. He was also in the reserves too. Before he
Nice.
died.
He was or is?
He was before he died.
That was my next question. I'm sorry to lead to that.
No, that's okay. He was killed in a car accident.
Some shit, man. It's been a interesting night with that.
I was very, very, very young.
Oh wow. I mean, everyone get a good look. This is the last few seconds. I love the American
Dude, his house looks like when you go to those old like pioneer reenactment villages. It's got like wood burning stoves, and I could have swore I saw an Amish person back there.
Sitting in a chair with duct tape on her mouth and rope around her wrist.
Playing a dulcimer. Crank up that dulcimer.
Only untapes her so she can churn butter. All right, I'm sorry. That was.
There we go. Now I'm in a safe place.
You're all right, Zach. Bioxo, that's so true.
Nothing like being on a Chinook to make you feel safe, right?
There you go.
Way better than an osprey.
Whatever it takes.
So I've heard.
Although that whole steady cam little gun mount they put on the back of those ospreys is pretty magnificent, though. It's about the only thing they did right, though.
Hey, off the wall.
Hey, what's up off the wall? What are we doing? Well, I'm waiting for my cat to take down this fucking green screen again. But, no, we're just kind of BSing. Talking about little things. We went over the Kyle Rittenhouse trial quite thoroughly earlier. Still waiting for closing arguments, but man, the prosecution today, man, they kept getting shut down towards the end. It's like everything that they fucking objected, the judge is like overruled. There's a good sign. And that's the main reason why I think this judge is non-biased. And if he is biased, he's probably seen a lot of the photo evidence and all of the footage, and he's like, man, these guys were trying to kill this kid. And but he is doing a very good job of keeping it under his hat. And it's like, all right, well, I'll allow this, I won't allow that. And
Well, hell, it didn't take a rocket scientist to see the video that the kid was he shot in self-defense, period.
It's the way I see it. That's the way most of Americans see it. Let's just hope that the jury sees it that way. That would be nice if it was a 12-12 decision, not guilty. And I just don't know if that's going to happen. You're probably going to have at least a couple fucking libtards on that fucking panel. What was he doing on the streets with an AR-17? Why does he even need an AR-15? You know, God, I can't stand people like that. It's like, why do you need an AR-15? Well, you know what? It's not a bill of needs. It's a bill of rights, you fucking asshole. And we're all granted that fucking same right. And it doesn't matter if we're fucking 15 or 18 or fucking 12. If you know how to handle that fucking rifle and do it responsibly, then you have the right. Period. That's the way I look at it. This whole fucking putting ages on shit is absolutely ridiculous, stupid shit. I think fucking having to have a fucking. All right.
Are you talking about the age of consent because you're a pedophile?
No, that would no.
No. So some ages are good. We can agree on a little bit, right?
It depends on the state. Let's put it that way. It depends on what your state is as far as what the age of consent is.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that.
Well, unscrupulous. I need to get more funding before I go out and buy any more paracord. Because right now I'm on limited funds, and when I say limited, I mean fucking limited. And if I don't get anything sold or any donations soon, I'm gonna be fucking hurting. I'm gonna have to fucking go out and do daily work, daily pay, or some shit.
But, you know, like, I'm okay with this gun ownership kind of having a little bit of an incubation time, you know, but I think 18 is, if you're old enough to go to war, you're old enough to have the guns at home, right? I think we can all agree on that.
I would now. I would even say younger, you know, because I taught my kids at a young age, you know,
Right.
You know, so I mean, at 13, 14, you know, once you know for a fact that they understand the gun safety law, you know, gun safety, you know, and they respect it. You know, they've been out there. My son's fired all of the firearms here, and he
Well, I
understands
think, like,
how lethal they are. You know,
I
so
think as a parent, and I hate sounding like a parent because I always try not to do that, but
because
I
you're
think as
not
a parent, as long as you're responsible for that kid, you should have a little bit of say on this firearm issue. Because if you have a complete dumbass, retarded kid, and that kid's running around buying guns and doing dumb shit with it, you're going to be responsible. They're going to hold you responsible for it as well, you know? And if you're sharing the blame for anything that kid may do by negligent action, you should have a little bit of say on whether that kid can have it in the first place, you know? Once they're an adult and they're on their own, different story, you know? So I think a lot of parental guidance and oversight until they're an adult. So I'm not saying a kid couldn't have a firearm at 12 years old, but I'm just saying, like, to go out and do it on your own. I can kind of understand why they're saying that someone should be an adult to do that. That could be considered an adult decision to me, you know. I can meet him in the middle there, you know. But what's the difference between a pistol, a hunting rifle, and a shotgun? Like, you know, it's like a freaking gun is a gun to me, you know? So there should be one age, whatever that age is, you know? And if you can drive a weapon at 16, which is a car, which kills way more people than guns, like, maybe that's the age, you know? I don't know. I'm totally open to discussion on that. My mind is open. I just love how Obama says we should ban guns, think of the children. But then when you're like, what about abortion? And he's like, those aren't children, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, we don't even know what a child is. Like, that's up for debate. We haven't even figured that one out yet. We're still working on that. Man, what a catch-22. That's the one that burns my ass, man. Like, you can go to the abortion clinic and get rid of your baby because it's just a cluster of cells. But if I accidentally shoot my firearm Alec Baldwin style and I kill you, they say that I also murdered your child, which was just a cluster of cells because you were on your way to the abortion clinic to get it sucked out of your body, you know? Explain that one to me. Like,
I love
it's
the
a
way
Well,
child if they kill it.
no. If you shoot a pregnant lady, you're automatically up on 2 charges because you killed not only her but the baby.
But what if that
Whereas
same lady?
even though she had a Planned Parenthood
There you go.
appointment for the next day to go get that baby aborted, you're still going to get charged for 2 homicides.
And this is
That's
the
total
liberal.
bullshit.
The liberal enigma is the same thing can be 2 different things at the same time with them, always. You know. And
Yep. Well, they're two-faced. We already know that though.
because it's issue by issue to them, and they don't, they put it on a whiteboard. They don't write it in a book. So when they win one argument, they just erase the whiteboard and start with the next argument. They don't realize they contradict each other. It's so weird, and I can't believe we tolerate it. This is the problem that I have with us. We tolerate it. We're so used to them not making sense that we don't even call them out on it anymore. Really, we don't demand the excellence that they demand from us.
Isn't hypocrisy unavoidable unless everything is all or nothing, black or white? If we don't allow gray, that's worse. That's zealous extremism, black and white. And I don't mean race. I mean, all or nothing. Let me change it to that. So
Yeah,
all or nothing, or we have some levels of gray.
Well, moderation is the wise person's game, and it's hard to trust someone to use moderation when it requires wisdom. And wisdom, I'm beginning to learn. I'm just starting to learn now at this age that wisdom is something that some people are just never going to get. They say it comes with age. I don't think it does. I think you're born an idiot. You're going to remain an idiot. You become an older idiot,
Yeah.
or a younger one. And some people they should have gotten eaten by tigers, but we don't have any anymore. So they remain in the gene pool. And
I do agree. Most people, inherently say idiots if they're idiots.
There's only one problem, outdoor adventures. Like seriously, first of all, that is too broad. You can email me or PayPal me, and we can work something out that way. But I mean, all right, I got the size, but I have no idea what colors or what color scheme, what pattern you want. I mean, I've got quite a few. I got dozens and dozens. I got camo. I've got my Dangerous Freedom ones. I got all kinds, man. So,
I mean, if you consider the average IQ in this country is like 103, at what point do you draw the line? You know what I'm saying? As far as, people joke about, well, maybe people should take assessments. I don't want to say psychological, but intelligence assessments of reasoning and skill before voting. And no, I don't think that's a great idea, but I do see the logic behind it because we have a lot of idiots out there.
I don't think our average IQ is not 103.
Is it lower?
Yes, it is. I think it's 90.
Oh, no way.
And all of Western Europe is 100 or more. Actually, Eastern Europe is more intelligent than everyone else, with the exception of those few breakaways like Japan. Go ahead, make me say it. Fine. I hope you're happy.
You fell right into my trap.
But yeah, there's another strange country on that IQ map. If you look it up, actually, the geneticist that made that map, he got canceled. He was one of the first people to ever get canceled, and he thought he did the world a service, and then they called him a racist and they banned all of his work. It's kind of crazy. If you look at the results, it doesn't really look. It does look pretty bad, You're like, ooh, yeah, that hurts.
I hear you, unscrupulous. I hear you. I don't think it's the appropriate thing to do, but sometimes I can see
idiots out representing idiots.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's like the blind leading the blind. Look at California. Although California is not completely blind, they actually recalled this fucking governor, and I don't know if they cheated his ass back in there. I'm guessing that's probably the case. Just
Well,
wild,
yeah.
wild guess there. But I mean, we already saw what they did in 2020. You know, they've got it down to a science.
Good night, hugs and kisses.
Yep. Good night, Biaxo.
Unscrupulous, it's not going to tip over, but it could be swallowed. It's only 30 miles by 8 miles. And
we're talking about Guam again.
You all unscrupulous said waiting for Guam to tip over. I don't think it's. I don't think it's gonna
Well, I'll tell you what, fucking Guam is bigger than fucking Bermuda, and it hadn't tipped over yet.
No.
So tell me this: when that guy asked that question to that general, why did not only people not vote for the dude again? Why didn't they demand his ritual surrender to preserve his honor? You know, and just have him commit seppuku right there on live television. You know, just like, dude, you are too stupid to be one of our leaders. I mean,
which question? Which general? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, God, it was one of the representatives or senator or whatever the hell he was.
Oh, like a month and a half ago.
Asked, talking about Guam tipping over.
Okay, fuck.
You can see the video clip of it. And I think the guy's still in government actually, but he was like, well, why you can't land all those planes on the west side of the island? And the general's looking at him and he's going, why? And he's like, well, how much do those planes weigh? He's like, well, they weigh this much. And he's like, and the cargo inside? He's like, well, approximately this much. And he's like, well, aren't you worried that the island's going to tip over? And the general stops and he looks around like waiting for Ashton Kutcher to run out to tell him he got punked, you know? And it doesn't happen. And
like, are you really serious right now?
And that's what he basically says. He's like, pretty sure the island's not going to tip over. I think we're safe there. We can double check that for you if you want us to. I mean, like he's like, if I tell the guy he's a retard, I'm going to lose my job, you know? And it was brilliant. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that one. Oh, the guy's name is Johnson. I love that. Isn't it going to tip over? Oh, my Lord. That's a very good example of shit. But then just let the idiots vote. Just by random chance, maybe we'll end up with less idiots.
But, it's also like when, for example, the pendulum's swinging. Mm-hmm. People are going to go in there and just check R all the way down the board.
Yeah.
We run the same risk of electing the same idiot, you know?
I don't really think either side of the bird matters. I'm more pessimistic in that way. For the most part, the conservative makes more sense to me. But when you just look at the web, there's no difference. Show me the line. I mean, they're all in bed together, and they all flip-flop. And the 90s Democrat, you know what? Kennedy was the most Republican president we've had in 50 whatever years. And he was a Democrat. You know?
Yeah, Democrats were different then, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, they were actually for the people back then. Yeah.
You know who I think we need for president? Danny DeVito. I mean, he could make sense, and if he doesn't make sense, it's just funny watching him walk around.
My God. But if he brings Lillian, if he brings what am I? I'm thinking about the movie Twins. Hold on. All right. Never mind. For some reason, I thought of Cheers and Frasier. Right? You said Danny DeVito, and they've never done anything together. So my bad.
Well, they're loosely connected. Because
we got a Kevin Bacon. We got 6 Degrees.
Well, the dark-haired lady from Cheers
Yeah.
was Danny DeVito's wife, who worked on Cheers with Frasier. So
You're talking about
Okay,
Rhea,
so I'm pulling
you're
that
talking
part
about
up.
Rhea
I can
Perlman,
remember
right?
the name.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, Rhea Perlman, the bartender or the waitress or
Rhea
cocktail
Perlman.
waitress. You
Yeah, right,
stay the
right,
fuck
right,
out
right.
of it.
Rhea
Don't give me
Perlman.
that
What was her
shit.
name on Cheers?
Don't you give me that shit.
Rhea
You can
Perlman's
figure
name.
it
I
back
went
all
with
you want.
Frasier's wife, which was
There
Lillian.
are
and I
certain
was
places
trying
you
or
are
Lilith.
not allowed in this house.
What was Rhea Perlman's name?
Carla, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it was
Carla.
Carla.
Carla. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, she was a loudmouth one. I loved her. Yeah, she was great. She wouldn't take shit from nobody.
She was kind of like the G-Ma Merkel of Cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
Oh my God, I love G-Ma.
So would I be Sam or would I be Woody?
Sam the Butcher bringing Alice the meat, or Sam on
Fred
Cheers?
Flintstone.
Sam on Cheers.
Okay. In my world, it could. Would you be the bartender? Yeah, you would be. You would have to be Sam. Did
Pretty
you ever
much.
play baseball?
In school, yeah.
There you go.
He means like detention.
Oh, right. Activity hour.
Who did Carla marry? Oh God.
Oh man. There
Wow.
was a wedding, wasn't there? Who did Carla marry?
It wasn't a butcher. Wasn't a male. I don't think it was a male man.
No, it wasn't the male. Was it the fat guy? With curly hair? What the fuck?
I don't fucking know.
I don't
Norm.
either.
I can't remember that far back. Hey, I'm not being mean, Stuart. I'm just trying to let her know. Hey, there are certain places that are off limits in this house. What's up, Zach?
Nicole, but babe, I need to stick with the technology side right now because I'm afraid of political people taking me out since I do the right thing.
Right. No, you're not. I think that's a wise choice, Zach. Don't put a lot of energy into going too far ahead. Just build up. Who knows? One day you might make the perfect connection that could get you where you might end up, but one step at a time. Was it the postman, Stuart? Eddie. Wait.
Yeah, Grandma. Yep. Yeah, you're right. Nick Tortorelli. And yep, they got divorced actually in that show too, I believe.
Huh.
We vote for Zach for president no matter what.
Okay, I got it. Let's see here.
I'm kind of interested in these political people trying to take him out. Put something in their PayPal or something.
Tell him, Zach.
8.5 inch. Okay. I got you. I got you. Outdoor Adventures. Let's see. Do I have your address here? Oh, you can email me your address. It's almost the same link, except instead of being at PayPal, it's dangerousfreedom73@gmail, and then that way. Wait, don't I already have? I think I've already sent you stuff before. Now that I think about it, God, I'd have to go all the way. I've got so many damn fucking addresses and shit, man. Then you can make it. Oh, never mind. There it is, right there. You're in Kentucky, correct? No, I got it right there. Yeah, never mind. I only had to dig through 2 receipts.
Wouldn't that be a ring, Topspin? I can think of something Ron could use to model that.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah, you could make rings. You already have a ring
Oh
to use.
man.
Middle fingers for all. You get a middle finger. You get a middle finger.
I know, right? I appreciate that though. That door.
Ooh, Firefly, a tube top. I love that. I used to wear those.
How's it going, good people?
Hi,
Hey,
D-Dog.
Hey. Oh, Zach's gonna wave at me. I don't deserve the middle finger. That's better. I'm glad you like me, Zach.
He waves at the people he likes and he gives the finger to people he doesn't.
No, I thought it was the other way around.
Oh, my bad.
I'll take the finger. That way I know I'm Zach's number one.
The problem with Zach when he does it is you don't really know if it's for you or the horse you rode in on.
Cool.
Depends on her name.
No, he said horse, not whore.
Oh, all right. My bad. I thought you meant he was an equestrian. My father became an equestrian when he married his second wife.
And all he ended up with was a saddle horn.
Yeah, he's got to buy feed bags and salt licks now.
Mm-hmm.
The closest I came to being an equestrian was when I was looking at those inappropriate pictures of AOC.
Oh, nay.
Yeah, her and her little donkey smile.
Mm.
Yeah, when she gets out of the political arena, I hope she keeps her Instagram just so I have something to laugh at a couple times a day.
I hope when she dies, I hope she at least have donated her teeth to science to figure out how that happened, you know?
You know how it happened. It happened at the donkey show down in Mexico with her mom.
Wow. You know, I never did find that. I've been to Tijuana a million times and I never found it.
Me neither. I was just going to say I went to Tijuana and we were looking everywhere. We did find some raunchy strip places and God, the sadness and cigarette smoke in there.
The
But
regret.
we never
Yeah,
found
you walk
anything
in and it
gadgets
smells
or
like
animals.
regret.
Yeah, it smelled like regret and tequila.
Yeah.
Farts.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
and
man.
it's not even good to kill you.
No, that pepperiness of a dust fart.
That was back when, like, God, beers were like 50 cents in Tijuana,
Yeah.
you know, bar price. And we were like, well, why are we looking for strip clubs? There's all these UCSD students here. Let's just get some of these chicks drunk and just make our own strip show, you know?
Right.
So yeah, it'll look like this Outdoor Adventures. It's got the fire striker on it. It's got the compass, the whistle, and of course the dangerous freedom leaf.
Zach, what you got?
I'm trying to be a gentleman, but no, everyone wants my fucking finger.
Oh, wow, Zach. I was not expecting that at all.
Well, damn, your finger must be good.
As many places as you've put it, Zach, I wouldn't sniff it.
Oh God.
Dude.
For a second, it sounded like Magic wanted to take the old Pepsi challenge on that.
Oh, Lord.
No.
Yes, the coconut oil for it. All right.
I think you did.
Girl. You guys aren't right.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's fun.
Yeah, see, in Tijuana when I went, you didn't even pay for booze. It's kind of like Vegas. As long as you're eating, they just pour it down your throat, literally.
Well, we were Marines, so that place would go. It would affect the economy if we had free booze.
Right.
Yeah, it would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that.
Just like if you go to Okinawa, the very first thing on the billboard of places they tell you cannot go is the stage. And if you didn't go to the that place would have been closed.
Huh.
Well, all that Whisper Alley stuff too back in the day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I went to I was in mid 80s. I went in under Reagan, got out under Bush. So
today's the 10th of November, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Just
happy birthday.
Yeah, you too, man.
What is it what occurred that causes this to be remembered as the Marine birthday?
Really kick-ass party at Tongue Tavern.
Yeah.
Back in 1775.
Attaboy, Dangerous.
Okay.
1775.
Philadelphia,
The
Pennsylvania.
Marines kicked it all off, dude.
Who did?
The Marines kicked off.
Oh, okay. Was there a person or
and then
was a
I don't
group?
remember when when the Army came in or when they created the Army, but yeah, Marines were the
like
first.
June 24th of 76, something like that. But that was after the conflict had already started, but they realized they had to have a Continental Army under one command. They had to sort of the regional stuff just wasn't cutting it against the British troops,
Yeah, they had to bring the militias together under one rule.
Interesting. Super interesting.
Something to think about. Like, just, if ever there were some lessons to think about, that like would be something we might be wanting to read that book right about now, just in case.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We've got the Navy was first. This is a long battle. Who was first?
Well, later they're going to tell us that the Marines are a department of the Navy.
God, excuse me.
I just hate having to tell them it's the men's department.
Wait, now I thought the Navy was the taxi service for the Marines.
Yeah, they do that very well.
Well, that's why I was asking what the turning point was.
I know that's fucked up, man. It's one of them old rivalries.
Yeah.
But you know what, man? Fucking Marines, Navy, Army, it doesn't matter. You get all those guys on the same boat. Most of them, they're going to get along. And if it comes to conflict, you're all, dude, it's like being in a foxhole. There's no atheists in a foxhole and there's no enemies in a foxhole. You got one mission, and that's kill the fucking enemy and get out of there alive. Well, I guess that'd be two missions. But they kind of go coincide.
Yeah, well, you get all the branches into a bar, there's going to be a few fist fights, and the next day we'll be there fighting side by side, and we'll take a bullet for the one we just beat the shit out of the night before.
Yep. Right. That's why it's really interesting to me. There's all these lines drawn, but if you go back, there's been organized militias, if you will, for for thousands of years. So it's
we started off And believe it or not, this is still a technical term, is an unorganized militia, which
Okay.
would be kind of like part of the group I'm in, because I'm not like part of an organization at all. I've never been specially trained. What I've done is I've learned how to shoot over the years. I've taught my kids how to shoot. I've learned how to prepare myself. And like I said, that's why I always get to leadership roles wherever I go, is because, if there's a problem, I don't sit there and scratch my head and then scratch my butt and go, we need to call a supervisor. Like, it's like, if it's something minor, it's like, dude, don't even scratch your head, dude. Just call me. It's like, hey, you got to do this, and I'll even show them how to do it. And I'll start to show them how to do it. This is how you do it. All right, you fucked this up, so you got to cut it out. You don't have to ruin the entire structure because you fucked one fucking stud up or one trimmer up. Just take out your sawzall and fucking fix it. But I've always been good at thinking on my feet.
Mm-hmm.
Probably what got me through all these 48 years.
You're 48
Mm-hmm.
and you already look like this?
How old are you? 52?
55. And
You
I got
are
hit by the ugly tree a couple times.
You're 75?
55.
Oh, 55. I was going to say, there's no way
Wow,
you're 75.
Virginia.
No,
75. Virginia Roots, don't take this wrong, but fuck you.
I didn't mean it that way. Honestly, I really didn't.
Wow. Oh, wow. You look good for 75 there, bro.
I was about to say, if you are, then I'm absolutely amazed. But no disrespect, man.
No, that's good. No, I get that a lot too. It's like, really, you're 48? It's like, yeah, I'm really 48. And I'll be 49 here in a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, life got real easy for me when my dad told me the facts of life, and I was, I don't know, 7 or 8. That as a man, you're going to mature to 14, then your body's going to age. Yep, I get it.
Ain't that right?
Yep, I put in a hardwood floor for my daughter and her mom, and they gave me an envelope with some money in it. I gave it back to them. I said, I don't need no fucking money. And they said, well, we're going to go get you some sodas and a pack of cigarettes. I said, okay, I'll do that. And they come back with the soda, pack of cigarettes, and the only thing a real man could enjoy, a pack of Legos.
I don't know, man. Those hurt so bad when you shit them out.
Yeah, but they don't taste that bad.
I was gonna say, I would go with the AR-15 because that's like a Lego. It's like Legos for men. You can take a 300 upper, 300 blackout upper, put it on a 223 receiver or 556 receiver. Takes the same magazine and everything. It's just like building blocks. Fucking ARs are wonderful like that.
Yeah, like each of my kids, my grandkids, on their 5th birthday, they end up getting a Remington 22 over 410, and that's what they learn on. It's a split barrel, so you have to break it. It's single shot.
Yep. Oh, so it comes with two. It comes with both barrels.
Yeah, it's a stack, a 22 over a 410.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like that Henry
like an over under kind of sort of.
Yep.
Henry made, and it's not the AR-7, but Henry made the one of those survival rifles that was exactly that. It was a 22 over a 410. I'm sure you got like a little fancier version. That was more like a raw one, It had like the wire stock on it and all that stuff. But I always thought that was kind of cool.
Yep, and they don't get spoiled. No scope. It's iron sights, and by the time they're 10, they've already put down a deer.
Wow. That's pretty impressive right there. You know, my kids haven't killed anything yet. I have, but they haven't. They haven't gotten to go out on a hunt yet.
Hey,
Yeah.
watch.
I'm feeling old. I'll be 30 in a year and 5 months.
My goodness, Zach, you are ancient.
So you think 30's old, huh? I remember when I was 14 and I knew everything that the world could ever teach me. By the time I was 25, I realized I didn't know half as much as I thought I did. And now I realize I didn't know shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's called the Dunning-Kruger effect, by the way. That's the actual name for that.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was called shit. My dad was right.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, look, yeah, that would work too. That's kind of the nickname for it.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I thought I was using the official title for it.
but anyways, no, I mean, when I was young, well, I don't know. I guess I was never arrogant or anything like that, you know. But it's like I would pay attention a lot. You know, I was always kind of the quiet one until, you know, I got like a group of my smoker friends out there and we'd be sitting under a fucking tree at lunchtime smoking weed, you know, and then we would all talk. But most of the time at school I was just quiet, and then when I got out, I started getting more open, a little bit more open, and started, you know, learning a few things. Like I said, I've always been good at thinking on my feet. That's just one thing about me. It's like, okay, well, what do I do to get out of this? Or, you know, what's my best way out of this? Or, you know, always trying to figure out what the best solution is going to be for whatever problem comes up. And just over the time, with all the different skills that I've learned and stuff like that, it just makes it that much easier to be a patriot. And I don't consider myself a prepper. I'm not saying that I don't have food stacked to the fucking rafters. Not saying I don't have ammo boxes full, you know, or anything like that. I'm just saying this, like, I, I'd rather be a patriot than a prepper because I go on a lot of these prepper streams. Now, do I love the guys over there? Absolutely. And they are patriots. Dude, they're all patriots. It's just all they talk about is prepping and scenarios and stuff like that. And I mean that's good. That's good for a lot of people. I mean, I've been in some of those panels as well. It's just after a while you get tired of just that's all you talk about. You know what I mean? That's why I try and do this after dark. What's up, Watchful Warrior? What is up, brother? Why don't you come on up here, man? I haven't talked to you in a while. But I do this so that I can kind of break up the continuity or the what that's not the good term to use. Um, just to kind of break it up. You know what I mean? Like, you know, most of these people don't even talk about like Kyle Rittenhouse. And, you know, a lot of people are like, well, you're focusing on Kyle Rittenhouse. And it's like, well, yeah, because this is going to be a big case for the self defense clause. You know what I mean? You know, because if they do convict this kid, then that means that our fucking rights are fucking done, completely done, especially in Wisconsin, or at least Kenosha.
Have you watched any of the trial?
Dude, I've watched every single fucking day of the trial, all fucking day.
And prosecution rested today, right?
Yeah, now the defense is calling their witnesses. Yes.
Yeah, but prosecution gave away the entire case by putting up someone who wasn't really on their side.
Which was
The reporter from Epic Times.
what was his name? Anthony or something like that, I think.
Right.
Well, I don't know because honestly, if you go back and I mean, like I said, I watched the entire damn thing, but like they would always or the defense would get up there and ask him, well, okay, so how was Kyle poised when you went up there? He was chill, he was relaxed, he had an AR on him, but nobody was fucking intimidated or threatened by him. He was very friendly. He just, he was just there to help, period. It wasn't until the point where, it's like they always say, you're a nice guy until you're not. Well, that's where Kyle had to go to, and it sucked because I mean, well, it sucked in the fact that they pushed him to that limit. Now he's in the situation he is. But if when I look at it, Kyle did us a favor. He got rid of 2 pedos and another fucking violent criminal who is carrying around a fucking illegal firearm in the first place as a convict. Why is he not fucking already on trial? Why hasn't he already been tried and in prison for 10 years? Dude, if you and I tried that shit, dude, the prosecution and that motherfucker that got shot in the bicep, they got something concocted because when the defense got him, he had no idea what to do. So he just tried to be as honest as possible because he knew if he didn't, they would catch him in a fucking lie. And then, it would completely destroy any testimony that the prosecution even had.
Right. But
At least that's
if you actually look at
I'm not a fucking lawyer or nothing, but I'm just guessing that's what happened.
But if you actually look at the situation that Kyle ended up putting himself in, he was trying to do good by the people there, even though he was out of his state of, where he lived.
But he
spent
right.
the whole day washing city buildings, get graffiti off them, cleaning up a church and everything else.
All right. His mom lives in Illinois, and he normally stays with his mom, but his dad lives in Kenosha, or at least in Wisconsin. He worked in Kenosha.
Right.
He knew that place. That's a 20-minute drive for him. That's less than I have to drive to South Phoenix. So it's like they really, dude, the state line thing, it needs to fucking be, well, not to mention he never crossed the state line with a fucking weapon anyways.
Are you going to let me get to my point, Dangerous?
Oh, sorry, bro.
The biggest failure there is, one, the police didn't do their fucking job. And 2 is when the city asked the governor for the National Guard, the governor refused it. So Kyle should have never been put in the situation that he put himself in. The people that are sworn to protect the community should have done their fucking job, period.
What action do you think that could have been in this situation?
The people starting fires and everything else, and arson and looting.
Okay.
If they're too overwhelming and everything else, put the bitches down.
Well, in this specific instance, how could they have stopped him or stopped anything from happening when someone was going to get hurt? Let's say, right, which they did. So in this exact case, what could have been done, do you think, to
when the entire riot and everything else happened, even though it would have been sad, if the police would have been overtaken, they could have just started putting people down and the shit would have dispersed and been over with, because they'd know that the police are doing their job protecting the community, period.
Well, I can see that. And then on the other hand, I'm like, well, more people would have been hurt. There would have been more mayhem, I think. So I can see both sides. And I don't follow the case every single day. I'm aware of it. I check in here and there, but so I can't speak to every detail, but I don't know if more people, and if it wouldn't have put an even worse stain on law enforcement, which I think is already deplorable. Those that protect and serve us are lambasted. So it's tough, dude, in this
Well,
environment.
it doesn't matter what people do. There's always going to be good and bad.
Right.
It doesn't matter if we're talking about law enforcement, military, the political arena, or even preachers. There's good and bad in all of it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all because of a simple thing, of human nature.
Yeah, I agree with that. Human nature is tough to outrun.
Well, you can't,
You know?
because it doesn't matter what's happening today happened in our past. It
Mhm.
will happen in our future, of the government trying to overtake the rights of the people.
Mhm.
Because of the way that our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution is written, we don't have to go to a grand remonstrance like they did over in Great Britain, where it cost the king his head. But through paper and a little bit of paperwork and some bitching and screaming, everything can be flipped. It's just people just don't want to do the work. They're waiting for their own little messiah, that Trump guy, to come in and fix and save everybody, and he can't. The president doesn't have enough authority to do that anyway.
No, he doesn't. I've been saying that as well too.
Yep.
Well,
And
it's
since I'm not
painful.
allowed to type in chat, I'd like to say hi to Independent and a Big Chap. And I seen Nicole DD there too. Sooner or later you'll figure it out, Dangerous, why I can't type in chat.
Huh. You're blocked. What's your is it under D-Dog?
Devil Dog 2856. I'll put it in private.
Yeah, put it in private, Devil Dog. I've seen you in there.
Why can't you? I'm just kind of curious.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm curious as well. I don't know.
Yeah,
Why
I've seen you in there. Huh.
I mean, I
Sorry,
see you in
sorry,
chats too. Are you thinking because I got some CIA operative working over here?
No, one of the first times I was on your channel, I came up and talked a little bit about American history, and I asked you if I can drop the links down in your chat, and you were going to give me a wrench like the rest of the people, and you could have just gone to the next bar below that is a block. It could have just been an honest mistake, Dangerous. I'm not calling out anyone on it. I understand shit happens.
Okay, so you might have blocked you at some point.
I'll be honest with you. I've never blocked anybody on my own.
Well, like I said, it could have been an accident.
If somebody comes up on like panel like we are and gets out of line or whatever, I'll block them or I'll mute them and cut them out of the stream. But dude, as far as like blocking people, if they're getting that nasty, if like I kick them off the panel and then they get nasty in the fucking chat, I'll just take their wrench. But no, I've never had an issue with you, Devil Dog, at all. So I don't know what that was all about. Maybe one of these days we'll get down to the bottom of it. But at this point, it's like water under the bridge. Who gives a shit?
I'm not too worried about it. If I want to say something, fuck, you always have the link up. I'll come up here.
Yes, I
There
mean,
you go. There you go.
I don't know if you can check
Oh,
your block.
Zach has something to say, I think.
Yeah.
Well, hey family, I'm going to bed. I'm tired and I have work tomorrow. Have a great night and I love you all.
Damn it, Zach.
Good night, Zach. Get an extra hour of sleep for some beauty sleep, okay, buddy?
Yeah. I think you should use that daylight savings time to work on that beauty sleep, Zach, because
Good night.
you're starting to look like Nancy Pelosi.
No,
No
not roast
way.
beef lip. Not roast beef lips herself.
Dude, I wasn't even going there. Now you got me thinking about it.
Roast beef neck.
Oh, this is gonna be good. He's already laughing.
Yeah. Get a nut. Don't remind him. Hey, son. Independent. I've gone into a few chats and I see people replying to people that at first I thought I was blocked from, but then I would see them come up in the same chat, which it's been more than one person, so I don't think it's just a coincidence. Yeah. North Carolina girl, I haven't seen her for a minute, but I have been in places that I could not see people, but then did all of a sudden, and I don't know, more than one. So I think you're right. There could be
A spy.
well, yeah, there's certainly at least, even if it's one, let's say it's 2%, you have one in here right now, right? So sure. But no, I mean people we know, like names I know that I say hi to all the time. I'll see them and then not see them in it, but back and forth. It more than once, so that it seems like not really being blocked, but more being like pulled out.
Oh yeah, no, Debbie's doing them. Yeah, she's doing fine. Don't worry. I actually, I fucked up, man. I fucking thought I learned my lesson a long time ago about bringing multiple people onto a fucking text stream. And so, anyways, Nikki sells jewelry, and so does Deb. And so went ahead and took pictures of some of my newer, fresher gear and colors and stuff, and I sent it out to both of them. And then next thing I know, that they're like, "Well, wait, why? What's going on here?" It's like, how many different, you know, conversations do we have going here? And I was like, man, oh fuck, you know. I mean, Deb and Nikki, they've met, they've talked with each other, they've been on backstage before. So, I mean, I don't know.
Zach's hands up.
Zach.
It's just easier to send out one message to two people than, especially if it's the same damn message. So.
Shut the fuck up, Bushido, you high mofo you. How do you think I attract all the beautiful women?
Zach was supposed to have been in bed like 5 minutes ago, so I'd like the record to strike that comment.
Yeah, it's past your bedtime, Zach. No more talking.
Oh my god. He said, I get all the women. I spent yeah, he do. All right, Zach. Get some.
Hey, Zach, you can have all the women because I'm done with headaches.
Yeah. We're intolerable bitches. I swear to God.
Not all of you.
No, not all of us. Rest
Because-
well, Zach.
Yep, because people that talk in absolutes are always wrong.
Yeah,
That's what
I
you
would
just did, so you
tend to
were
agree with
wrong.
that one. But I
Nice,
know
Zach.
everything.
That's actually not untrue because everything is the accumulation of your perception. You just don't know that there's more of everything because you don't know what you don't know.
When did you become a damn philosopher?
Dugout can go deep.
And I mean, that was deep. It was like, wow, you know, but you don't know that there's other shit out there you don't know.
Yeah, that was either philosophy.
Totally philosophical shit, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was either philosophy or a fucked up rhyme.
He tries to do haikus all the time. So far, it's unsuccessful.
Well,
Well,
like
right
just
now,
think of it like this.
all right,
Imagine if we could see radio waves, how fucked up we would be. You know,
all right. Keep
like
in mind, Bushido is, he's still recovering from concussion that he suffered the other night when he
Right.
drove his truck off a cliff and ended up in the fucking ditch.
Right.
I'm sorry, was I speaking out of turn?
that's kind of what happened.
No,
Sort of.
dude.
There's a
No,
lot of
it's
water and shit
dude, it's a
involved.
wild story, man. I'm glad that the Gators weren't out there, man. That would suck if we lost you, dude. I don't
Oh,
know.
well, dude, it was pitch black. So the fact that they weren't really there doesn't mean that they weren't there, because in my mind there was like 100 of them just surrounding me. You know,
Dude,
they
that
just
is
weren't
so
really there.
What were you really scared of that? What was the first thing on your mind? Gators? I mean, really, I'm sure it was in the back of your mind, but they aren't
Well, the
coming
first thing was when I realized that the truck was flooding. I was like, I literally was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You know, that was the first thing I thought, like, I was like, wow, this is not good. Truck sideways. And then when I realized there was water shooting through the doors, I was like, you've got to be effing kidding me, man. Like, really? And then sure enough, the water was coming in and coming in and coming in. I was like, it's not going to just stop coming in. This is going to just like keep on happening, So then I'm trying to get ready. I couldn't get the key out because I didn't think to put it in park, which ended up being a good thing later. So I left the keys. My house key was still in it. So I was like, salvage the guns. I had my work gun in my backpack. Immediately went to the glove box to get my concealed carry glove box gun, and by the time that happened, the water was like halfway through the truck bed, and I kicked the door open, and the truck was perfectly on its side at first, so I could set the backpack on the passenger rear door, which is now the roof, and then I fell. And I went back in. I dropped my phone. I had to go back after that. But the flashlight was on, thank God. So I knew where it was, because I'd kicked my flashlight on by that point. But yeah, I climbed out, and then I was almost about ready to get out of the truck, and then it shifted and slid more forward, like upside downish more. And then I really kind of freaked out because I was like, if this thing turns over, like, I didn't, in my head, I didn't even think like, man, this thing could end up upside down, like I hadn't quite thought of that yet. So I put a new fire up my ass, and then I got on top of the vehicle, and then I was looking at all that canal between me and the truck, and I was like, man, just like a month and a half ago, I saw like a 12-footer just hanging out right here,
Right.
And I'm like, man, this thing's gonna fucking eat my ass, and I'm gonna die, and it's gonna suck. And then if I get eaten by an alligator, that's gotta hurt. I don't know. I've never been bitten by one, but I'm sure it sucks.
They'd roll you for a while.
Knowing you, Bushido, he'd probably chomp on you for a while and then be like, this guy tastes like shit.
Yeah, maybe.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, because you had the adrenaline going, before you got out of the vehicle, on a scale of 1 to 10, how freaked out were you? And then after you got out and reassessed it, on a scale of 1 to 10, how freaked out were you?
Oh, well, the actual like accident part was really low. Because if you've ever been in a couple accidents and stuff, like I was like, oh, I'm in an accident. This fucking sucks. That was in my head. I was thinking of insurance going up. Like that's as like I was like trying to write the vehicle. I was like, this is going to cost me some money,
Yeah.
But then I crashed. But when I landed, I was like, damn, the truck's on its side. This is screwed up. But it's black. The only light that I had was the instrument panel, and the headlights were on. But since I was on my side, I couldn't. It was weird. I was like, why can't I see anything? But I didn't quite put it all together yet. And the airbags were out, which covered the windows on the sides, which obstructed my vision. So I didn't realize I was in the water yet. I didn't really know until I put my head against the airbag because all my weight when I undid the seatbelt, I just kind of plopped on the airbag, which like felt like the most awesome pool raft that I've ever been on. And for a second, I kind of relaxed, and I was like, "Well,
Hey,
fuck,
yeah,
what?"
it was made by the My Pillow guy.
I bet, man. It was. They knew what they were doing. Whoever made that thing, and like, how did they get that much airbag in this truck? I'm like, there were airbags fucking everywhere, man. Like the thing just became a giant accordion all of a sudden, you know.
Like,
But
oh god, Demolition Man.
yeah, yeah.
Now, did
Everything,
those
everything went
airbags,
off.
those airbags, like impede your ability to move around? Was it more of a deterrent, or was it comforting?
Well, see, when I was trying to get out, it kind of was because it skirts. It's not like in the door. It's in the door frame. So that inflated bag when I was trying to get out of the truck on the other door, it I had to kind of wiggle around that, and it was just one more thing that was making me drop shit and slip because I was trying to use the center console and sometimes the steering wheel to stand on, and I kept slipping and falling back into the water, you know. And
now, would it be a dumb idea to stab those airbags? Is there chemicals in them? You know, like deflate them?
No, no, there's not.
I mean, maybe not. It was
No,
a
there's
time.
not. No, because remember when I worked at the explosives plant, that's what we made the chargers for. What it is our devices would set off the explosion, which would charge the gas, which would go into them, but is not non-caustic gas. It's just a super reactive gas.
I've heard, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I've heard that it was basically like a small controlled hydrogen explosion. Is that true?
Uh, I'm not sure what chemicals they put in those in the air in the chemical side of the airbags. Um, all I know is we made the triggers,
Dude, a hydrogen
but
filled
no,
thing
I
would
don't
not
I
make
don't think they
sense
were deadly.
when
No,
crashes in the
obviously they're
environment.
not deadly. Otherwise, a lot of people, like seriously, if you couldn't like take a knife and stab one to get it out of your way, um, then they wouldn't be making them. Just my thoughts on that.
And
I mean,
like
if they
I
were
had a
toxic,
backpack.
there's no way they would allow a toxic thing in your vehicle like that. I mean,
Like,
there's too many lawsuits that they could be brought up on.
You know, you make a good point, Ron. Yeah. Especially if one explodes, which
And not to
probably
mention, you've
isn't
got
toxic.
not only the ATF up your ass, but you've got all these other car manufacturers and God knows what other fucking bureaucracies they have up their ass because they work with different chemicals than we did. I mean, what we did was we blended powder. We made the explosives part of it, and I don't know. But yeah, they've got to be safe to pop open. I mean, how many times have we seen people driving around with a fucking, an exposed airbag?
Good point.
I've seen it out here in Arizona. I've seen it a few times. People
Okay.
just driving around. It's like, oh yeah, no, I was in an accident. My airbag went off, but hey, the car still runs.
So, Bug Out, you're the only person that I know that has been in this scenario. I've never listened to anyone ever talk about it, seen lots of stuff. Would you say that everything that you've learned help you keep you calm in the situation? And especially because you didn't realize that you were in water until you could get beyond those bags. Was there something that happened it's like, okay, this is even more urgent than you realized? And what was that process like, if you don't mind sharing? I missed out how you had the accident.
There was there was a time change. I'm gonna give you the really, really super fast version.
Perfect.
So they changed the clocks. So when I went back to work, instead of being daylight, it's pitch black because we have no moon right now, right? And I mean, it is black as 1,000 midnights. There's no street lights anywhere for miles, and it's a dirt road. Well, it was going to be a dirt road. I wasn't even on the dirt road part yet. Well, there was this turn where the road goes off on a 90-degree turn, and then there's a weird, like, a 15 or 20-degree turn that goes off of that 90-degree turn, and I take that 20-degree turn, which is almost straight, but it's ever so not straight, you know? Well, I was a lot further than I was because I was listening to music and blah, blah, blah.
Reaching for a cigarette while
And,
dodging a squirrel.
and
Tell you,
it
dude,
just,
There you go.
keep
I
going.
ran up on that fork in the
I
road.
was reaching for a cigarette, and then I looked up and I saw a squirrel in the road, and I
Classic crash.
But that split in the road came a lot sooner than I was expecting, and I tried to mitigate my speed, but they have little asphalt speed bumps where it turns, and I was just bumping up and down on it, and my brakes weren't doing anything, you know? And I was like, holy shit, these little speed bumps are working way against me at this point, you know? And then by the time I got off of the speed bumps, I had 2 wheels in mud and 2 wheels on the road, and it was just doing really erratic stuff. And then I had a split second, and then I hit a guardrail, plowed right through it. I launched up in the air, and I landed sideways in a canal, pretty much, you know? Like all the 80s action shows that used to be on, like Dukes of Hazzard and all that stuff. Yeah, pretty much did all that.
Was it pretty deep where this canal is? I mean, like, would the car sink down if it kept going?
It was chest deep. I can tell you that much.
Okay.
And
that was lucky that it was shallow like that. Shallowish.
Yeah.
I mean, you can drown in
deep
it.
enough to be freezing your ass off for the hour and a half that you were waiting on everybody to get there.
So did you know that it was shallow right away, or were you concerned about it?
I had no idea, to be honest.
So
I was all unknown
everything you've
territory.
learned, did it kick in the calm, or what was that like? Were you more alarmed
Just
than
from
you
being in
thought?
like emergency situations. My conscious mind, I was probably freaking out a pretty good bit, but my body kind of kicked my mind out, and my body was just doing it, you know?
Yeah, there you go.
So like, you know, I was thinking about all kinds of dumb shit, but my body was doing everything that mattered, you know? And
Isn't that amazing how it does that?
Yeah, and you know, my it's really weird because I honestly don't think that I never really went into I guess what you would call shock or anything. You know what I mean? But mentally I was just trying to go over so much stuff at the same time because when the water started coming in, I actually in my mind I was like, because normally if you've ever been in a couple of car accidents before, it's like you have the accident and then it's over. So I was like, well, that wasn't too bad. And then I was like, oh, the truck's flooding. Oh, now I'm going to die, you know? And then suddenly it was like, it's not over. It just began, you know? And that feeling was like, oh God, you know, just like, here we go. And I've never been, I've been in the helo dunker simulators and all that stuff, but I've never been in a car accident that ended up in a sinking vehicle, you know, that's kind of new shit to me.
It's one of my worst.
Scary. Yeah, I wouldn't want. That's like one of the things, the least thing I would ever want to happen.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, if you want to talk about things that get in your head, I think if that same incident would have happened to me in daylight, I would have been perfectly fine. You know?
Yeah.
But it was pitch black. I couldn't see. It was like being blindfolded, until I turned the light on my cell phone, which didn't happen until I was already out of the truck one time, and then I had to go back in after one of my guns, and then I thought to turn the light on my cell phone. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was like in the dark. I had the lights from my instrument panel, and that was it. And that shit went underwater pretty quick. So there was a light down at the bottom, but that light only let me know that I was in. The water was getting deeper. That was the only thing that light was telling me at that point.
Okay, so Silver Girl put up a great little article, and I pulled it up. It says, that airbags contain sodium azide, NaN3, white, odorless, crystalline solid resembling salt, highly poisonous, but it's explosive, and on impact, a trigger mechanism detonates a hunk of sodium azide, releasing a large amount of nitrogen gas and inflating the bag in the split second before your forehead hits the windshield. So
Yep.
it's
That
elemental
sounds about
sodium
right.
produced, and it's an inert silicate.
Here, I've got something here saved in my
Is
document.
azide the correct way to pronounce it? Azide?
I don't know. I never worked for
Sounds
the
like
airbag.
it.
Never worked for the
Okay.
airbag side. I only. Oh, it's on my phone.
Thank you, Silver.
That's right. But yeah,
Thank you, Silver.
the way they react is just so instantaneous. It's amazing. I mean, it's just like,
Mhm.
I mean, before you can even blink, that's how quick these things go off. It's amazing. We've done
Well,
a
I
good.
didn't even know that the steering wheel airbag. I didn't even know that one went off until I got home and looked at my forearms, and then I was like, oh, I guess it did.
So did you when it happened, was there any pain at all that you felt, or did it just like all those airbags protect your land?
I mean, I got walloped pretty good when I hit the water,
Ooh, I bet.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And today, like I can feel my shoulder today. It's not too bad, but I can definitely tell that, like, I dropped 12 feet into a canal landed on my side, but
Dude,
it's not too
belly
bad.
flopping on water is like landing on concrete.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
is so
Belly
true.
flop is like concrete.
Equivalent with a
It
slight
sounds
give.
like adrenaline took over.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that, but see, I'm just you're helping me see it in my mind.
but like I've taken for the State Department and stuff, I've done like defensive driving, threshold braking. I did all these like vehicle courses, so I was kind of in the fight for that part, but that happened so quick, and I wasn't in uncharted territory until I realized that I was in a vehicle that was sinking, and I was like, oh shit, So I was calm, and I was not in control, obviously, but like I was okay with how the situation was being negotiated between Murphy's Law and Mother Nature, and but then like that when the vehicle started sinking, and then man, in Florida, I mean, just what a month ago, it was in the 90s. It was like less than 60 degrees, which feels like 32 degrees anywhere else in the world, And then there I am, chest deep in water that is just like mercilessly cold, And that kind of
it's
screwed
like
me up a little.
I bet it's like here you've been prepping and prepping and prepping, and you really had to put it to the test. And sounds like you did brilliantly. When you got out, were you really cold? How did you take care of your body temperature after you realized that you were safe and nothing else was going to happen,
I
and
mean,
you
that's the
needed a
same
way to
thing.
get help?
Like I had 2 jackets in the truck underwater, so that's not doing me any good. And I was wet, so I just kept walking. I was just walking in circles, waiting on them to get there,
Jeez Louise.
And usually, like if you're not in below freezing temperatures, if you just keep moving, you'll be all right,
That was fortunate that you weren't in those temperatures.
Mm-hmm.
And now,
But really, if it was super cold, like, and I was worried about it because my clothes were wet, I probably would have taken my pants off, to be honest,
You're right.
Yep.
because they would have been working against me instead of for me at that point,
Was there anything in the situation in your truck that you could have grabbed to stay warm?
Well, between
Besides
hitting the
I'm just
guardrails
asking
and
that, like,
splashing.
if someone in the audience was, the chat, just having these thoughts, like,
Yeah, is there anything you could have used if you were in a
yeah,
situation?
I mean, like, imagine
I know
if you
it's tough.
organized a bunch of stuff in a shoebox,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
and
Something
then you took the
waterproof.
shoebox and just shook it as hard as you could and threw it on the ground and then opened it up again. That's pretty much what my truck looked like. I had
I
a
bet.
box in the back that I had like USB fans and like waterproof jackets and all this other stuff. I have a Tyvek suit that I keep in case I get off road and I have to have someone get in and hit the gas while I'm pushing and putting boards in front of it and stuff so I can get splashed with mud and then just take the Tyvek suit off and go, I win, But
Yeah.
that's not doing me any good because all that stuff was just scattered like the winds in that thing and I couldn't see. So I didn't know where anything was. I found the gun that was in my glove box. I just did it by touch, because I couldn't see at all. And then I got I stuck the backpack. I kicked the door open, which the door is incredibly heavy, a
Yeah,
truck
you
door.
found out when it's on its side.
Yeah. And so
Yeah,
I
then
opened it
they're
up like a
really.
freaking tank hatch and I put my backpack on the rear passenger door, which is now the roof, and then I went back in to go after that other gun. And I mean, I was slipping and falling into the water and cussing and getting pissed off and all that shit. But like, that I really, the longer that I was messing around in there, I was running the risk of losing my backpack, which had a bunch of electronics and stuff in it,
Mm-hmm.
So if that stuff went into the water, that stuff probably would have been shot. So
whereas if a pistol went underwater, yeah, you could dry it and clean it.
Yeah. So I was, I was like, well, I got all the super critical stuff, and every second that I was in there, like, it was shifting and it was rolling forward, like it, because it ended up upside down by the time it was over,
Oh, wow.
No
So-
shit. No,
Oh,
you forgot to tell me
damn.
that part. You
Phew.
told me it was shifting around. I didn't realize it was still literally rolling over. How fast was the water flowing in that canal?
It wasn't. No, it was just standing water. But as the
Still.
air was escaping the truck, it was getting more it obviously it was bottom heavy because that's where the shaft and the tires and all that other stuff are, But as the water was filling up, it was becoming more like neutrally balanced to the point where it was just, that the extra weight of the water in the cab was making it heavier on the roof side, which was then making, because the way the canal was shaped, it's shaped like a, like a U, right? And it's
like
on,
a ball.
and I think the wheels might have been touching, but as it was getting heavier, it just rolled over all the way, and then eventually it rolled over again. So,
Oh my goodness. So is the car totaled? Truck totaled?
yeah, it was
Oh yeah,
flooded.
Yes.
It was underwater.
After you said that, that was my conclusion. I added it up, and it equals total.
It was kicking the brights on. The horn was going off while it was underwater. It was like all kinds of weird shit. I was like, yeah, this truck is done,
Oh, so you got your stuff out in time. Good thinking. I can see your caution and maybe shock and cold and all of that, but you still had it there to salvage the things that were important.
And D-Dog will get a kick out of this. I took my backpack. I stuck my other gun in the backpack. So now I got two guns in my backpack, right? But before I jumped off, I was standing on the drive shaft on the bottom of the truck because it had like rolled over to the point where like I was standing on the bottom of it.
Oh, that would be so trippy.
And I put my backpack on top of my shoulder next to my head like I was holding a boombox. And then I tried to jump over to the side of the canal. And I knew I wasn't going to make it all the way, but I tried to get as close as I could. And it was just like swim call. I went chest deep and I just stopped so that the backpack didn't get wet. And I was like, oh, thank God, So, yeah.
Honey,
Okay,
it's a
now
miracle.
this whole situation happened because of a squirrel, right?
Right. That's what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to pass it around.
See, this is the part I'm getting a kick about. You gonna rethink that next time Mr. Squirrel's in the road?
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, it could have been avoided, but
I'm telling you,
I
It's a
think
miracle you're alive.
You know what? All right. You forgot to tell him about the part where you had a dry cigarette when you got out of the truck.
Yeah.
I did have a dry cigarette in my mouth
how
when I
did you
got to the
like
other
it?
side of the canal. So like that could have had something to do with it. I don't know, and I'm not really gonna say too much more about that till I get that insurance money.
Right.
But if the hypothermia wouldn't have gotten you, you were unconscious, that car would have flipped over. Let's say you were unconscious. We don't even know when it actually flipped over. You're lucky
Oh
to be
yeah.
alive, brother.
If I would have lost consciousness, I would have been dead. Actually, and nobody take this offensively. Okay, I'm not trying to offend anybody. If I was a really fat person, I'd be dead right now. Because I wouldn't have been able to climb out of the top of the truck.
And that's true. I mean, it's just physics. Unless you're really strong and you can, lift
like
the
if I
weight.
had a broken arm, I wouldn't have been able to get out of that truck because the door was so heavy.
Yeah.
One
I
arm
mean,
had to
it's a
hold it
real
open.
blessing that you're okay, that you didn't lose consciousness and you were able to get your stuff out of there. Because with your car flipping over, that adds a whole nother thing.
Yeah, but
And
the squirrel's okay.
Yeah, maybe those people that were compromised like that, maybe they would have been able to get out later, but like that would have been a real uncomfortable few minutes by the time that thing like got you to the point where like you could have did that, because once the cab fills with water, you can open the doors and stuff when it's underwater. But that hole when they're like, well, wait till the car fills with water and then kick the door open. They're assuming that the car isn't sideways, And so like all that stuff that you ever learned about cars in the water, it's just like, I was like, yeah, well, none of that shit's going to work for me because like, the car's not even in the right direction,
So definitely having a window, like a window puncher would be handy, and something if it's on the wrong side and you got all that weight on the door.
I mean, maybe,
so they can crawl out the window. You break the window after the water fills in there.
And I was actually thinking about that later because the way that airbag, which did so good to save me on the one side of the truck, was really getting the way on the other side, and I wouldn't even have been able to use the window breaker on the window because it was being protected by this big giant inflated pool raft of a skirt that was covering the windshield, or the side window,
Well, that's why you have a knife.
Yeah, I mean, I had a knife, but I only had two hands. I was holding a backpack and a phone, with a flashlight,
Yeah.
So now I'm like needing three hands to do something. I was like, you know what? I'm just climbing out of the top. Like, enough of this crap.
Oh, I'm so glad you're okay. You were meant to stay alive. That could have been really dangerous.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it again. Let's put it that way.
I'm so glad you're here, brother. Tell your story.
And I, to be honest, with all the recalls and the dumb shit that was happening to that truck, like I'm almost not even mad that they're totaling my truck. It's just I don't want to see what my insurance is going to look like after this. But like I'm not even pissed off,
I work with stones in water, as you can see with my avatar. That's my favorite thing, is working in the water. I have a huge respect for it. It's very powerful. Yeah, you are. Got a birthday coming up here soon.
I mean, water is very indifferent.
Yeah, it'll kill you. It'll kill you as quick as save your life.
Just seeks every level, every crack, everything. And yet water is so amazing. It is such a cleanser. It is one of I think the best cleanser for detoxing.
Not
it
this
erodes rock,
I had so much swamp muck that got in my clothes that when I took a shower and I took my boxer shorts off, it looked like Joe Biden's diaper.
Oh,
it's just full of swamp muck.
No, that was the other question I was going to ask you earlier, and I just didn't get a chance because everybody else was talking. Did you shit your pants?
No, but my boots, my pockets, You know, my slash pockets, you know, like the ones with the Velcro flaps were perfectly fine, you know, but my two front pockets were full of muck. My boots, because I didn't have them tied, you know, like when I'm driving, especially, I just leave them untied because I can move my gas pedal foot easier and all that shit, you know. And I'm usually on a given day, I don't even bother tying them because I had like those Rocky, I think they're I forget, S2V. It's a kind of thick boot, so it's you know it feels like it's tied even when it's not, you know. But because it was open, my boots on the inside just had a layer of silt in them, and it's that poopy smelling silt. You know what I'm talking about? The stuff that's really good for gardening if you can
No, I
drug it
don't
out
know it.
out, but it's really terrible for not smelling good, you know. But
Yeah, like
it got into my pants, you know. It got because you know it went into my belt, you know, around my belt and around my waistline, and actually, like, you know, the water was going through my pants with the mud in it,
Yeah.
and
Oh, yeah.
it's God, that shit was everywhere. It was all over my
God,
desk.
it's amazing. I'm so glad you didn't lose consciousness.
But when I was cleaning my truck today, I went to the wrecker lot. There were fish in my truck.
Wow. What kind of
Fish.
fish? Were they little ones?
Walking catfish and little tiny fish.
Okay.
Crazy.
Water is so powerful. I mean, it just that whole, your car could be like just filled with sand in a good, you know, run off of. So, brother, I'm so glad you're okay. Truly.
Yeah,
And,
I mean,
so you didn't go through the shock. You were talking about urinating. Now, in cold water always in my relaxed state always makes me want to urinate. Did you have to pee, or were you so adrenaline filled that it hit you later?
yeah, all that stuff shuts off when shit like that happens. I mean,
Okay, yeah.
it's just like if somebody starts shooting at you, you know, that stuff just turns off.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't experienced that. So does that really happen? You know, where your organs gonna, you just like, I'm in fight mode.
Yep.
Yeah, it
Okay.
just if it doesn't need to put blood to somewhere,
You're in survival mode. Yeah.
Yeah, survival mode.
And to be honest, like, I don't even really think my pulse rate got that high, to be honest. Like, I was like, I was definitely not, like, when I was on the phone with 911, I could hear my voice cracking, you know, not cracking, but I could hear that it's not, it wasn't, it was more strained than it is right now. Let's put it that way, you know?
Yeah.
So, and in my head, I was going like, man, my voice sounds pretty shaky right now, but like my body was confidently going through everything like as it was happening, you know? So then when I got to the other side, the second that I climbed out of that canal and didn't get eaten by an alligator, because that was the other thing I was worried about.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
The side of the road, I instantly was like normal again. And then I was just cold, you know? But it wasn't until, you know, like every once in a while, I like it flashes through my head and I just think like, God, why me? You know, but hey, you know, like I was saying, like everybody said, you know, I'm fucking alive and I'm not like busted up.
Yep.
So
Hey, and
I can't really
you know what?
complain, you know.
You're gonna get a new vehicle out of it.
Hopefully, hopefully I don't get in the hole too much.
Next time, you're gonna be careful when you drive around squirrels.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bug Out, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How's the squirrel? Is he okay?
I'm sure he's fine.
Cool.
He didn't stick
Good
around.
ending to the story.
It was a hit and run, I guess.
No, thank you though for sharing.
He's probably up in the tree laughing about what you fucking did last night. It with his friends. He's like, man, you see that motherfucker? I got him to fucking wreck his truck completely.
Yeah, up there laughing, losing his nuts.
Little bastards.
He's at the little squirrel. What do you call it? Poker game.
Well, did you guys all see what I did last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. And if you have any dreams about it, it'd be interesting, if you think about it and you want to share,
No, I didn't really have any dreams at all last night. It's, like, I really think like anybody who's been in a couple of accidents,
Yeah.
That you kind of get over that whole fight or flight panic freeze thing, or at least most people do. I really think pretty much like, at least in the scenario that I was in, I think most people that didn't just totally freak out from the accident part, they would have did all right, because I didn't have a lot of time, but it wasn't like immediately I was getting hit by a fire hose or anything. Like, the water was filling up in the cab, and I was like, I gotta quit messing around. I gotta get the F out of here. You know what I mean? I think people would have had at least a really damn good chance of getting their shit together.
It was survivable, right?
But I'm sure if somebody panicked though, they probably wouldn't have did too well, But anybody who's been in a couple of accidents probably has all that shit under their belt and behind them, And I think anybody with a little bit of crash experience would have been just fine,
You see what Big Chap just put in chat?
No.
Like the Geico or Geico commercial
Geico
where the
commercial.
squirrels are fist bumping.
I've seen that. Oh God, is that what it means? I always fast forward on that one when it shows up on YouTube.
Yeah, that one's great.
Now I kind of get the joke.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, little bastards. They jump out in front of you, and you don't want to run them over because they're so cute.
I assumed that, but the Geico one was like, okay. Yeah, I just always fast forward to the ads.
You want to know something
When
cool?
I'm going down the road, if it's a deer or smaller, it's toast. I ain't going off the road for no fucking critter.
This is a really cruel story, but I think everyone will enjoy it because I'll try to find a way, But my grandfather really loved birds, and he also was an engineer. He was a carpenter. He was a welder. I mean, he could do everything. He was one of those guys, right? Well, he made these real elaborate bird houses that he was so proud of, and he made these feeders that were really cool for the birds. But the squirrels would climb up and just use their little shitty, greedy paws and just swipe all the bird seed out. And then when it was on the ground, them and all their buddies would eat it all, And he would get so mad, and he'd have a pellet rifle, and he'd try to shoot at him, but they never came around when he was out there because they figured out that he shot him, Then they'd wait till he went inside, and then they'd do the same thing. And then he made an electrified pie pan that he put around the pole that the bird feeder was on. And he zapped a couple of them a couple times, and then they figured that out, and then they found other ways. They would climb up on the tree and run down and rappel down and like get into the bird feeder. They were just like relentless, right? Well, the way that he found to keep them out of the bird feeders, and it was the weirdest thing, but apparently birds do not have taste buds. They can't taste anything, I guess, right? He bought a bunch of hot pepper seeds and mixed it into the bird seed. And when the squirrels started eating it, they lit their mouths up and just, they were like, midnight at, the Well of Souls, like, you ate the 12 blazing chicken wings to get the free t-shirt at the roadside place, and, they would light their mouth up and it would catch on fire, but the birds could eat it just fine. And the squirrels left his bird feeders alone. He only had to put it in there for a while, and then they were just like, "Hey, don't go eat those bird seeds because they'll set your mouth on fire."
Dude, that's I've got. It's not that similar of a story. One of my uncles lived up there in Washington, and he had a nice little off the grid kind of place, and it was like 2.5 stories. So he had like a garage, and it's the kids' room, or his boys' room. They lived under there, and then you had the first floor, which was level with the ground, and then the second story, which if you're on the front, it's all it's like 3 stories. When you go in the back, because the ground was all sloped down, you had to frame it up so where like in the back it was like 3.5, 4 stories almost. And he had a big ass pine tree out there, and he hung a bird feeder like that. And the possums, he had possums out there that would get in there, not squirrels. And anyways, freaking one night my dad and I were traveling around visiting family and stuff, and freaking there, he just happened to hear the commotion out, or he heard something outside, and all of a sudden he's like, I got a damn possum in my bird feeder, and he goes into his bedroom. We're like, oh shit, let's go on the back patio, on back veranda here. Let's see what's going on. He comes out with a 338 special, fucking pulls that shit out. Boom! This fucking possum fucking falls out of there, but he's holding on with one paw. He's like holding on for dear life. Oh God, oh God, I just got shot. It kind of like those guys probably felt them in during Kyle Rittenhouse. But anyways, he finally fell about 35 feet to the ground, and yeah, he was dead. That was the first time I think I've seen anything killed in real life. I was like, I don't know, 13, 14. First time I ever had to deal with any kind of death, and I didn't even cry. I was like, good shot, Uncle Dennis.
But man, dude, a little future note: possums are so beneficial for your area that like it's almost like worth letting them eat the goddamn bird feed, man. They keep shit in check so much.
I don't know. He didn't feel the same way, obviously. And at that point, I didn't know enough about the ecological. Dude, for all I know, he was overpopulated with possums, just like you guys are with fucking pythons and alligators down there, and iguanas.
Actually, where I live, we have no iguanas. These good old boys here, man. Iguana doesn't have a chance. Let's put it that way. Alligators have a funny way of disappearing too sometimes.
Yeah, then they end up at the swap meet.
Yeah, that Everglades seasoning, man, that stuff does wonders. That's all I can say. Then sometimes you ever hear a mojo rub? Stuff's pretty good too. It's always good to go hot with if you're eating a alligator, because it's actually pretty good stuff, man. But it has a flavor that lends itself to a little bit of spiciness, It's good stuff.
Good story this morning. Wow. Learned a lot. Thank you so much. Really.
Yeah, it's I tell you, man, it's
good story in the sense that you opened up so much and shared every detail, and even the way you tell it, I sense your calm, and I love what you were talking about, your body kicking in. I've experienced that too in stressful situations. So I'm just glad you're here, buddy.
Yeah, well, that's I mean, if you ever want to be glad something's over, like, do that. That's all I can say, It's there was no part of that was like fun or entertaining or comfortable. You know what I mean?
Probably reminded you of one of your fucking tours. You probably went into combat mode, like, I gotta get my guns. I don't know when somebody might try and come up and shoot me.
Yeah, that stuff kind of does pop up. It's weird. It's
I
like a
wondered
feeling.
about that.
It's like a tightness you get up your spine, and then but it went away really quick. But like that you'll always think in your mind like we're getting fucking hit every time something happens, like, and that's what, like whenever you see grandpa like freak the fuck out when a kid pops a balloon at a birthday party, like he's doing the same thing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
Hey,
it just goes away kind of quick,
Hey, Bug Out, I don't want to scare you.
But what? Oh, if
See
you're
my
doing,
picture?
oh, my screen's frozen, man. My StreamYard, it locks up. Sorry, man.
Oh, too bad. It's a nice picture of a squirrel.
Oh, there we go.
No.
That's probably karma, right? Because I got a dog that just murders everything that it sees. My dog will it'll kill squirrels, but it ignores rabbits. And I'm just looking at her like, who makes the rules around here? Like I never taught her to do anything one way or the other. She just was like, squirrels taunt me from the trees, so they die, and rabbits just freeze, so I'm okay with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. The squirrels here, man, they're not very impressive. Those squirrels up north get really big and brawly. They're little ratty things down here.
Yeah, the ones up here are pretty good eating size.
Yeah, when I lived in Ohio, man, some of the squirrels were like, it's funny. The first time, my wife, she's from Holland, and when the first time we went up to Ohio, she wasn't used to it. I took her to the zoo. Cincinnati has a really good zoo. They're known for a lot of things. They're probably most famous for killing Harambe. That was one of the many services that they offer there at the zoo. And she had her camera. She had this professional grade camera, and we're at these exhibits for these animals. And I look at her, and she's got her back to the exhibit, and she's taking pictures of all these squirrels. Because she's like, the squirrels are just interacting with the people and just running around wild. She wasn't used to that. So she thought that was the cool thing in the zoo, was the squirrels there. And I was like, no, these like white tigers are a pretty big deal, taking pictures of squirrels, go figure.
Mm-hmm.
The squirrels in Canada are very handsome, those black ones. Here in Washington, they're like the brownies.
Yeah, the fox squirrels.
And they ruined my garden. They're fucking everywhere.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Virginia.
Some people think they're cute. Others find them as best.
Yeah, they're cute and all, but even on my very small property, there's lots of trees, even just on my little property, and they are everywhere. When they have, I don't know what the name for baby squirrels is, but they are pretty.
Oh no, but it ends with do 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 do.
Oh, fucking asshole! No, it doesn't. Yeah, no, they get into it.
It ends with that, but with a banjo instead of like.
Do.
They have incredible dexterity with their paws. I mean, they're like little fingers, these guys, which makes them a pain. Right, Virginia?
I have a walnut tree, but I've never seen a single walnut. I find the walnut husks, but I never find the walnut.
That's fine. It's food feeding food. Just think of it that way.
Yeah. I think of that of the squirrels, the raccoons, the deer, and the rabbits that eat my whole vegetable garden, is that eventually I'll just eat them.
Yeah, it's nature's refrigerator. Here's the problem, right? Though. Every hilljack, every suburban hilljack with a...
Have you ever thought about doing elevated gardening? So it's easier on the back. Okay, no more bending over. So have you thought about that?
Yes, absolutely. I do have one raised area that's about 20 feet by 3 feet.
That's good size.
Maybe 10 by 3, 20 by 3. That I do plant a lot of things in. Uh, I there are so many trees around here that the root structure, digging in this yard or this area to even to put in little stakes to do raised beds and do all this stuff, it's a mess.
I hear you.
It's not
Roots are
well
tough.
done. However, is that my dream? Yes. I want to do the tire method where you pile up tires and fill them with dirt and plant potatoes. Hutch Homestead.
Oh,
shout out.
okay.
Uh, things that are really creative with the raised beds because I don't have a level surface to work with. Exactly.
Virginia, tires work really well,
Mm-hmm.
but if you sink 4x4s, you can use boards and do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because sometimes, depending on where you live, they might give you a hard time for having tires.
Good point. In Washington, yeah, that could be a problem.
Well, it depends on how much your yard is seen. And right now, I am in a neighborhood, but I'm hoping to get to a place that I can fulfill my vision of white trashedness with raised tires.
Oh man, I am so
Scrap
there. I
metal.
am so
And
freaking
no,
there.
I'm saying that tongue in cheek with all the love in the world. All of you know.
I know you are.
And I'm only saying it because they're actually like if you're in any type of a structured neighborhood, that's like that's a Karen call waiting to happen, you know.
Oh, that's so true. Yeah.
My goal is a non-structured neighborhood, and so okay, this is going to sound even worse than what I just said, but I used to quip that I wanted a big enough piece of land that I could spank my kids and the neighbor couldn't call the cops. And I'm not saying like beat the shit out of them or whatever, but nowadays you have a little bit of a rustle or some shit with your kids. I lived in an apartment and got the cops called twice on me. Nothing was going on. There was no spanking, no screaming, nothing going on. I was on the middle floor and I had twins who were 4 and they were running back and forth, just playing, being kids. But people are so stupid. They're like, oh, there's some kind of ruckus going on up there. So, yeah, I want somewhere that I can make a lot of noise and not be heard, is the bottom line. It's not really about
Yeah, I
spanking.
want someplace I can go out and shoot my gun in the
Mhm.
backyard and in the front yard and not have to worry about neighbors calling in. Oh man, I heard gunshots. Oh shit.
Nice, unscrupulous. Baby squirrels are called pups.
Oh, they're called pups too? Shit.
Yeah, they're pups.
Hmm.
No, I hear you, Ron. Like target practice or
Yep. I mean, dude, like seriously, why drive a half an hour, 40 minutes away every weekend or every other weekend and shoot off 100 rounds when I could walk out my back patio and, have a fucking 25, 50, 75, 100-yard fucking sight or, fucking target out there and just do that every fucking morning. That right there is better than fucking going out every week. You know what I mean?
yeah.
That way every day you're practicing.
What's funny is if you're willing to live really deep in the sticks, and by the sticks I mean up in the north, for example, if you're willing to live in the desert, um, other areas, if you're, dude, there's things like marshes and clay and all this stuff. But if you buy the big enough piece of land and get right on the east side of the mountains here on the west coast, you can get 40 acres, 100 acres for almost nothing. It's just that it has nothing on it. It has no, you'd have to set it all up. But it's an enticing thought.
Hey, Virginia, in a private chat, I dropped you a link. It's about raised bed gardens with they're like concrete forms that you put around.
All right, I'm saving it right now, and
See,
I'll watch
Yeah,
it.
the guy is YouTuber, Man About Tools, and his stuff is just brilliant. What he comes up with.
Oh, I'm watching. I skipped in a little bit to see. Yeah, I saved it in my list, and I will watch it.
Yeah, there's 4 videos for that set, but that's the first one.
Excellent.
Yeah. See, now this is the kind of perfection I put into these fucking things. I just went back and looked at my weave, and I was like, okay, I fucked something up here. And sure as shit, I did. I fucked up a weave. But I caught it. I don't send any, dude. Like I said, man,
Good job.
I make them, I double check them, and then a lot of times I'll triple check them. You're like, wait, no, something don't look right on that.
Well, especially listening to us, it would be easy to lose place.
In Virginia, I've had a great deal of success doing potatoes in 5-gallon buckets.
Yep, I did bags this year.
Wow.
I did the grow bags. I got an amazing amount of potatoes. I just harvested my sweet potatoes that I did in like 10-gallon bags. I could move them around and chase the sun a little bit. I got probably just over 5 pounds per 5-gallon bag.
Right.
You know, that's kind of what I'm seeing is 5-gallon receptacle is going to get you 5 to 8 pounds of potatoes.
Yeah, the dirt I use is a mixture of peat and black cow.
Really?
And that does a great job with taters. And then when you cut your grass, put the fresh grass clippings an inch thick on top.
Mm-hmm. I have a whole pile of that. I keep all that.
Yeah, but if you use the fresh cut that's still wet, whenever it rains or just the moisture from the bucket, it'll draw all the nutrients out of there because that's like self-fertilizing then.
Good to know.
Unless you put a bunch of crap in your grass.
You're saying the fresher the better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fresh cut, brand new.
Okay. Because I save my grass clippings, leaves, tree shit, everything for
composting.
And composting. And I just mix it all together by the time the season comes around. It pretty much works, but I need to fine tune that because I really don't follow any kind of recipe or rule. I just make dirt.
Yeah, on my tomato plants, I get all excited when I get to go cut the grass because all the fresh clippings go straight into where the tomato plants are, and they do great. I don't have to fertilize them with no chemicals or nothing.
Huh. Good to know. This was my first year with potatoes and sweet potatoes, and I loved it. I had a ball. I got quite a bit, and I heard some people had some troubles or whatever. I don't know. I'm in the Northwest, and Idaho is known for potatoes, and so we're a moderate climate that's a little bit moist, gets dry through a certain part. So maybe they do better in something like that. I don't know.
I do have a question
manure also. Sorry, Joyful.
Yeah, how was blight this year? You know, that powdery mildew stuff that gets on, squashes. Okay, so please tell me, how did you handle it?
I cut it off. I mean, I tried diatomaceous earth. I tried sprays that are natural sprays, like a product called Zymes. I tried something called Seven Dust. I tried, cayenne with water. I tried a bunch of different stuff that people recommended all over different plants, a few store-bought and a few made. I just cut it off. Once something got it, I couldn't get it off of that one thing. So
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
It's like, oh no. And I'm wondering if it has something to do with the trees getting taller around us.
Oh, maybe.
Back in 2007, I didn't have that problem or problems with my tomatoes. And in the neighborhood that I live, the trees are like, twice the size. now, and I'm wondering it's the shade or something.
That was cute, Ron.
Yep, she's
Thank
over
you,
there
Ron.
napping right next to Daddy.
Joyful, I hear you. Maybe it was neem oil. I see finding Kino put in. I tried neem oil as well. I also tried a mild peroxide. 10
Did-
parts peroxide, 1 part water spray. That didn't work. I had a hard time with it.
Now, do you have like partial shade, or do you have sun throughout the whole day? Because mine's partial shade, and to try to grow a garden, you have to be like a wizard here in the Pacific Northwest.
I have partial shade. That's why I did bags, because I could pull the bags all across and chase the sun.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I'm glad that you're there.
I have full sun in my garden, and the blight on my tomato plants was crazy stupid for where I didn't use the grass as a mulch.
Huh.
So that there was something in the soil that was really bad this year. I have an in-ground pool, and the algae was just crazy this year. It's never ever been this bad.
I had terrible fungus, terrible aphids.
Yeah.
The little brown bugs, I think, bricks, I think is what they're called. I had a really bad problem with that.
Did you get any of those really small wasps that kill most of the bugs for your garden?
I have those all around the yard naturally, and maybe they did help because some stuff wasn't affected by everything I just named. But I have them everywhere. I mean, I walk around my raised area, which is surrounded by concrete. Actually, it's next to the house, up on a concrete raise. Anyway, if I walk by there, it's dozens of them hanging out, chilling. And that area did do pretty well. It was in the open spots that I made, just garden beds, that got really bad powdery mildew and aphids.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, where like I said, wherever I put the fresh cut grass as a mulch, I had almost no problems at all.
I'll keep that in mind because it gave them somewhere to go. That's what you're saying.
Well, it kept the stuff from getting splashed up on the plants. All the crap that's in the soil.
Yeah, you're right. Like watering tomatoes is a really tricky thing because you just don't want that splash, and you don't want the water. At least I've noticed in Pacific Northwest.
Nobody likes that water splashing up on their ass.
Oh my God, the blue water is the worst.
The what kind of water?
Blue water, like from a
We were talking about that the other night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a continuation.
You guys also talk about the best way for women to pee.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And there's actually no best way. It's just preference. Like you guys, you might have little details and preference. But anyway.
Joyful, I hear you, man.
Terrible, man. Oh, I need to take a break here.
And it's all
Anyways,
natural, to talk
outdoors.
about those things.
I do outdoors. I don't know if you're still
outdoor
awake.
girl. You don't want to do certain things, and so we're passing on wisdoms. And I do remember, I'll just conclude with this, is like, instead of us talking about actually going out and no one's ever urinated in nature, go do it. Is it like like a challenge or something? Don't get caught, right? That's the fun. And then you get really good at it. Like half the fear when I first came out and did it, when I was starting to rock out and really commit to this thing that no matter what, I'm just going to do this one thing that comes into my life. I had to learn how to do that. And all the crazy crap that went through my head, now I don't even think about it. But there's something freeing for a woman, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I live out in the middle of nowhere, and
for
I'll
women.
wait until I go out and to light a cigarette to pee outside. I almost never pee in the house anymore. It's just crazy.
There you go. Just does it? Yeah. Uh-huh.
But
And you
it
know your
saves
septic tank's going to be okay, better.
Right, give it a rest.
You're giving it a rest. But yeah, just to make that commitment, like, and it's so sneaky and it feels kind of naughty, and maybe that's half the thrill of it. But eventually it's just like, oh yeah, but I've got all these other things, you know, urinating is just a part of like windshield wipers taking the rain
or
off your
you
windshield.
want somebody to catch you.
Well, I had never felt like that, but that could be to be explored.
Oh man. All right. Well, I got the hard part over. Well, next hardest part.
I really like the red, white, and blue ones that you developed yourself. Those are pretty
Oh yeah,
cool.
my dangerous freedom ones. Yeah.
Yeah, those are like your signature, in it feels like. But maybe other people have different feelings.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I made a whole bunch of them. I'm trying to figure out where I want to go on Veterans Day to try and sell some of these. I got a whole bunch of patriotic ones in different colors. I got camo. I've got red, white, and blue. I mean, like literal red, white, and blue. You know what I mean? So, and then I've got the camo ones with the glow in the dark clasps with the whistle. Probably be good, you know, if you got like kids or something, you know, or
Oh, yeah.
you know, you go out camping and your kid gets lost in the woods, you can blow the whistle, you can go find them, stuff like that. Gray and black, I like that color. I like that pattern right there, the gray and black. It almost looks like a
Ooh,
rattlesnake tail.
it does.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So, but I got a whole bunch of these made up. I'm gonna hopefully make some money this week. God, I need it. My fucking kid, my oldest boy, you know, he does HVAC. Well, now that we're getting down in the fucking 70s and 80s, people ain't calling up for HVAC anymore. They're not calling for heaters either.
Right.
So it's like he's been off. Let's see. Monday he had off. Today he went to work, I believe. I don't even know if he went to work today, to be honest with you. So, I mean, yeah, he's not. They're giving him work when they get it, but it's not. Wintertime always sucks for him and HVAC.
Right. Looking at maintenance job. Can get some good hours with that. Going back, fixing shit that already exists.
Yep.
Well, now is actually one of the best times if you do want it. If you know that next season you're gonna need air conditioning again. Right now is the best time because now it's like out of season. You're gonna get better prices on getting anything replaced or repaired. You
Yep.
know, people are gonna be cutting down fucking costs, being like, "Oh yeah, okay, we got a job over here." You know, it's just who has money right now. Well, I'll tell you one place that has money: the fucking management in my fucking park demanding I fucking paint my trailer. God, I can't stand it, dude. These motherfuckers come out and think they're so authoritarian. They're like, you know what? You need to paint your trailer. And it's like, why do I need to paint my trailer? What the fuck's wrong with it? You could still tell it's blue. Okay, so it's got a little sun rock or little sun spots on it. You know, we live in the damn desert. What, you want me to paint it every 2 years? I'll tell you what, motherfuckers, you buy the paint and I'll paint it. Okay, how about that? But man, you know they expect me to pay more fucking money so they can tell me what I've got to do with my own fucking property. These motherfuckers are really getting on my last fucking nerve. Like seriously, they remind me of little Karens.
So it's basically some homeowners association type of shit that.
Yeah, that sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Politics, power, weirdness. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, it would be one thing if this was the only park they owned, but they're a conglomerate. God knows they probably got some in California. They probably got some in New Mexico. Hell, they might have some up in Oregon and Washington, for all I fucking know. Little bastards. I'm telling you, they piss me off. Well, I think you could tell they piss me off, but. All right.
So dangerous. You doing those paracord bracelets, huh?
I am, sir.
Yeah. What do you think of that one?
Let me see. What is that? Blue and yellow? Let's see.
Yeah. And then that one.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that is nice.
Now, you're getting out. Okay. Yeah, okay. I see. Yeah, you're finding the multicolored stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Me and my kids, we do this. And the little ones like zipper pulls.
Okay. Oh, wow. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know what you're I know how to do that now.
Yeah, that's a round one.
That takes a lot of fucking cord. Those take a lot of fucking cord. They turned out nice though.
Yeah, each of those takes about 20 feet of cord. Well, the same as the bracelets take 20 feet of cord.
Mine don't.
Well, 10. Yeah, two 5s or 2 6s.
Yeah, I do mine with 8 feet.
Hey, Joe. Yes, doing well. There's Deb. All right, do I have the echo or let me mute?
Yeah, we got a little bit of a cord, huh? Dangerous.
No. I'm not going to show you mine. I've got more than that.
Yeah, this is the one that we work out of. This is all the stuff that's cut down to length for making things.
Gotcha. Oh, what's up, Deb? Oh,
hi, Deb.
All right. So now you're saying you like his bracelets better than mine. Okay, I get it. I see how it is. It's all right.
Ironically, we're in another pissing contest.
Yeah, well, my kids and my grandkids make the mistake of saying, hey, Papa, I'm bored. Well, shit, we're going to do something.
Yeah. Put on a YouTube video. Let them make fucking jewelry. Actually, it's a relaxing fucking hobby. I'll be honest with you. You know, and it's not a super expensive one either, unless you let it become one.
Right.
But it can be enjoyable. And dude, like I'm telling you, when I make these multicolored ones, my Dangerous Freedom ones, man, like there's a bit more effort that goes into these than it if you got one straight strand. You know what I mean? See, like I just bought this. Well, I'll show it one more time. The Anaconda. Well, yeah, you can't really see it because the green screen kind of fucks everything up. But like, So that's my new one right there. And I'm actually, man, I'm pretty stoked with this. I don't know if any of the other people are gonna like it, but I enjoy the crap out of it. So I think it looks cool.
That's what matters, Ron, because that's what inspires. Yeah, it's cool that you took your background down so we could actually see the color.
Yeah, turned out really well. But then again, all my bracelets turn out very well. I have not gotten one complaint yet.
Nope, they're high and tight.
Okay. Hey, Ron, do you have an Android?
Yeah,
Okay, it's called Board Paracord.
I know it.
There's a ton of shit on that one.
Yep, I know it. I already know it, brother.
Okay. Just trying to help you out, my man.
No, I got you. No, I'm not upset or nothing. But yeah, board paracord planet, galaxy paracord.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm familiar with pretty much all of them now.
Ron, bug out, dog. I just realized that Virginia Roots. If I could take her into like a place where there would be comedians, she'd be like sitting at the edge of the table, ready to go up with that mic, because some of her lines that she throws out there are just so funny that I'm like, I'm in a club. I'm in comedian club. We're in Virginia Roots Comedian Club.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Do you feel that, honey?
You know, being a humorist, I would be better doing it in book form, I think, or writing greeting cards. I think and being in front of people as a stand-up would be more difficult.
Yes,
But,
of course.
yeah,
But it
I
was
think I
like the
could do both.
energy of it, right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just got you on a
I'm a
deeper
drama
level.
nerd.
Oh,
I only got one part in the high school. Actually, like two parts. The first part I got in high school was the Queen of Hearts in Alice in Wonderland. I can't imagine why they chose me to scream off with their heads, you know. I nailed that audition.
I bet you did.
Then I had a bit part with like one line in another show, but I usually did stage manager and managing different aspects, lighting and whatever, because I was so tall. I could never be a love interest. I could never be the girl the dude was going after. So I was almost 6 feet tall. It's just too awkward on stage. So
you should
I
have been,
did
though.
the tech stuff.
You had the intelligence and sensitivity to pull it off all the way. And that's what I would say if I was a high school buddy with you.
Thank you. That's really sweet.
And I really mean that. Yeah.
It really is. It really is.
Stupid how we do stuff.
Good morning, Joe.
Yeah, it is funny how we do things, you know.
Well, I mean, Americans are tenacious like that. You tell us we can't do something, and we're going to do the exact opposite because fuck you. You know what I mean? That's just how most Americans, that's how real Americans roll. Am I correct, Devil Dog? You tell me I can't do something, I'm going to do it just in spite you.
Well, I'll show you how I'm doing it, and I'm not going to hide it from you.
That's an affirmative. But I love that. It was just one of those moments that I realized the beauty of your wit. And it just like sprinkles through all the channels. In which you were the one that inspired me, you know, to come out and throw my change in the basket and see what happens. Throw the roll of the dice.
I remember the first time you came on. You had been in chat for a while, and you were like, "Well, maybe I'll come up," and you finally did, and it changed all of us. You came in with that voice and with the level. Just hearing you, even if you were saying, "We're all gonna go blow up everything and die in like 5 seconds," everyone would be so fascinated because you say it so calm. So you bring in that other side of the spectrum of keeping everybody level and on the spiritual line. And I actually think sometimes you're a nice jab in the dangerous freedom Ron there, for getting him to be a little bit more spiritual. And I've seen him kind of dig into it and smile and get it calmed down and just look at things just because of you, Joyful, and a lot of people in here too. So
wow. Truly an honor. And that's a true story, everybody. That's what really happened, the energy that we're all experiencing. So it's truly an honor to be with all of you. And I have my own little wit, and I just love when you come in and share your incredible wisdom. So thank you as well. Ron, you're the anchor. So
I'd rather be the mast, but not
mast.
Oh, okay. If we take it in those terms, you can be
Yeah, because if he's the anchor, we're sinking.
I know, right? Well, I was going to go there, Devil. Thank you.
You are the wind beneath my wings, Ron.
Oh, I like that a lot. You really are. Because I always imagine the masculine really holding up a lot of burden when that first came out as a younger person and trying to help a brokenhearted person that was, hurt some way. And that's what we do every day. We meet brokenhearted people. And we've been brokenhearted.
Instead of being an anchor, maybe what they need is a little bit of wind to help push them through.
I think Virginia's is a better one. Yeah.
Or a kick in the ass
grounding,
to get started.
But yeah, the anchor of the masculine to be here, to be strong.
Dude, that's wild. You say that, Anti-Jack. I believe I can fly dangerous because my dad actually one time we were out there and it was a pretty not totally blustery day, but there was quite a bit of wind. Anchored off, and then he put up what we call a spinnaker on a sailing vessel. And what it is it's that sail that pops up from the top of the mast and comes down and it catches the wind from up high. And like if you got a rear wind behind you, it will make that sail lift up. So instead of tying it off on the two on cleats or whatever and winches, what we would do is we would just basically take it by both hands, and when that wind picked up, it would take you off of the boat. You would be in the air above the water, just flying there on this fucking sail. The only thing keeping you in place was the top of the mast and then your two hands. And you could kind of guide yourself, kind of like a parachute, sort of. And I mean, you dip in the water. I mean, you've probably seen it on some of the movies where they're out there partying on some of the sailboats and stuff. They call it spinnaker parachute, spinnaker sailing, spinnaker gliding. God, I can't remember. Yeah, but it's basically like a kite, and it is the coolest fucking thing. It's a little freaky at first if you're not used to it, but man, after a while, and not to mention if you fall, you're gonna fall what 30 feet to the water. Big whoop.
Thank you for sharing. Wow.
Sure,
Yeah, very interesting.
And it's not quite parasailing, because it's done with the spinnaker. It's There is a term for that. Let's see if I can Google it.
The easiest way to explain it is just show a picture.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Because I know what you're talking about, Ron.
Mm-hmm.
Dig.
Let me see if I can get a picture of it here. There we go. All right, that's pretty close. Let me see if I can get this pulled up.
Sierra's been dying to.
Oh, come on. No, I don't want a damn video. I just want the fucking picture of it, you fucking idiot. No, everything is everything. Oh, here we go. This one's a little bit better. All right, let's try this one. This one doesn't have the fucking video attached. I don't want to hear some asshole talking about it. Let's see. Let's see if I can share this. All right, so all right, let's see if I can pull this up. Anyways, so like I said, it's attached to the top of the mast, and the only thing holding you up is the two lines on each side. Now we didn't have the seat. I mean, some of them, they go ahead and make a seat for that crap, but you can do it just by holding on to both ends. So, anyways, yeah, it's pretty cool. It was fun. It was interesting.
Personally, I've never seen anything like that, so that was incredibly helpful.
Oh,
yeah, just figuring incredible ways to hang off stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Will do it.
I'll tell you what. Normally, when we were sailing, we were getting about 22 to 25 knots. But when we had that rear wind, we would throw that spinnaker up, and we would go to like 32, 35 knots. I mean, it was just amazing. That thing caught so much fucking wind and just pulled you forward. It's fucking beautiful.
That would be kind of fun, actually. Now, how do you reel them back in?
Well, somebody's got to climb the mast to unhook it.
Sounds complicated. It looked complicated.
Did my dad hook it to the mainsail? No, it was hooked directly to the mast. Actually, no, my dad's mast, he had, okay, it's weird. I don't know if you've ever been on a ship, on a sailing vessel, but like you've got the main mast, especially on a single mast, and on the rear, you've got the mainsail with the boom, which is your main wind catch. And then you've got a foresail, which basically is coming down on a really thick braided steel line, and you can roll it out or unroll it, and they roll up really easy. But on the other side of the mast is another spot where you can attach a sail or the spinnaker in this case and pull it up, and then you just make sure that you have each line. You kind of tie it down until you can get it up there, and once you get it up there, you find out where the wind is, and then you can winch it down. And I mean, we're talking big ass winches too, like
no doubt,
big ass winches. And you just loop it around those a couple of times, and you can crank them or loosen them, whatever you need to do to catch the most wind. Yeah, my dad taught me a lot of shit out there on the sea.
I can totally feel that. I saw you when you were young, and you were talking about how you have to finesse the sea. It's so unpredictable that the mastery is in being ready for anything that comes at you when it comes to the structure that holds you up is water. So it's a different physics.
Yeah.
And I think that your father was trying to teach you about this different physics. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Because being on sea and land are very different.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Once you get your sea legs, and then you go, like, we spent a whole week sailing to Bermuda, so we were just on the boat the entire week, and then the next day we get on dry land, and it's like we're all kind of wobbly and woozy, like, whoa, shit. we're used we're used to being on the water. Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
with the analogy that Ron is the wind beneath our wings, it's kind of funny because we do go through the seas together, just in the motions of life with the tides that happen and the storms that happen. And in a sense, you're here to be there for everybody, and we all come in and ride it together. I love the freaking analogy. Like
Me too.
we're
Well, I guess I chose an
on the
appropriate
ride.
name. Guess I chose the appropriate name for my kitten then, Stormy.
There you go. Oh my God, that's so right. Wow.
Yeah, she runs through here like a damn hurricane. I'm telling you.
That's a trip, Stormy. I forgot that you had mentioned that, but now that we get full circle on this, that is pretty freaking cool, man. Stormy, and you are our Stormy. We're like, oh, look at the kitten. He crawled in that box and went to sleep. You know, right? She did, right?
Nah, she's not into the whole box thing just yet.
Oh man, all my cats always got in the boxes that were in
Yeah,
there.
well, not like my oldest Ramses. I mean, he'll try and fit in boxes that are like 2 times too small,
Oh,
but he'll try. And but yeah, no, Stormy, she's too wild, dude. You know what she likes to do? All right, so right now, as I showed you earlier, she's asleep right over here. I mean, like literally, she's not even 5 feet away from me,
right.
and she's just laying there next to boxes, open boxes, and she's like, "Nah, just lay out in the open." When I go to bed, she lays under the bed or in the bed or on the bed next to me. Like this afternoon when I woke up, I took a nap because I was watching that damn Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and I mean, I'm really really interested in how this case is going to get settled because this
Mhm,
kid didn't do nothing wrong. But anyways,
mhm.
um, so I was just burnt
Agreed.
out, so I had to sleep, and I wake up and she's laying right next to me, right next to my pillow. I'm like, oh wow, good cat.
That's really sweet. Hey,
Yep.
Bradley.
All right. What's up, militant? Good to see you, brother. Bradley. Yep.
We are still here. Good to
What do you
see
mean?
everyone in chat.
Oh, like just alive?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No,
I was
God.
thinking about chat, and it seemed like a few people were coming in.
Yeah, there are. Well, this happens all throughout the evening,
Yeah.
especially when I'm up for 6 hours or something like that. People drop out and then other people pop in. They're waking up and like, hey, what's going on over here? Um, the whole thing with all this shit with the government, anything involving the government, um, like really, I don't put a whole lot of thought or effort into thinking about it because we already know a bunch of these people are treasonous fucking pricks and two-faced hypocrites, and none of them get perp walked until I start seeing motherfuckers actually getting arrested, having to do time at Guantanamo or I don't care if you hang them on the White House lawn. There are quite a few that deserve to be hung on the White House lawn. Just saying. But we're not going to see that. Until we do, I'm not even going to fucking give a shit what the government does, what they say. I don't care what their mandates are. Our governor already came out here in Arizona and said these mandates are unconstitutional and we're not going to follow them anymore. We kind of took, we kind of followed Ron DeSantis on that one. And then Greg Abbott over there in Texas kind of followed up on it a bit. And we did the same thing down here in Arizona. And I know a lot of other states. Montana, I don't think ever has had mandates on, to be honest. Who did we just lose?
I just had an inspired thought by what you said. It's like, okay, you ready? Hold that line, and you need your proof. Only what will make proof for you. Your truth will be your truth. And I felt like we've been through this together, holding the line. But just hold the line, even if you're the most paranoid, scared person in the world that you believe that you are, and that you will be the last to hold out till the bitter end. Hold the line, because your truth will come. And I think that's what was inspired by what you just said, that it may happen like when flowers bloom, that we bloom together as flowers. When we realize, that whatever that we're convinced of, that stuff is happening in the accordance of what we desire is really happening. Because discernment will be very important. So stay strong to your truth, even if you're the most paranoid person in the world, okay? Because everything will be revealed.
12B. Amen, brother. I couldn't have said it better. But yeah, I said it in a roundabout way, but yeah, that one worked.
Oh, you did. That's what inspired me, is that, you just stand strong for you, and you say it in such a way that is just really beautiful in your way.
North Carolina girl, I play Gordon Lightfoot on here. Oh, shit. Am I losing people left and right? What the hell?
What do you mean?
Well, we lost Devil Dog, and now we lost,
Oh, Bug Out? Oh, Bug Out.
I guess that concussion is finally starting to kick in with him.
He's finally woozy.
Wow, what a story.
Dude,
Right?
tell me about it. I couldn't believe it when he first told me.
And then it turned upside down, the fact that he could have been
I know, right?
Unconscious. He's meant to be with us.
That's what I told him.
He's meant to be with us.
Exactly what I told him.
There's a funny thing. I have a close friend who likes to go up on these forest roads, and on a car or a vehicle that shouldn't do that. What I've learned about being in the mountains and bringing some stones home was that I almost felt, I didn't want to feel like I was a robber or I was stealing. Everything that I felt that I was bringing home was such a treasure to me that I had to tell the world. And actually, when I realized later, no one would really care. But it felt that intense and so beautiful for me that I was picking up treasures from Earth, and that just being really careful when you're on those roads. We don't have to necessarily barrel through them. I have friends that have this really strong energy that they just want to take their ATVs out and blow energy.
Yeah, ATVs and
It
ARs.
would be a lot of fun. And I think there's also a time to bring that in and just be with yourself and remember what is gentle and kind and good. So the energies of Earth can be really complex for men, because men that go out into it, they feel the wilds, and there's this this is my observation only, and there's no truth in it. It's just something that I've observed. You get a little taste of that wild. It's really hard to go back to corporate America or to what you were doing. And that's the same for women as well. You get a little bit of taste of the wild. What you remember, whatever is sacred and important to you, before we came to these incredibly difficult energies, so that we could free ourselves. And now that we're free, it's to remember again whatever makes us tick. And that's kind of sort of the message I would pass on.
I got lost in the chat for a second. A million-year-old bones, Deb? Girl. That is crazy, though, because if you're scuba diving or if you're out, let's say, exploring or, Joyful, you like to do the rocks. I do too. What happens? What would you do if you found like a fossil or a set of bones or something that was just obviously fresh, as far as in science has not seen this yet? What would you do? Would you dig it out? Would you leave it there? Would you take a picture and go talk to someone?
I thought of all of those things. Actually, it wasn't fossils, but it was in the nano diamond that could have happened in the Younger Dryas period. In these stones that I shared on panel one night, I had this hypothesis that when that all of civilization was destroyed, there would be this melting thing that would happen.
Oh, there you are. So outdoor adventure, got your bracelet made, bro. I'll probably be sending it out tomorrow.
I haven't found anything in fossils, but what I would do, wow, you guys, wow, that's the conundrum. I felt like I found something, and I was kind of waiting for humanity's consciousness to kind of catch up to the idea, because we have to work through our ancient history and the lies that we've learned. And so I think I hope this is answering your question, Virginia.
Well, I mean, if you found something that looked like a small pterodactyl, it could be millions of years old, or it could be a kid's toy from the 80s. Would you stop, quit digging, whatever, take a pick, run? Would you dig it all the way out around the borders? Because I think about that sometimes when you find relics or graves or what have you digging around.
I get it. I see
what do you do if you find something?
I wouldn't do that.
Would be disturbing,
especially if it were not my land. No. Now the question is, we have national parks and things like that, which are gray areas. We have forest roads here in Washington. There's all kinds of discoveries happening here locally. And so ownership of all those findings is a really good question. It's a great area. But I can say this, that the powers that be would want to have power over all resources, even every little treasure that we would find. So our job is to tell them, screw off. These are our treasures and our stories. I worked really hard for the stones, as an example, to bring into my home and to answer some basic questions of my own soul and my own journey. And I'm not going to let anyone tell me that this is not, I can't take it with me, but it is with me. And I'm the sovereign being who found this. And this particular treasure, whatever it may be, has a story that can help, in our story. They are trying to rob us of everything. And we need to start picking up and looking, getting out of our cell phones, for God's sake. I remember when I started all of this, I kept saying in my head, everyone's got their head in their cell phone, like a VR device. It was like an image. And it was like, we got to get back into the earth, and some of us may have that calling, and some of us may have the calling of going the AI direction.
Mm-hmm.
But where I stand, I want to be with the people that can still tell the story of a stone and just have an amazing experience being in nature, or build a fire, get a little drizzle and you cover yourself up and you go to the bathroom out in the woods. There's no shame to it. All these things were like robbed of us. I remember just being scared to urinate anywhere. And I think about all the people that have had digestive problems because they've been so concentrating their energy not to allow themselves to release themselves. I mean, it's huge what we're trying to let go of, the control and overcome, because I think that we're beautiful, sensuous beings that have the capacity to love one another in ways that we can't even imagine. And the war begins.
There are protected places, and
the war begins within self. When I come here, I project a part of my ego out to you guys, but in my inner world, I'm there, realizing it and waking up that we are releasing ourselves from slavery. And this is what we've been working for eons of times, it feels like, but we're doing it. And we're DNA people that are really alive, and it's really happening. But I still have a lot of my own darkness, so I try not to project that onto people as best I can. But I have. Yeah.
We all have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of being human.
It is.
Like, I mean, I don't know if you study the Bible, but I mean, and you don't even have to study it to remember when one of the disciples and is like, "Oh, Jesus, you're perfect," or something along those, or "Oh, Jesus, you're a good man." He's like, "Don't call me good. I'm not good. The only one that's good is God." So I mean, even he was modest about it. So
it's a tough road doing this human thing, and I think since I've met you,
dude, flesh lives within the sin, or within the skin. Or I mean, sin lives within the flesh. Duh. That's like, seriously. If you want to be a pure soul, you're gonna, like most of us we're gonna have to step out of our skin. In fact, I think probably all of us will. There's only been a few that have actually made it to the gates of heaven with their whole being intact. But most of us, it's like, what makes you sin? Well,
our journey now is to, I really feel this sincerely, that our journey is to love ourselves and forgive ourselves for everything. and then it expands. It's like can I make you a cup of coffee? Because I feel just a smidge better about myself because I was able to pay my bill or do whatever thing that I felt obligated to do. So this is the cycle we've been in. We're going to go beyond that so that we are not so stuck in this. Like, we're going to go beyond, say, that we are sovereign beings that have these incredible stories. We did it for Creator. We came here with the hardest odds against us, and we made it. And that's the love. And everything that happened is the hardest part. The things that we had to do that maybe we felt we couldn't morally do in our lives. I think about my parents and my great-grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know.
I feel
Anyways,
those
y'all,
energies.
it's been 6.5 hours. I need to get some more rest. It's damn near 3:30 in the morning here. Anyways, everybody, I want to thank you all very much for coming out. Everybody who donated, I appreciate it. Everybody who liked, shared, subscribed, of course, always appreciated. I'm here every night, pretty much. Anyways, yeah, I just ate, so I'm gonna go ahead and
That fart
I'm
cat.
gonna grab the kitten.
He is going.
I'm gonna grab the
Sweet
kitten
dreams,
and go to
love.
bed. And I will
Yeah.
see y'all tomorrow.
Good night,
Thanks,
everybody.
honey. Good night, everyone.
Keep your head on a swivel, keep your powder dry, and keep your faith in God strong. Amen.
Amen.
And Semper Fi.
Oh, yeah.